Hey there, thanks for tuning into Duck Bricks. I'm Chris, and last year, we assembled the Lego Bros to go on a Lego shopping mega trip of Europe. And so this year, we had to kick things up a notch, doubling the amount of people on the trip and traveling to China and all around Asia to go on yet another Lego Bros mega trip. Joining me for this video are some other massive Lego YouTubers like Jonathan, Mini Superheroes Today, Ethan the Artisan, my buddy Zach, who helped film and cover the entire trip, the Stud City, aka Cristo, Sean, aka Bricks by Mind, as well as many, many more cameos. This was a crazy trip. And we had heard the stories of the insane Lego markets in places like Hong Kong, and I even had been to Singapore just a few years ago, and I got a chance to go to the Singaporean Lego shops, but getting a chance to go back with the Lego Bros and experience so much of China for the first time, including Legoland Shanghai, was insane. So join me right now as we travel to the east. This has maybe been my most insane trip of all time, and I have traveled around the world my entire life. I left on September 16 from New York, and I got back on October 10th, meaning I was gone for nearly a month. I also left mere days off of hosting the biggest party I have ever thrown in New York, with over 120 guests and a ton of friends from across many different communities of my life. Lego friends, startup friends, college friends, high school friends, and everybody in between. It was a crazy adventure that literally felt like it began in New York, but our itinerary was about to get even crazier. First, I went from New York to Seattle to show my friend Cristo, aka the Stud City, around my hometown. We then went from Seattle to San Francisco to attend the worldwide premiere of LEGO Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy Pieces of the Past at Lucasfilm headquarters. Then, I flew from San Francisco to Munich in South Germany to visit Legoland Germany with my friend Sean, aka Bricks by Mind. We embarked on an 8-hour drive up from Munich to Hamburg in North Germany to visit my friend Lars at his used Lego store Bardo Brick. From there, at around 2 a.m., we embarked on another 3.5-hour drive on the same day to get to Billund, Denmark, home of the Lego Group, in time for Lego Fan Media Days. Spent about a week there seeing a ton of new products, sets, and everything in between for next year. Then, we flew from Billund to Beijing, China to see the Great Wall and go around. Then we took the train from Beijing down to Shanghai to explore the city. Then we flew from Shanghai to Hong Kong to go to the rare Lego Hong Kong markets and even check out Hong Kong Disneyland. Then we flew from Hong Kong to Singapore to catch up with some members of my family and also explore the Lego shops around Singapore. And then we embarked on what was at the time the world's longest flight, an 18-hour direct flight to New York, where the fun did not end because it was actually New York Comic-Con. So altogether, it has been a wild ride. And much like every other one of my trips, the way the trip began was, well, when I was sitting in my apartment in New York trying to plan out our mega trip to revolve around Fan Media Days. And trips like these require an insane amount of planning. You know, I like the saying, you make the plan, you execute the plan, you expect the plan to go off the rails, and you throw away the plan. And honestly, that was pretty much a good way to sum up the entire shenanigans going on during this trip. A plan was made hour by hour, day by day, for every single day we were going to spend in China and in Asia in general, and we kinda stuck to the plan-ish. And then for the most part, we kind of went and did our own thing as well. So it was a pretty crazy journey. But let's take it all the way back to Seattle, where Cristo the Stud City flew in and I gave him a full tour of my hometown. I'm gonna breeze through this part of the vlog because obviously I think a lot of people are very excited to see me leave the US, and maybe I can do a separate video on my Seattle tour at some point. We saw some favorite destinations like the Museum of Flight, went on a boat tour all the way over to Bainbridge Island, where I went to one of my favorite used Lego stores, Viking City Bricks, and yes, I convinced Cristo to stock up on some Bionicles while we were there, as well as a Ninjago set, explored the Viking town of Polsbo, built some Lego on the ferry back. Then, after enjoying some delicious meals in Seattle, we rode the Seattle Great Wheel, got a chance to go to the Museum of Pop Culture and see all sorts of interesting movie props, and also check out the Chihuly Garden and Glass Museum, which is one of the premier art installations in Seattle. From there, we explored around the Seattle Pier, going down some slides and even riding the monorail over to the Space Needle, where we went to the top of the Space Needle, took some photos, and then got a chance to meet up with my buddy Aaron, who runs one of my all-time favorite and one of the biggest used LEGO stores on the West Coast, Bricks and Wheels. From there, we flew all the way over to San Francisco to the Lucasfilm headquarters, where we saw the iconic Yoda statue and got a chance to watch LEGO Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy Pieces of the Past as a private premiere screening event. After winning some free LEGO, which was awesome, and subsequently gifting my free LEGO to somebody else because there was no way I was taking that on the entire trip, I boarded a flight and landed in South Germany, specifically in Munich, where the real journey was about to begin. Now, one thing you know about me whenever I travel to Europe is that I always try to pick up the Europe exclusive LEGO magazines, and these are some super cool ones. They had some for Superman and of course a ton of Ninjago ones with exclusive trading cards, which was very, very nice to be able to grab. Of course, as I ventured through the Munich airport, I made my way and managed to pick up a few magazines here and there, and once I got some work done while waiting for my bags to arrive, I met up with my friend Sean, who voices the popular character Bricks by Mind on the YouTube channel Bricks by Mind. During our drive to Legoland Deutschland, we caught up, and soon enough, we were there and ready to go. It's time to dock into Legoland, Germany.
Legoland, Germany.
We have made it to Legoland Deutschland at long last. Wait, Ninjago. Hold on. Stand here.
Whoa.
Ninja. Yo, that's actually really cool. Ninjago. Is that Cloud Kingdom?
It looks like, yeah, it does actually.
That is actually really cool.
Is that Young Dragon Ryu?
Young Ryu.
Young Dragon Ryu.
All right, we are so hungry. We are literally starting the day by eating schnitzel. You've never had a schnitzel before.
I've never, no.
Why don't you try it?
Is that finger food?
Hey, yeah, you can.
It's too hot to eat.
Yeah,
That's
too
what I
hot.
do.
Fair enough. Duck Bricks has no such weaknesses. Yeah. That is a Legoland schnitzel. All right, so we made it to China. We're already here. A few days early. Yeah. Oh my God, it's Sensei Wu. He's real. He's real. Oh my God.
I see him.
I see him.
I see him. He's real.
Master Wu, what wisdom do you have for me? I think that dragon is risen.
He is so risen right now.
He is so risen.
He is so risen.
I have been to Legoland Germany many times, and for one very specific reason. You see, Legoland Germany is what we call Lego Part Heaven, because for whatever reason, this is the only place in the world, not just the only Legoland in the world, not just the only Lego store in the world, no. Literally the only place in the world where you can purchase bulk Lego pieces, brand new from Lego, by weight, usually pretty much almost every single piece that's currently available in non-licensed Lego sets, which means that when we went over to Legoland Germany, we had to kickstart our day by doing a lot of shopping. Now, we started things off at the LEGO Ninjago World shop, specifically because I was very curious what minifigure pieces they would have. Now, there were a ton of items to see. They had pretty much every single ninja storm suit hood, which was really, really nice. They had Zarked hats galore, which was very funny. I managed to stock up on a lot of Zarked hats, way more than I'll ever need. I don't know why I got so many. And they also had torsos from LEGO Monkey Kid and Ninjago. Unfortunately, they didn't have anything from the summer wave yet. I imagine they'll have those in a couple of months whenever this video comes out, but they did have pretty much everything Ninjago that was available in January and March of 2025, which was quite nice because if you ever needed to stock up on minifigures or pieces used for army building, it was possible to do so. To name a few standout pieces, I wanted to call out the Monkey Kid Lion armor elements introduced at the beginning of this year. I think those are really, really cool to pick up, especially because it seems like those are from one of the last waves of Monkey Kid. They even had LEGO Dreams armor pieces as well, like the transparent red armor, and all sorts of Shatterspin armor elements in silver and red. They also had Climber armors the last time I was here, but unfortunately they seem to be sold out this time. So alas, I was not able to pick up on Climber armors here, but I did stock up last year here when I was in Legoland Germany, so I'm pretty happy I did that. And I think the thing that we got the most from here were the Zarked hats. Going on from that, we went over to the Lego minifigure store, which was chock full of all sorts of minifigure pieces. If there was a currently available minifigure part, it was probably available in this store, and it was a total dream just to walk around and see what they had available. Every single element from the Lego Ideas Viking Village was there, so if you wanted to army build your Vikings, that was possible. Literally every single Lego castle element was here as well, so that means shields, torsos, armors, everything you would need to army build castle, even Wolfpack torsos was present, which was very, very cool and a much cheaper alternative to actually trying to buy these pieces individually. The very interesting thing is that minifigures were dirt cheap here as well. A minifigure with legs, torso, a head, a headdress, and an accessory would cost you around €2 per figure, because it was 6 figures per €12, which was an absolutely insane deal, given that in most parts of the world it costs that much for literally half the amount of figures. So I absolutely went crazy, stocking up on torsos and armor elements I needed for army building, and just putting together wacky and unique figures of my own. It was a total blast going around the store, and honestly, I feel like we spent the most time in here, almost close to 45 minutes to a full hour just going around trying to see what they had available, because this was a massive store, almost akin to a warehouse, just full of almost every currently available minifigure element, which was just so much fun to explore. Just to call out a few of my favorites here, the Blacktron torsos was a huge highlight. I love army building Blacktron minifigures, so it was a total blast getting a chance to stockpile them and just be able to build my armies, just to have an entire force of Blacktron be fully equipped. They had Lego Dreams minifigures as well, so full on torsos, armor elements, heads, and accessories, and some really special pieces altogether, including things that only appeared in some larger Lego sets, such as the headpiece for Mr. Pale, aka the Elemental Master of Light from Ninjago, who initially was based off of Invisible from the Ultra Agents lineup, the Lego City Evil Robot piece, which they used for the City Adventures cartoon, as well as even some of the Lego Year of the Snake headdress elements, which only came in a single Lunar New Year set, and it was so cool to be able to pick those up in bulk. But it wasn't just headdresses, they also had minifigure accessories, so pretty much swords and shields and axes and bows. Every single minifigure accessory you would want to have was physically present at the store for you to purchase separately as well. If you didn't want to buy them in conjunction with a minifigure, you could pay 50 cents extra to be able to pick them up, which honestly wasn't that good of a deal, and it literally was cheaper to get minifigure pieces rather than just individual accessories. But I did appreciate the ability to, just in case you wanted to, purchase individual accessories, which for some cases were cheaper than Bricklink or Pick-a-Brick if you spent your money right. For me though, I just decided to go for these 6 minifigures for every €12 deal, because that felt like a total steal to be paying €2 per figure, and even if I was getting some pieces I didn't really necessarily need and I was just getting it for accessories, I knew that I'd be able to trade them or even sell them and just keep the pieces that I really wanted to have, so it was a good deal overall. And I certainly stocked up on all sorts of different shields, especially the Shatterspin Gong shields, which were super cool to see, just a massive, massive bucket of sitting right there. This is why I love Legoland Germany. It's a marketplace unlike any other, where you can go and explore and see all of these brand new Lego elements in bulk just available for you to purchase, and I had an absolute blast exploring with Sean and trying to figure out which pieces we were going to be taking home. As I'm recording this video, my haul is still being shipped back to the US, so I don't even remember what I was able to pick up. It was that crazy in terms of all of the different items here, and again, I hope that you enjoyed taking a quick look at the pieces available, because honestly, this is not something that a lot of people are even aware of exists in the world, and I'm really happy every time I get to go to Legoland Germany and showcase the sheer insanity of the parts stores here, because you never know what you're going to find. But the minifigure parts store wasn't all. One of the most important elements of Legoland Germany is the standard Pick-a-Brick store, which allows you to purchase pretty much any sort of regularly available Lego piece that's non-licensed in bulk by weight, and that was our final destination. And so after dropping off our bags up front, we decided to pay a visit to the massive Pick-a-Brick store and load it up. There are so many pieces we were able to get, and honestly, we were so busy shopping, I don't think either of us took a single video clip inside the store, so if you want to see a full tour, you can check out some of my other videos which have covered the store in great detail, showcasing all of the parts available and what it looks like. It's basically like a Costco warehouse, but every single shelf is Lego. And so, after swinging by the discount store and driving to a local magazine shop to stock up on some Ninjago magazines, our long drive began.
It doesn't wash up on the shore.
Now she's sending me some pictures wearing less and less, trying to turn the past into the present tense.
After proving that Bricks My Mind can literally sleep through anything, we stopped by a gas station where I found a pretty interesting Lego Minecraft themed stand which had all of the different magazines on the inside, and of course a couple of Ninjago magazine packs which had some mystery magazines on the inside, which was very, very cool to pick up. I still don't know what magazines are in there because they're still being shipped home. But soon enough, we arrived at our destination after 5 straight hours of me driving. So I have been driving for the past like 6 hours, but we have finally made it.
I drove for one.
You drove for one of the hours. You drove for one of them.
I got really sleepy, so I decided to stop driving.
Correct. But we have finally made it to Bardo Brick. Shout out to Lars for theoretically opening up super late for us. So let's go on. Yeah, the lights are on. So let's find out. Yo. Look who it is! Dude, how's it going? Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Yo! Oh my goodness, this is crazy. This is so, oh man, dude.
Nice to see you again.
My man.
Hi, Anna.
Sean, nice to meet you.
Whoa.
5 minutes ago, Plushy is arriving.
It was a total blast to go through Bardo Brick, and I actually filmed an over hour-long haul going through the store, shopping, picking up rare Lego items, and grabbing everything I could find that I couldn't see. And that video is already live on the channel, so you can go ahead and check that out if you want to see my full-on tour and haul from Bardo Brick. But soon enough, it was time to head to Billund, Denmark. And so, we left the store at around 1:30 or 2 a.m. and drove all the way up to Billund, Denmark, checked in at the Legoland Hotel, and got ready for Fan Media Days, where I literally did not sleep, because by the time I was checked in and showered, it was already 7 a.m., which was about the time to meet up to get ready for the first day. Now, if you aren't aware of what LEGO Fan Media Days is, it's an event hosted every single year where we get a chance to see some brand new LEGO products, interact with them, interview LEGO designers, and see all sorts of fun presentations. Obviously, at the time this video is coming out, I cannot talk about 99% of the things that I actually saw during these events, but it was a total blast, and one of the things I can talk about is the brand new LEGO Masters Academy experience that we got a chance to do all the way at the LEGO house, which of course, as the winner of LEGO Masters Season 4 who literally lived the real LEGO Masters experience, I was very excited to try and not at all traumatized by seeing the LEGO Masters set again. Hey there, we're at the LEGO Masters Academy at the LEGO house in Billund, Denmark. Let me show you around. The LEGO Masters Academy is a miniature LEGO Masters experience to allow guests of the LEGO house to experience what it might be like to compete on the LEGO Masters show. And to accomplish this, they basically recreated the set of LEGO Masters as best they could, which was honestly really impressive. I teamed up with my friends Nicole, aka Girl Bricks a Lot, and Matt, aka Maticus Bricks, as well as Jonathan, Mini Superheroes Today, as we created our own LEGO house play agents and then chose to modify them into some real monstrosities. Of course, it was really cool seeing some older LEGO Masters contestants actually appear on the scene as well, especially the ones who actually went on to become official LEGO designers like my friend Boone, and it was really cool just catching up with people and just seeing the amount of effort that went into this incredible experience. They had a massive brick-built trophy that was honestly a lot larger than mine. LEGO Masters needs to up their trophy game, and even a second level where you could go up and check out all of the bricks available for display. The entire academy was tiered in terms of multiple levels of difficulty, where obviously for younger kids they had an option where you could just go ahead and follow some instructions and have a little bit of creativity here and there, and then the difficulty ramped up as you got older and older. And they put us in the intermediate difficulty, which I think was pretty fun. We started off with instructions of a mini land scale play agent, and then we were encouraged to build our own modifications into the design, but I'd be really curious to see what the actual highest level of difficulty would be, building building against a clock perhaps, or trying to accomplish different tasks. I think that would be really cool, and we even got to take home an exclusive souvenir at the end of it, this LEGO Masters Level 2 Academy box, which we could pack full of any pieces that we wanted from our actual build tables, which was very, very nice of them to be able to give us. After that experience, we got a chance to go all around Billund, going to some antique stores, enjoying the gastropub, and I found a Bionicle Holy Grail, and the Bionicle fans of the audience know what's up with this. This was maybe my #1 find of the trip, and it deserves a separate video, so stay tuned for that. From there, we explored LEGO Campus, the official headquarters of all LEGO employees, and even got a chance to unbox something pretty unique and interesting that I hadn't seen before.
Alright folks, we are here with the exclusive Pharrell Williams Over the Moon Yellow Box Edition. The box is much larger than the normal set. We have no idea what is actually inside this, so we're going to open it up right now. This might be one of the rarest LEGO items. We are just slicing and dicing. The tape is cut.
I hope it blows our mind.
I hope so too, in classic duck brick style. Oh wow, look at that.
Whoa.
Curiosity is the life force. You can train your life. Goodbye gravity.
Is this a postcard? So we have the blueprint for the friendship,
The blueprint for the friendship.
and that's friendship with a PH.
PH, of course. You gotta have the branding right, of course. And opening this up here, you have, that's cool, a set of patches for being flying over the moon there. You can see the helmet, the rockets, all these different colors for the friends. And then of course, the regular set, which everybody has seen, but it is inside there as well. Pharrell is a friend of mine, actually, so it makes sense. And actually, this is for his friends. So I guess maybe this should be ours now. Piece by piece. Piece by piece.
Piece by piece.
Have you seen Piece by Piece?
Piece by
I didn't. I slept through the
Comment
first
below
half.
if you've seen Piece
I
by
slept through
Piece.
the first half.
Oh, and finally, there's Goodbye Gravity here. Here's to your moonshot. With this collaboration, the LEGO Group and I hope to inspire you and everyone to fuel their imagination and let your dream take off. No matter where you start from, keep rising. Keep your creativity burning.
I see what they did there.
And I'll see you up there.
And otherwise, Pharrell wants us to use our mind.
And I think he wants our dragons to rise.
From there, we went to the LEGO house, where I was treated to a very cool surprise by seeing an actual physical exhibit dedicated to my LEGO Masters win, which was really, really cool. There was even a photo of baby duck bricks receiving a LEGO set for Christmas. Oh, what a classic. And they even had my LEGO Masters airplane build on display. But very embarrassingly, I forgot to get any footage of it. Wow, I'm not very good at this capturing content for YouTube thing. Going from there, we went to the upper floor of the LEGO house for the Masterpiece Gallery opening, where LEGO fans from around the world were invited to showcase their amazing MOCs, and we actually had a really nice surprise getting serenaded by some actual LEGO violins for a full-on concert as they unveiled these fans' MOCs. There's always something really cool about being able to see all sorts of builders from around the world come together and showcase their builds at the LEGO house. It's a huge honor for all the builders who get invited to showcase their MOCs here, and it was really cool just seeing all the builders in action, and this was a very special treat. Of course, they had to play Everything is Awesome and LEGO House. You know, the two LEGO songs you gotta play. But before we knew it, our time in Denmark was over. 4 full days in Billund, getting a chance to see some brand new LEGO sets, and I can't talk about any of it in this video. We ended our last night in Denmark by having dinner with the amazing Ninjago team, and all sorts of other LEGO designers and LEGO marketing folks were able to join us for this as well, which was a ton of fun. And as a parting gift, I received the coolest souvenir of all, an exclusive parking ticket from the Legoland Hotel. Despite registering my car properly, for whatever reason, they decided to give me a parking ticket worth upwards of $150 US. And that next morning, we headed to the Billund airport, turned in our rental car, and began the long journey to China. But first, we stopped by the Munich airport, where I encountered one of the strangest LEGO stores I've ever been to in my life.
So I'd like to buy the duck, please. You sure? I'm 100%. I'm not joking. Like, I'm buying the duck. I'm dead serious.
And we're at the Munich Lego store. This is crazy, Chris. Tell them all about it.
So we're at the Munich airport right now. We have a 3-ish hour layover to our flight to China. So we said, you know what? Why don't we check out the Lego store? Look, we're probably not going to find anything too crazy, but it's always fun to see what Lego stores have to offer. And the first thing you see when we walk in is this 2x4 brick. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Oh, haha, you can buy it. And we see a price tag. And I just assumed that price tag was for whatever set was on display here. But then we got closer to the price tag, and you may notice that this model at the official Lego store actually has a price tag where you can, if you want to, purchase this model, which I don't really know how to process this right now.
And
My mind is blown.
We should state for the record, it's pretty mind-blowing that is 10,500 euros or $12,269.65.
So that's not all, right? So the first thing I see is obviously, when we were walking up to the store, I was like, oh, haha, they have duck bricks in there. That'd be crazy. But as we talked to the folks working here, as it turns out, because they operate at an airport, specifically in Munich, I don't know if it's any airport or just Munich, but this is the only airport I've seen it at, they have to have everything available for sale at the store to comply with laws. So this brand new duck, which is different from the other large-scale ducks they've done before. The corners are rounded here with the edges. It has a heart on the front as well. Is in fact available for sale for 5,500 euros. Now, Jonathan, how much is that in good old American United States dollars?
In the words of the owl from the Tootsie Pop commercials, let's find out. I bet you nobody got that reference but me, but it's all right.
Someone in the
Let's
comments
find
will have
out.
gotten that right.
$5,500 would cut $6,428. Oh, it actually changed live. It went
Yeah.
down by $1. So,
Hey, I'm gonna save some money.
it looks like you could actually buy this. Can you buy this?
Yes, you can
What?
take it home today just for you, just today.
You're
It
kidding.
is That 10,000 and just 500 euros just for
Wait, how
you.
much is the duck? Okay.
The duck
Could you buy
is
any of them?
5.5.
Wait, you can actually buy the duck.
You can buy
You're
all
kidding.
of the. You can buy the fire truck. You can buy the little girl if you like those.
What?
The fireman. You can buy his face.
This, wait, what? Wait, what?
What? So it turns out everything in the German airport has to have a price, which means everything here is for sale. Like, of course, all the Lego sets are, but all of these store displays are for sale.
Look, they each have a price tag. How much is this? 39,000 euros. For if you want to take home this car.
You could literally buy anything in the store because it has to have a price.
Okay, anything opens a lot of interesting.
I feel like you and I have done a lot of world travels where it's like, oh, everything has a price, but this is the first place that literally everything has a price.
Wow, that's crazy.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Yeah, you have to.
Seriously.
Yeah. This is great.
So
Yeah, so I'd like to buy the duck, please. You sure? I'm 100%. I'm not joking. Like I'm buying the duck. I'm dead serious. Well, so the thing is, I have to get this because not only, obviously, people in the comments are going to say, well, if you bought all the bricks to it, it's probably going to cost you like $400. It's not the point. The point of getting this here is that, to my knowledge, this is the only official Lego store in the world that actually lets you buy any, and I mean any, of these store displays here officially direct from Lego. So for instance, right? Let's say I would like to purchase this car. You know, it has a drivable steering wheel. It's got all these transparent pieces.
it's automatic, it's hydromatic.
Atomic batteries to power, turbines to speed. If I wanted to get this truck, you can actually purchase it for 39,000 euros. And the same goes, again, for every single glued model in the place. The fireman, right? Just for the sake of this video, I'd like to document all the costs.
Doc.
This is 27,500 euros.
Or 32,000 US dollars.
And then, okay, let's check out, I think the Lego Friends items are actually the most expensive ones here. If I want to get Autumn and Leo, you know, my pals, you would need to spend 72,000 euros. Jonathan, what is our
AKA
number on that?
84,000 US dollars.
And let's take a look at Paisley in the end here. Same price here for them, 72,000 euros, aka 84,000 US dollars. And that's not all, because if we come over to the Build a Minifigure section here, you can actually purchase this entire astronaut minifigure for 18,000 US dollars. That is more than the 2x4 brick. And honestly, it's a lot smaller. I'm really surprised that one is so much more expensive.
$21,000.
$21,000. So this is pretty unprecedented because this store just opened, and the way they explained it to me is that because they operate out of an airport, it must be a Munich specific thing, but legally they must be able to sell everything in the store. Now, of course, we had to ask, can you sell those signs? We did ask, can you sell the superhero sign, the Ninjago Dragon's Rising sign, and sadly they cannot sell the signs. They actually also cannot sell the items in the display cases, but they can sell the brick-built statues, which is unprecedented. I don't know if there's any other Lego store that does this. I'm sure that now folks will come to the store and actually be seriously purchasing some of these to add to their collections. And the crazy thing is, when you get these, you don't actually get the one in the store. What you get is a master model builder in Germany will build a new one for you from scratch. You write down your address and then they will ship it to that address. So you actually get a brand new one directly made by Lego for you.
You should throw out though, right? It can only be shipped in Germany.
Yeah.
So if you were passing through here from the United States, you actually wouldn't be able to ship it directly home. You would have to have somebody that could receive it in Germany and then forward it on to you. And then the other thing I ask about too is, like, you know, at different stores all around the world, I've seen Spider-Man. We just saw Indiana Jones and Villain, and like those would be my dream pieces. I don't think there's a price tag high enough I'd say no to. Then again, I'm not Doc Bricks. But but that being said, it can only be the figures that you see here in the store. So you can't like custom order one you saw before. But who knows? Maybe honestly, like us being here could drive the demand for this to like be a thing. To like,
if there was a Ninjago one,
yeah,
no matter how, it could have been the size of the Lego Friends ones, right? No matter, I would have gotten it. If it was Ninjago, 100%.
Ninjago Dragon's Rise.
That dragon looks like it's rising. But of course, we do have our good friend Lars, who works at Bardo Brick in Germany, which I literally just put out a video going around his store in Germany, and he was kind enough to say, yes, ship whatever you need to me. So I'm definitely getting the duck. Honestly, the 2x4 red Lego brick is so tempting, but that is over $12,000, which is pretty close to the price of like the solid gold Bionicle Kanohi Hao. And honestly, if I were to weigh which one I want more, I think I would weigh the Hao more. So if I'm willing to spend $12,500 on any single Lego item, I think it's gonna have to be that gold mask. So I'm definitely gonna wait for that one, but the good thing is it's always gonna be here in theory, or at least for a while.
So you can keep it on your mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that on my mind, and honestly, I may come back to Munich just to get it. We'll have to see if that'll be a future Duck Bricks video update, but as of right now, the duck has been purchased. We are docked in to getting the duck. I would imagine it's gonna take many weeks, if not months, to actually send it to me, because obviously they need to build a new one from scratch, glue it, and I don't know what their timeline is on that at all, and then ship it to Lars, who will then ship it to me from Germany, because they can only ship to other places in Germany. So stay tuned for an update video when I actually get it, but as of now, let's get quacking, because that duck is mine. Shout out to Ethan the Artisan, who just cameoed at the end there for filming this video, but yeah, that was absolutely insane. Again, some of these glued store displays have popped up online. I literally just bought a massive Batman statue for my apartment that popped up on eBay, and I just picked it up for honestly a lot less money than what I just paid for the much smaller duck, but I felt like I had to get one because it is such a weird official experience and program where Lego is actually allowing you to purchase it direct from them. In the entire history of Lego, I cannot remember any other time where this has been allowed to happen, and it is so weird to walk into an official Lego store and have them just go, yeah, you know what, you can buy these if you want. Now, obviously, the brick is something I went back and forth on, and I think for $12,500 US dollars, it's going to be a lot cheaper for me just to buy the pieces and recreate it, although it isn't quite the same. So
Obviously, I think the easy choice for me, because I wanted to do it for the experience, I want to report back on what this experience was like, was not only the cheapest item in the store, but also the one that actually makes the most sense for me as the Duck Bricks YouTube channel to get the big duck. So this was absolutely insane, and if obviously this was any indicator to how the rest of the trip was going to go, we knew we were off for an insane time. I am still in the process of working through the paperwork of getting the duck made and getting it shipped to my friend Lars over at Bardowick, who is then going to ship it to me here in New York. I don't know how I'm going to make that happen, but I will pull it off, and I'll probably do some sort of an update when that happens. But before we knew it, we had landed in Beijing, and we hit the ground running. Of course, our first stop was doing the most American thing we possibly could do while in China, which was going to Universal Studios Beijing. Now, there was one ride in particular I absolutely had to do at Universal Studios Beijing, and that was the Jurassic World ride. I had seen videos of how cool this ride was, but was not ready for just how insane it would feel being in the seat. After witnessing maybe the coolest animatronics I have seen in my entire life, we headed over to the Transformers land, which was so cool, especially at night with everything fully lit up. And there they had a clone of the Hulk coaster from Universal Florida Islands of Adventure, but this one was a little bit more deceiving. Are you ready to be deceived? Decepticoaster. Oh yeah. I'm a big roller coaster fan. I'll literally ride anything, so that was awesome. But before we knew it, it was time to head on over to the next land, Kung Fu Panda Land. How does it feel to enter Ninjago?
Ninjago City live right now.
Ninjago City. Kung Fu Panda Land, unlike many of the other themed areas, was fully indoors. It's very similar to a lot of the theme parks that I've been to in Dubai and in the Middle East, where due to hot weather, they have to build a lot of their lands indoors to allow guests to enjoy it all day long. And while I thought it was pretty cool to walk inside and see the entire city illuminated at night, I definitely feel like the ride was maybe one of the most lackluster Universal rides I've ever been on, complete with an absolutely terrifying Po the Panda animatronic. Seriously, that thing is going to haunt my dreams for how it was made.
Ninjago Dragon's Rise. Stop quiet.
That Po is terrifying.
Sadly, we did not escape Kung Fu Panda unscathed. After a run-in with Ethan the Art Asian, I was able to pick up a souvenir of Po the Panda, our wallets did not leave free, and after riding the Harry Potter ride, which was identical to the one in Florida, except Harry was speaking in Chinese, which was very funny, we got a chance to actually experience the Halloween Horror Nights for Universal in Beijing, which honestly was one of the coolest parts of the entire experience. It's kind of a tradition now to go to Halloween Horror Nights with my friends. I always have a blast every year when we go in Florida, and it was really cool seeing what it was like experiencing it as part of a different culture, with one of the horror houses being fully Chinese themed, which I thought was so cool, themed around the myths and legends of ancient China. We ended up our day by eating the maybe worst meal that we ever tried on the trip. I don't know what happened here. It was genuinely very sad. It was near unpalatable, and I love hot pot, so I was very excited to try hot pot in Beijing. But I guess I should have known that at Universal Studios that should not have been the place to try it, but I don't know, I would have thought that in Universal Studios Beijing it at least would be decent, but no, this was probably the worst meal we had all trip, and it was so bad that Mini Superheroes Today had a mild allergic reaction, although if he just ran off because the food was bad, I wouldn't have blamed him.
Well, we had a fun day at Universal, and afterward, Duck Bricks thinks that he can clear like 12 of these.
Yes, I can. I'm starving. The last time I ate was like yesterday for lunch. So I'm like beyond ravenous.
I mean, to be fair, we're all going to be eating from these, but even being 5 young, hungry, growing boys, there's just no way.
I think the artisan and I can clean up.
Yeah. Look at me. That's well. I need food.
Mini Superheroes Today really thinks that we're not going to finish. Like, I actually think we're going to finish it all, and we're still going to be hungry.
All right. We'll find out. I'm already thinking about dessert.
I would just like to say, Mini Superheroes today doubted our ability to eat all the food. And not only did we eat all of it, he actually had to leave partway through because of a minor allergy. So all the food was actually eaten by just 4 of us, mostly by the duck here. And the duck cleans up. The duck always cleans up the food. Yep, so with all the talk of how bad the food was, Duckbrick still ended up clearing it and even eating an entire pizza himself right afterwards. The duck always cleans up, after all.
Well, you lovely folks out there in viewerland may notice that the background changed, and that is because Mini Superheroes today had a mild allergic reaction to, I don't even know what. I do know I'm allergic to seafood. When you play Lego Content Creator Trivia someday, now you know that one. But I had to run out. I wasn't like having like a bad reaction. I just needed to go get something in my system. So I did that. All good now. And now we're having meal number 2, which is pizza, which is what Chris and I are doing. And then everybody else, we're actually going to meet up for round 3 or 4 if you count.
Level 3.
Yeah, level 3. Well, I can't beat that outro, so let's have some pizza. Would you mind saying that again, Chris?
So, I cannot finish that, but I am on meal number 2, and I ate everybody's noodles that they didn't want to eat, and most of the meat at that table. So,
I've never been at a meal where Duckbrick says he can't finish the meal. That's crazy.
I genuinely think I'd be lucky to eat half. I'm gonna be straight with you. Duckbricks, just like in his Lego reviews, is very honest.
Bro thinks the Death Star is worth every penny. Meanwhile, on my side of the table, I got a little fromage action. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, it is.
Fromage?
Fromage.
Oh. All right. I guess when I say it with my voice, it's like fromage.
Well, I wouldn't say it like that, but
yeah.
Fromage.
Well, bon appetit. Let's see what kind of undertaker we got.
Bon appetit.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Cheesy, just like my humor.
Universal Studios Beijing was a total blast, and given that we literally arrived there closer to 6 p.m. and only had a couple of hours to spend there, we pretty much saw and did everything. The lines were super short. It was not at all like American Universal where you wait like an hour or so in lines. I think the longest line we waited in was maybe 30 minutes tops for a Jurassic Park roller coaster suspended in midair, and honestly that even felt very long for what it was because every other wait was maybe 5 to 10 minutes tops. It was a total blast. We loved going around the park, and I think it was a really good way to get the boys accustomed to going around China. Despite the very awful and some would say despicable meal that we had at night to round it off, the day was off to a good start, and the next day we decided to go on a full-on tour of Beijing, starting off in the Forbidden City and ending up in the Great Wall of China. Visiting China has always been on my bucket list, but I've actually never been until this trip. Despite the fact that I am American Chinese, I was born in the US, my dad was born in the US, my mom moved here when she was super young, so none of my family members actually speak Chinese, and honestly, I was a little nervous going to China because I figured I would just be expected to speak Chinese, but thankfully, with 5 of the whitest guys I know surrounding me, we were off to a pretty decent start, and I wasn't really expected to speak the language. We began in the Forbidden City, where of course we had to take photos with the Forbidden 5 at the Forbidden City itself. This was an iconic cultural landmark of China, and it was so surreal being able to go into this place that I had only seen in photographs and online before, but actually get a chance to fully explore the entire city, and it just kept on going. There were layers and layers of temples and buildings, and it literally felt like stepping into another world. We had a total blast exploring the Forbidden City, and of course, I had to photograph all sorts of Ninjago minifigures all around the city, which kind of felt on brand for exploring the particular area of China we were in. This dates all the way back to 1420. It was basically the imperial palace of all of China for nearly 500 years, which is absolutely insane. The museum inside the palace complex had over 1 million different historical artifacts, and the wall that surrounds it is over 30 feet high. And yes, there is a massive moat surrounding the Forbidden City at all. The reason why it's called the Forbidden City is that back in the day, nobody could enter or leave without the permission of the Emperor, meaning that it was literally forbidden to go in or out unless the Emperor allowed it. It's a little north of Tiananmen Square, which is where we started our day, and we just had an absolute blast going around the city and even the surrounding gardens. Before we knew it though, it was time to take a drive over to the Great Wall of China, and while we were there, we stopped at a local jade shop that was absolutely a tourist trap, but honestly, I got in the spirit of the tourism and I had to pick up a copy of what I called the Destiny's Bounty for my living room. And after enjoying a quick meal, we decided to go on up the Great Wall of China. Bro, we are doing air jitsu right now.
Open cable car.
Cyclondo. We are going up the Great Wall. You can see where we're going right here. Let's hope I don't drop this phone.
Bro, goo.
Bro, goo.
Guys, I'm going down that slide in a little bit, but look at where I'm going.
So as you just saw, we took an open cable car all the way up to the Great Wall of China, and we actually walked a pretty substantial length of it, which was super cool. Obviously, it would be nearly impossible to walk the entirety of the Great Wall of China all together, but we walked for about 45 minutes straight and just got a chance to explore different areas of the wall, which was super cool. This was kind of a bucket list item for me, and I never really knew when I'd be able to go to the Great Wall, so being able to experience it with a ton of my Lego bros was so much fun, and it truly was beautiful. We got very lucky in the sense the weather was pretty much perfect there. It was warm and sunny, but not too hot, which meant that we could be in short sleeves but still explore and have a good time. It wasn't too cloudy, and it certainly wasn't raining, so pretty much everything we could have ever possibly asked for while exploring the Great Wall itself. I had to take a ton of Lego photos going around the Great Wall of China, as one does, and we just had a total blast seeing whatever we could find at the Great Wall itself. Now, after we got a chance to go around the Great Wall, we ended by sliding down a massive system of slides and metal tubes to get our way back to the bottom, which was so cool.
You guys ready? Yeah. All right.
Whoa! Oh! Yo! I was giving it space. I was giving it space in front. Duck in. Yo-ho! Yo-ho! Whoa! Whoa! Yo! We're sliding down the Great Wall right now. Yo, you guys are, it's a Speedway 5 billion. Y'all gotta catch up. Hey, yo! Whoa! Yeah! Ah! Yo! Oh! Ah! Yo, the whack rat is on my tail. The whack rat is on my... Dude, the ambulance keepers are on my tail. Go. Whoa! After that insane experience sliding down the Great Wall of China, we were absolutely starving. And so, after dropping off our stuff at the hotel, we got a chance to go on over to a local mall and check out some restaurants where unfortunately we arrived a little bit too late and all the restaurants were closed literally except for one American restaurant. So begrudgingly, I had to enjoy some American food on our second night in China, but honestly it was actually pretty good, so I can't complain that much, although I certainly was desperate for good Chinese food at this point. My buddy Zach, aka Zitty, loved China so much, he even got a shirt that represented how much he loved Beijing, and he decided to wear it out that night as we started to explore some Chinese nightlife. Our first stop was a speakeasy, which was super cool. You had to go inside a tea shop and press a button on a bookcase to allow the tea boxes to slide open for you to be able to actually enter the speakeasy, but before we knew it, we found ourselves inside a Chinese club. Despite the fact that there was somebody outside trying to convince us that we had to pay him $200 American to go inside, I simply just walked on inside, and no, I did not have to pay any amount of money to enter, and it was a ton of fun. One crazy innovation in this Chinese club that I really want to see brought over to the US was the fact that the platform everybody was dancing on was on a gigantic spring system that kind of propelled you up into the air while you were dancing. I have never seen anything like that before at any club I've been to at any place in the world, and I think that if they implemented that in some New York City clubs, that would be absolutely fire. We ended our night by going on our own night tour of China at like 2 or 3 in the morning, getting a chance to see some of the temples and even some light installations, which was super cool. And of course, we had to go to the one restaurant open at that time of the night, good old McDonald's.
All right, it is 4 a.m. What do you think? Is this McDonald's open?
The arches aren't glowing yellow, but that could mean anything in this country. We'll see. The lights are on. That's a promising sign.
I'm feeling slightly pessimistic about this one. Whoa, what? Oh. Wait.
We are inside.
Wait. All right, let's see what they have.
Let's do it.
Yo, what is that?
We quickly realized that McDonald's is very different in China than it is in the US, which makes total sense because everywhere I do go, usually McDonald's has a very different menu. I've had great experiences at the Korean McDonald's, even some in Europe are a little bit different, but this probably had one of the most unique menus out of any McDonald's I've been to in the world. And even though I knew I wasn't going to finish everything, I wanted to try a little bit of everything that stood out to me.
I'm gonna get 4 pieces. I'm not gonna finish all this, but I'm getting an entire feast because I am really curious if it tastes different. And I don't want to be eating more McDonald's this trip, so.
No, and we are. We're gonna be trying McDonald's Shanghai and McDonald's.
All right, that's
McDonald's
fine.
too.
Oh, this is so cool. All right, Alipay it is.
And so, after enjoying our McDonald's meal at the hotel, which yes, was way better than it had any right to be, we got up early the next day to check out some official LEGO stores, which I was really excited to do. We went to one of the largest LEGO stores in Beijing, and it was absolutely decked out with all sorts of different minifigures and costumes and traditional robes that really signified that this is a very China-specific LEGO store. One of my favorite things while going in was seeing this massive multicolored dragon sculpture greeting you as you entered the store itself, and of course, the entire store was filled with Chinese-specific displays, with a couple of items that were pertaining to the current LEGO brand marketing, such as a giant Formula 1 car, and even a little Z-blob which could be seen greeting you at the very front of the store. Now, of course, we had to use the Minifigure factory while we were here. If you don't know what the Minifigure factory is, it's basically a way to print custom designs on LEGO minifigures, which technically, since they are made at official LEGO stores, do count as official. Now, for the Beijing store, they had a few exclusive torsos, and I managed to get a copy of pretty much all of the exclusive torsos they had available, which was super cool to be able to add to my collection because I really don't know when the next time will be that I'll actually get a chance to visit here. Of course, the store was stocked full of exclusive merchandise as well, much more than I would see at a standard LEGO store in the US or even Europe, and as a nice touch, every single piece in the store, such as this shopping cart, all did have wheels decorated with the actual LEGO wheel print on them, which is very, very cool. They kept the theming consistent for that. I had to pick up a few Lego Ninjago pencil cases. I just didn't really know if those are going to be offered anywhere outside of here, and while I'm sure you could probably find those at some Legoland here or there, I just wanted to make sure that I was able to pick up anything that seemed exclusive. But speaking of exclusives, they actually had a few interesting exclusive GWPs present in the store itself, and some of them were actually exclusive to the stores that we went to. One of the things that really stood out to me was this section of Lego magazines. They were Chinese, but they're very similar to the Blue Ocean magazines that we get in Europe, but the poly bags included inside were much larger than your standard poly bag, so I had to pick some of those up. Once we wrapped up at the Lego store, we finally, for once on this trip, had a delicious, authentic Chinese meal at a Michelin Guide restaurant, which I was so excited for. Now here's the thing, the restaurant was known for their duck, but unfortunately, we arrived past the duck cutoff time. I did not realize that was a thing, but basically we arrived like an hour before closing, and they said that they couldn't prepare the duck in time, which honestly makes total sense. So we tried a bit of everything else, and honestly, the food was phenomenal. This was one of my favorite restaurants all trip. And Mini Superheroes Today doubted me again if we could finish the meal.
So we stopped by for lunch and we ordered, what, 5 of these?
5 what? So
because we thought that they were small, but oh my god.
To be fair, that's a lot of spice and like there's a few meat pieces. So I actually think we'll be okay. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that.
I think you would be hard.
No, I don't think so.
We're so done. Okay. Well, these are a little bit more normal.
I think we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be okay.
We literally already finished the first one.
And apparently you weren't supposed to eat like the entire plate of that. You had to like forage for the meat.
The peppers are how it's cooked.
Yeah, we just had to share our initial shock, to be honest.
But before we knew it, our 3 days in Beijing were up, and after saying goodbye to the hotel one last time, we headed over to the train station, grabbed some KFC, which tasted a bit better than KFC in the US, and took it on the train ride with us as we journeyed all the way over to Shanghai. After a several-hour journey, we finally arrived in Shanghai pretty late. It was around 11:30 by the time we got in, so it was closer to midnight by the time we actually were in our hotel, and it was very, very cool to finally make landfall in Shanghai. Since we stayed in the Shangri-La Hotel in Beijing, I decided to switch it up and have a stay at the Ritz-Carlton in Shanghai. Most of my friends were really urging me to try out the Four Seasons and had been raving with reviews about how good the Four Seasons was, but honestly, I decided to try something a little bit different, and while it wasn't quite as luxurious as the Four Seasons would have been, I still really enjoyed the Shangri-La, and I had an absolutely amazing time getting a chance to go in and see the great view from our room. The bathroom was quite nice as well, and I love just checking out fun hotels wherever I travel, so it was really cool to get a chance to stay there for just a few nights. The city at night was absolutely alluring, and we could not wait to explore the city. And so, after getting a good night's sleep and enjoying the delicious breakfast the next morning, we headed on out and decided to hit the streets of Shanghai for a day that was going to be split between both Lego shopping and a bit of sightseeing. The first place we found ourselves was an underground market, which was super interesting. Didn't find that much Lego at this market. There were a couple of Lego knockoffs, of course, but it was really cool to explore around here and see just the different things that we could find, and of course, get a chance to just see all the different wares from clothing to toys and all that. This was all located around the Yu Garden area, specifically the Old Street of Shanghai, and this is one of the more well-known destinations to go to for shopping and traditional Chinese food. Obviously, it's pretty touristy, but I actually do think that this was one of the coolest places we got to explore because everywhere you looked, there was incredible Chinese architecture to see, archways and temples, and yes, delicious food. Even though I knew we were going to be eating lunch pretty soon, I had to stop by and get some delicious xiaolongbao. I am a sucker for pork soup dumplings and pork and crab soup dumplings, and I had to try as many as I could. And yes, I would be back later that evening trying even more. From there though, we got a chance to explore a little bit more of Shanghai and just get a chance to look around and see the different Lego shops we could find. And actually at this location, we found a pretty interesting toy store that also sold Lego. It was there that we found a toy store simply titled Superman Toy, and this actually did have a few Lego items that were of interest to us. Superhero Today needs to
Superman toy.
Superman Toy. Dude, this place is crazy. While this obviously wasn't an official LEGO store, it was really cool to see an official LEGO section, and the artwork they had on the top was very funny. It was like regular LEGO superhero artwork, and then just an image of LEGO Breaking Bad, obviously custom made, which we found really funny actually decorating the halls of the LEGO section of the store. Most of the sets they did have available were just regular release sets, but they did have some older items like the 2018 Age of Ultron edition Hulkbuster, which was super cool to see, and all the glass display cases were decorated with some of the older LEGO superhero and Star Wars sets, like the original UCS Slave 1, the LEGO Ideas Dinosaur Fossils set, and even some older LEGO Harry Potter sets or some of the very first LEGO Lunar New Year sets. I think some of the most interesting items we found here were actually some merchandise pieces. There was a Cole and Lloyd watch for Ninjago Season 11, Secrets of the Forbidden Spinjitzu, which the Stud City was able to beat me to, so he grabbed those for his collection, but it was super cool seeing them. Going on from there, we went to another LEGO store, but this time it was in Shanghai, and this was almost completely different. It featured all sorts of different exclusives, sculptures, and lots of interesting things to see, so let's jump in. I'm at the LEGO store in Shanghai right now. This is one of their flagship stores, and there are so many crazy things to see. From exclusive items to Monkey Kid sets on shelves, this is one of the coolest LEGO stores ever. Let's go on an adventure right now. Now, going around the Shanghai LEGO store, this was one of the flagship stores that we got a chance to go to, and as such, they had a couple of pretty interesting exclusive GWP items, which I'm going to try to cover at the end of the video. Of course, one of the things that really stood out to me was this very perplexing LEGO Stories, I think it was the Travel Stories set. It was basically in packaging that was meant to mimic some of the older packaging we used to get for retro LEGO boxes, and as far as I could tell, it was exclusive to only this store, because we went to a few other stores in Shanghai and we certainly didn't see it, so that was a really cool item to pick up. It was also really cool seeing the LEGO Monkey Kid boxes actually have China-specific variations in their packaging, where you can see on the boxes themselves they all had Chinese text, which is pretty rare, and the only other example I can think of a LEGO theme doing that was with Animal Crossing getting Japanese exclusive boxes during the initial launch of the sets. Going alongside this massive staircase, one of my favorite details was seeing the Shanghai Skyline or buildings being fully lit up. It seems that a lot of the LEGO flagship stores do this, like for instance, my local New York LEGO store also has the New York City skyline wrapping around you as you go up the staircase there, but it was very cool to see it being displayed out here as well. Of course, there was a gigantic Shanghai tower, which was so cool to see, just fully brick built up alongside the store itself, and I just loved getting a chance to take in every single little bit of detail in this absolutely beautiful and amazing store. Just look at the amount of detail on the tower here, and it was very interesting seeing the way it was built. Look at all of those Q parts, aka pieces that have never come in any other sets. Super interesting items to see there, and of course, this is pretty much the only place where you can see something as big as this dedicated to specifically the Shanghai Tower, which we could see from our hotel room, so it was pretty perfect. Now, the store itself also had a mosaic maker, and this is something that a lot of the flagship LEGO stores do, but this one actually had an option for you to download building instructions to literally take Shanghai home. And I was very tempted to get the one of the dumpling because I feel like that would be right up my alley. I do love Xiaolongbao after all. Going on to the ground floor here, you can see the dragon wrapping around the central tower, which continues up to the top floor. Very cool to see that. And because this was right around when the Jack Sparrow's pirate ship set was releasing, they had a whole treasure hunt around its release themed to different things you could do at the store, and of course little cardboard pirate hats you could take home as a result, which as far as I could tell was all exclusive to Shanghai. Over here was a quick look at some of the GWPs and even a Ninjago spinner tournament which they were hosting at the store, bringing me a lot of nostalgia to some of the old days of Ninjago spinner tournaments being hosted, and it was still very cool to see that tradition being kept alive, at least in the Shanghai LEGO store. We finished off our time in the store by riding on a large-scale rickshaw, which is super cool to see. I've certainly never seen that build in any other LEGO store other than the Chinese ones, and of course, I was able to check out some last bits of merchandise on our way out, including this very interesting piece of merchandise related to Lloyd. I don't know, something's wrong with him. Doesn't quite strike me. I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong with him, but I don't know, doesn't seem quite right. Of course, The Legoland Shanghai flagship store was very, very cool, and it was in a pretty interesting location too. The store itself wasn't quite as large horizontally as it was vertically, and it had this very, very large and open glass opening to it with a big I Love Shanghai sign out in front, which was super cool. From there, as the boys got distracted in the Labubu store, as one does, I plotted our course to the next destination, which was a large mall that did contain a Lego store on the inside, which you can kind of see a brief glimpse at right here. Inside the mall, there was a small Lego department store section as well that I wanted to point out, including a strange brick-built 2D race car driver, which was quite interesting to see, and the funniest thing of all, which was a large-scale Lego Nexo Knight statue, which clearly had just been sitting there since 2016 or so, and it was very cool to see my good old pal Clay Morrington still representing the theme going strong. Going into the official Lego store though, we actually were able to find a few interesting exclusive items. One of the coolest pieces that unfortunately we couldn't take was this metal Lego Insiders stand with a minifigure. You had to be a member of the Insiders program in China to be able to get it, and also be a member for a very long time. Plus one of these exclusive Lego Architecture Shanghai sets, which they recently re-released, and I'll share a little bit more on that later on in this video. Of course, it was always very cool to see the exclusive China Monkey Kid boxes with all the character names in Chinese, which I thought was a very nice touch. I wish Lego would do more regional boxes like this. And I think one of the most interesting things I saw was this China exclusive regional ad playing on the screens, which is very different from the Lego ads we are used to here in the States. But honestly, I really liked it. It felt super creative. There were so many different things going on in the ad itself, showcasing all sorts of different sets. And I really liked just kind of standing there and seeing what sorts of advertisements they had available specifically for the Chinese market. We're at Lego Store Shanghai number 2, and this one actually has an exclusive set. They reissued the Lego Architecture set with different box art specifically for Shanghai because it's been discontinued for a while, which is pretty crazy, and there's even crazier GWPs inside, so let's go. What did bro do to deserve that?
I'm posting a TikTok right now.
They're hanging drama. Another very funny thing I obviously had to showcase is that as we entered that mall with the Lego store, there seemed to be a very duck-centric focus. It's like I was made for this. Every single attraction in this entire area was themed around ducks. There even was a duck-themed store, which was very, very cool that we would see later on in the trip. I don't know, I guess people just really love duck bricks there. I mean, honestly, who doesn't? It's my personal favorite YouTube channel after all. But from there, it was time for the Ninja to set the sail.
Shanghai, concrete jungle, where dreams
Bro, we are boarding the Destiny's Bounty.
Destiny's Bounty?
We are literally the Temple Bounty. Now, that's a movie bounty with the 2 dragons. It's the Ninjago movie bounty. We are actually boarding the Destiny's Bounty. The bounty.
Dock in.
We are on the dock.
Yes, this is Ninjago City Docks.
Ninjago City
I
Docks.
didn't know the Destiny's Bounty was Chinese.
After a long day of going around the city of Shanghai and visiting some really interesting stores, not just Lego stores, but just kind of looking around at what all the malls had to offer, we had worked up quite an appetite, and so I had booked something very special for the crew. It was a special river boat cruise. It was a boat that was going to take us all around Shanghai, showcase the city at night. As the sun set, we would see the lights go on and get to experience the city from the water while eating from an all-you-can-eat buffet. There was only one problem. We got in and the food was not good. In fact, I saw the buffet and I specifically chose not to eat anything, meaning I had spent $70 to walk onto this boat, see the food, and then decide not to eat any of it. And trust me, I think I made the right call. If you had seen this food, I chose not to film any of it, but if you had seen it, you would be questioning whether or not you should be eating any of it too. And so, the group made the executive decision to not stay on the boat. I think about half the group did eat from the boat, and the other half just refused to eat anything, which probably was the smarter choice, and instead, we left the boat before it set sail, losing around $70 per person, but you know, what can you do? and decided to go back to Old Town, where we had seen a ton of amazing restaurants and wanted to actually get a chance to try them. Now, I had tried some of the xiaolongbao that morning, but I was ready for some more. And so, the Stud City and Ethan and I, we all decided to kind of embark on our own culinary adventure. And during this time, we also decided to review the Lego Ninja set Shanghai Surprise because, well, why not? This was genuinely a pretty crazy food adventure. Me, Christo, and Ethan ate at maybe 6 or 7 places, and I will say that the only one out of those 6 or 7 that was a miss was one particular dumpling place. Everything else was really good, and we literally had dumplings like at 4 different places. It was absolutely amazing. While the rest of the crew decided to opt for more American food, I refused to waste any more of my meals in China on American food, and so I tried to fill up on as many dumplings as possible. However, after restaurant number 6, I folded after everybody in the group was telling me just how good Shake Shack was. I tried it just to prove them wrong, and yeah, I take back everything I said. Shake Shack in Shanghai is actually sublime. The next day, we decided to go check out Disneyland Shanghai. This was one of the parks we were super excited about trying out, and let me say, it did not disappoint. We kicked off the day by riding the Tron coaster. This was actually the park where the ride debuted in. They tested it here first almost 10 years ago before deciding to move it over to Florida and California, so this was the OG. Of course, they had a whole overlay for Tron Ares, which was super cool. You got a chance to see the actual bike, and inside, they had a full-on red overlay, which could be available when you rode the ride. The first time we did it, the red overlay was not present, but we got it on the second ride, which was a ton of fun. This is one of my all-time favorite Disney rides, so I really am glad we got a chance to experience the OG.
Duck bricks. City.
It's all about having fun.
Hey,
I think both teams had to leave.
Score! What's your score? No, that's not fair. No, stop. No. No. Bro, ours are turned off. No. No.
Your space cruisers will now be deactivated.
No, okay, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Despite Bricks by Mind getting an extra easy, full minute where he got to sit there and shoot his targets, Duck Bricks still remained the victor, but on the rematch, because he tied with Jonathan the first time, unfortunately, the duck was cooked. We rode the ride a second time, and Mini Superheroes Today did cook the duck. From there, we went on to one of the premier park attractions, which was Zootopia Land. This is a land that's currently exclusive to Disneyland Shanghai, and we'll have to see how good the sequel does if they decide to bring it on over to the US-based parks, or even some of the other parks in Europe, like Disneyland Paris, and it was super unique. I loved getting a chance to see the giant animatronics. They were so well done, and they actually mentioned that in Zootopia 2, they incorporated something that was introduced in this land into the movie itself, which I thought was a really cool touch. And the ride was totally crazy. It was kind of like Rise of the Resistance, if you've ever ridden that. It was a trackless coaster, dark ride, but it was quite wild. And let me just say that there were some very unexpected moments throughout the ride that I certainly did not know were going to be part of the experience. Let's see some of that right now. Whoa! Yo!
不是相亲。
不是相亲啊！去士力场。
杨基，这些警官来上我们影讲课。
Hey yo, no! Get me out of here!
We went a different route than everyone.
开灯。
No! Bro, where are we right now?
This is the wildness.
No!
What is happening?
Where are we? What's going on behind those curtains?
What is happening?
What?
What is happening?
Who's that?
Bro, what?
That was certainly one of the scenes of all time that I've ever seen on a Disney ride. Absolute insanity, but I gotta say, I mean, the technical competence of this ride was stunning. The animatronics, the sets, everything was done so well, and honestly, I was so impressed by the environment we were in, and there was so much to see. I really enjoyed this ride, and it clearly was a technological marvel, akin to Rise of the Resistance.
Hey, yo! Lord Ross! Dude, what is Lord Ross doing?
Man, we were in the realm of the Legends of Chima with that one. After we exited Zootopia Land, we eventually made our way over to the premier attraction to go to in Disneyland Shanghai. And that is, of course, Pirates of the Caribbean. Honestly, I cannot describe with words just how cool this ride is, so let's see some footage right now.
Mine. Dude, I'm so hyped for this ride. I've wanted to ride this forever.
I know, it's so cool.
Is it like the one?
You'll see, you'll see, you'll see.
Is it?
There's one part in particular that's just like, oh my god.
No! Whoa! The rotation on this is crazy. How are you doing that? Oh my goodness. Dude, we are in Merlopia.
This is Merlopia.
This is Merlopia. The Endless Sea.
Bro,
Definitely doing this again.
pretty sure I just saw Wojira.
This is literally unbelievable.
Hey, yo, can I get off the boat? I really like this ride. This is so cool. That is crazy. Yo!
咱城在为优质的宝藏，看船长怎么修理你们！船长，笨蛋，谁偷走我的宝藏？船长，好，你的宝藏被指在了。哇，你们去告诉这个小矮个，想要我的宝藏，就得和我决一死战！轮内战斗！
Oh my god! No way! What is happening? What? What? Yo! It has the Lego Captain Jack Sparrow's pirate ship action feature in the latest set that released. Yo!
Oh my
Dude,
god.
this like, I think this might be my favorite.
So after riding what might have been one of the greatest theme park dark rides of all time, and honestly, I just went to Epic Universe, this is pretty neck and neck with the Monsters ride there. I would really have to ride both of them again a few times to decide which is my favorite, but it's between those two, with Rise of the Resistance at a very close third. But we got a chance to explore the rest of the park. It was raining for a little bit, but then the rain did manage to let up, but while waiting out the rain, we did go into the Pixar exhibit, which had all of these life-size statues you could take photos with of classic Pixar movies and also not so classic Pixar movies like Onwards, Soul, and Turning Red. It was kind of strange to see them be given the amount of love that all the classics got, but honestly it was also pretty cool. Of course, we had to ride the classic Peter Pan ride, and we also went on a pretty chill boat ride around the park as well, which just showcased different scenes from animated Disney classics, which I thought was super sweet. Moving on from that, after doing a few more water rides, we just absolutely had to ride Pirates of the Caribbean one more time because that ride was just so good. And of course, seeing the massive castle was super cool as well. I loved getting a chance to just see how the castle was so different here compared to a lot of the other Disneyland parks around the world. And finally, we decided to wrap up the day with just a few final rides, with those of course being riding Zootopia one more time. I don't know, man, there was just something we really liked about the ride. There's this one particular scene that we all seemed to love about the ride. We just had to do it again, or at least certain members of the group did. And of course, we had to see Lord Raz, who seems to have now formed a dance troupe in the wildness, perform on the ride itself.
Oh, whoa, this is actually really cool. That was a little freaky, but... The island.
That over there, that's the dark island.
The dark island.
Dark island.
This is our hotel view.
Dude, I can see my back.
Bro, we are in Ninjago Prime Empire on the Speedway 5 billion right now. Yo, where's Avatar Harumi at? Whoa!
Dawkins! Prime Empire!
Going on from that, we wrapped up by riding the Winnie the Pooh ride, which was pretty much the same as the one in Florida, but it was always a sweet ride. It's kind of a classic, and I grew up riding this ride when I was going to Disney parks as a kid, so this was a really cool one to experience in Chinese. And then, for the final LEGO store visit, we went to the LEGO store at Disneytown, which is their version of Disney Springs or Downtown Disney, so let's see that right now. Our final official LEGO store destination was the Disneyland Shanghai LEGO store in Disneytown, which had one of my favorite things I've ever seen in any official LEGO store, which was this history section dedicated to vintage LEGO products, including an original LEGO wooden duck and some of the older bricks, which is certainly not something you see every day in a standard LEGO store. I didn't get too much footage in here because unfortunately we were super short on time, but I had to highlight some of the really cool Marvel statues I saw there, of course it being in Disneyland, you have to have some Marvel characters, and the Disney murals on the side of the wall as well. Plus, of course, they did have their own minifigure factory, so we spent pretty much all our time there trying to max out at the minifigure factory, which also was able to net us a ton of China exclusive Lego items. But soon enough, it was time to rush out of the Lego store because I had prepared something pretty special for dinner. I found this online and I was super happy I was able to find it because this was a fully immersive Chinese dinner theater experience. I think the best way I can explain it is that it basically was like Chinese medieval times, where they had a full-on show going on with actors and actresses acting out battles and being dressed in all sorts of crazy costumes right in front of you during the dinner while music was playing in the background. It was seriously such a cool experience, and we all had a total blast, especially because we all were given Chinese-style traditional robes to dress up in, which we had very much fun dressing up in all sorts of different colors. What is deeply tragic, though, is that Jonathan, who is allergic to seafood, unfortunately had a mild allergy during this dinner, again for the second time this trip, and so he changed out of his robe before we could get any pictures. But in case you're curious what mini superheroes today in a traditional Chinese robe looked like, well, it was brown, and if you've seen Ninjago, he looked and sounded a little bit like the Brown Ninja. So I'm gonna be honest, I went into this expecting a pretty cool show and not very good food, but to be real, the food was actually really good. I was genuinely surprised by how tasty every single entree was, and I was especially surprised because the previous very touristy thing that I had booked for us, which of course was the dinner boat cruise, was absolutely not good at all in terms of food. So I came into this thinking, okay, the food is going to be very bad, but at least the show will be cool. But I actually really enjoyed pretty much every single dish we ate, which was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. There were multiple performances taking place throughout the entire night, and the whole thing was several hours long. I genuinely was really impressed by how much effort was put into this entire show, and while admittedly we absolutely lost track of the story halfway through, I think she's unlocking her Oni form there. There were a lot of really cool things to see, and we had a total blast getting a chance to experience this very cultural show rooted in history. It was super cool to see that, and again, this is just not something that you would find pretty much anywhere else around the world, so something super special and a really good way to end an amazing day at Disneyland. Of course, the best part of this was when it ended and it was time for the photo shoot, so we got ready to get on the stage with our robes and take some crazy photos. Ethan the art agent was there, Ziddy was in full robes, and sadly only Mini Superheroes today was not decked out because he had already traded in his costume, so alas, no images exist, but I think picturing Mini Superheroes today in the costumes is maybe even better than seeing the real deal. But the night was still young. I refused to waste a Saturday night in Shanghai with all sorts of crazy nightlife beckoning us, and so I discovered one of the craziest buildings I have ever been to and dragged along Ziddy and Bricks My Mind for the ride. We got a chance to go to a 6-story nightclub in Shanghai with multiple different clubs on every single floor, and this was unlike any other experience that we've ever been to.
Does Warner Brothers know this is happening right now?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
I don't know what these two lines are. Dude, we're in Universal Studios right now. Oh, it's a dude in a costume. I thought that was an animatronic.
It was a really unique environment. The very first floor we went to did have a Harry Potter themed bar, which kind of lost its Harry Potter theming as soon as you went in, other than a dancing Snape gif just on loop in the top of the bar, which I thought was awesome, by the way. And of course, as we worked our way through, we tried to go to every single location here. It was a super fun night. You can see us chilling with our girl, the busy woman, right here. Obviously had to get a photo shoot with our friend here. And the time just absolutely flew by. I think we exited the building at around 5 a.m. and I don't have many video clips from there, but I do have this one, which is very perplexing to me. I'd like to hear what the viewers have to say about this comment.
My favorite Marvel movie is Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
Well, that is certainly one of the takes of all time. I don't know where that came from, I don't know why we were talking about it, but clearly it was a great night to be had by all. But unfortunately, that did mean that the next day, we might have been slightly cooked. Let me explain. Anyway, Duck Bricks is docking out. We're going to Legoland Shanghai in a few hours, so I'm really excited for that. Are you excited to go to Legoland Shanghai? Dude, me too. All right, so we have just gotten back to our room at the Ritz-Carlton. The other guys are sleeping, but we went Shang-Chi and the Legend of the 10 Clubs tonight. It has been a wild night, and it sounds like for Legoland tomorrow morning, there's probably going to be 2 groups. I'm guessing that the Mind is going to be docked out. Zitty will probably be docked out too. As for me, I've set my alarm. Depending on how I'm feeling, I'm going to decide if I want to join Jonathan and Ethan and Cristo when they go to Legoland, or if I want to go a little bit later because it is very late right now, and we had a pretty wild night. And here comes Zitty. Zitty, you're now part of the vlog.
I have lived 10 of your lifetimes.
Thanks, Zitty. That's very helpful for the vlog here. But yeah, we will see you.
We got the 10 rings here.
We all got
the 10 rings.
I was just saying that. Yes, we have the 10 rings. And we will now see you at Legoland Shanghai. It's been a wild night, but we have to dock in for the exclusives because Legoland Shanghai has some pretty crazy stuff. So let's dock in and I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll see you tomorrow morning might have been one of the top 10 statements said before disaster. But now I think it's time to turn back the hands of time and go all the way back to a few months ago to figure out why this entire trip was conceived in the first place. Okay, it's July right now. Legoland Shanghai just opened and an image has surfaced of something pretty insane. There is an official goat plushie available at Legoland Shanghai, yes, of the iconic Lego goat piece, and I'm about to call all my buddies in the Lego world and try to convince them to go on a crazy China trip because we need to get these goat plushies. Wish me luck. Bro, I don't know. Go.
I can't get one.
I'm so cooked.
I'll just do it again.
I'm cooked. So, the day is finished. This was maybe my most stressful day of travel in my entire life, and I travel quite a lot. I put myself through a lot of crazy situations, but this might have been the most insane yet. So when planning out the day, I realized that Legoland Shanghai was only an hour drive away from our hotel. That was not correct. Because of that, I basically scheduled an hour transit to, an hour transit back, and about 30 minutes to pack, which would have allotted us 6 full hours in Legoland Shanghai, which I thought would have been totally fine, given that most Legolands I can blow through in about half a day. That was not the case for Legoland Shanghai, because I definitely believe this might have been the best Legoland in the entire world, and by land size, it is absolutely the biggest. So, we went out the night before. I got home at maybe 5:30, 6 a.m., and when I got up, I was like, you know what? I don't need to spend 6 hours at Legoland. I think 5 or maybe even 4.5 will be totally fine. this failed to factor in a couple of major things. First of all, the drive was not, in fact, 1 hour as I predicted. It was 1 hour in the morning, which is what I calculated, but waiting just 1 more hour made the drive time over double in length, making it a 2.5 hour drive from the Ritz-Carlton in Shanghai all the way over to Legoland Shanghai, which my friends who went first realized on their way on the trip as they realized their ETA was getting further and further away. And so they contacted me about an hour into their trip and said, look, you might want to start getting over here pretty quickly, because here's the thing, our flight out of Shanghai was later this day, so there was a hard stop time to when we had to leave the park, and with our experience with the drive time over doubling, we could not risk getting stuck in China and not being able to leave the country because we spent too much time in Legoland, meaning we had even less time in the park than we planned. And so we embarked on a monstrous journey, just immediately calling a cab as quickly as we could to get to Legoland Shanghai as fast as we possibly could. Let's take a look at my panicked reaction inside the car right now. Okay, so this might be one of the craziest missions yet. So Legoland Shanghai turns out to be a 2.5 hour drive away from the hotel, not a 1 hour drive like initially was estimated. And here's the crazy thing. We need to go back to the hotel, repack our bags, and then go to the airport, which is an hour away from the hotel, check into our flight because remote check-in is not working, because of course it isn't, and get all that done in the span of a few hours, meaning that at best, we have maybe 3 hours tops at Legoland Shanghai. But here's the problem. Our first group has already gotten there. We're still in the car. We're here with a Zitty right now. Dock in. And they said that the line to buy tickets is like 30 minutes long. So it took them 30 minutes to get their tickets. So at best, we now have like 2.5 hours at the park. Here is everything we need to do at Legoland. We need to basically get everything that is exclusive there that you can get at the store. So probably all the Monkey Kid plushies, so on and so forth. And then we need to go and play the arcade games to get the exclusive Lego animal plushies. They have a goat. They have literally a plushie of the Lego duck, which I need to get a literal army of. So I need to do that. I have no idea how long that will take. And then we still need to cover Monkey Kid Land because I want to do a video on that as well, showcasing the Lego Monkey Kid exclusive rides. And who knows, the Monkey Kid gift shop might have different things compared to the big shop at the entrance. So time is going to be very limited. We have a mission and we cannot fail. Okay, it's time to dock in. So Jonathan, Ethan, and the stud city, Cristo, have been there for maybe like an hour now, I want to say, maybe an hour and a half. They have sent over a list of locations we need to hit, and we may be merged because in order, apparently, to win like all the good stuffed animals, there are some pretty challenging arcade games you just need to play until you win. So it took them like 20 minutes to win a goat, and if you multiply that by the number of stuffed animals we need to pick up here for the exclusive stuff, and the fact that I still want to cover all of Monkey Kid Land to the best of my ability, we are going to have to be sprinting through the park. Call me Barry Allen because I'm about to be the fastest man alive going through Legoland Shanghai. Zitty, you ready?
We're gonna have no downtime. We gotta be surgical.
Dude, this is our mission. We cannot fail. We are making landfall at Monkey Kid's team hideout in approximately 5 minutes. We are literally in Monkey Kid Land right now. The Monkey Kid is probably out there right now. I'm ready to see him. Dock in.
Bro, I don't know. Go. That's the Legoland Shanghai police station. I think we're going the right way. Dude, it's the Monkey Kid. I see a line of people here. This is the entrance here. Okay, let's go.
So here's the thing, because Jonathan and Cristo, aka Mini Superheroes Today and the Stud City, got there a little bit earlier than me, and by a little bit, it was really only like an hour and a half earlier than me, they were able to let us know exactly where to find all of the good stuff at the gift shops, at all of the different stalls, and I realized there was another fatal flaw to my plan. You see, I had been seeing images of Legoland Shanghai be released over the course of the past few months, and in those images, I saw something that I absolutely had to have. The elusive stuffed animal Lego goat, exclusive to only Legoland Shanghai. No other Legoland in the world had this goat, and I absolutely had to get my hands on it. You see, the entire idea of going to China, of which we were here for around 10 days, hinged on the fact that I had to pick up this goat from Legoland Shanghai. The entire point of the trip was built around going to Legoland Shanghai and picking up these really cool Lego items. You can probably see where this video is going to end up, and maybe I might have spoiled it in the title or description only, but that's a surprise tool that will help us later. Just keep in mind, I was going to Legoland Shanghai primarily for the goat. But, as we soon realized, you couldn't just simply walk into a store and buy the goat. No, that would be way too easy. You had to win an arcade game, and there was absolutely no guaranteed win. You could keep on playing and playing and playing, and no matter how many times you played, if you did not beat this arcade game, you would not be going home with the goat. So, that was a big hurdle. We started getting in some messages from Jonathan and Christo saying, look, this game is pretty hard. Ethan the artisan was there as well, and they were all saying, this game is a lot harder than you think. But then, the Stud City is like, oh, I got it in 2 tries. So Duck Bricks was not worried, because obviously, if the Stud City could beat the game in 2 tries, I mean, come on, if that guy could beat it in 2 tries, Duck Bricks could easily sweep. He could probably walk home with 5 goats. You'll see where this is going later on. And so, as we ran into the park, we went to the ticket office, got our tickets, and I decided to make a strategic game time decision. Legoland Shanghai is filled with exclusive merchandise you can only get either in China or at Legoland. And either way, this was our last day in China, and we had already gone to a couple different official Lego stores and gotten as many China exclusives as we could. And so, if I saw something that was clearly China exclusive in the Legoland store that I did not own, I absolutely did not have a choice. I had to buy it. And so, we embarked on a shopping journey first at the big shop. Accompanying me was my buddy Zitty, aka Zach, who obviously came along the trip getting back into Lego, and he also is our tech lead and coding lead at our startup that I run. So he was a great addition to the trip, and we figured out a great strategy. I would start off the day by blitzing through the Lego store as fast as I could. Keep in mind, I maybe only had a couple hours tops at Legoland Shanghai. And so, I would be sprinting through the store, getting every single Chinese exclusive item I could find, and then I would give him my credit card. He would check out and haggle for the exclusive GWPs while I explored the rest of the park. Makes sense, right? Well, that part of the plan went off without a hitch, more or less. So let's take a look at my crazy shopping haul right now. Okay, we are at the Legoland Shanghai Big Stop, our first shop of the trip, and I switched shop and stopped there, but we're gonna see every exclusive we can find and try to get one of each. Let's go. China exclusives? Oh, wow, these are all different. Okay, gotta get these. Dude, I'm getting one of every single Monkey Kid exclusive in. Bro. Do you want one? Yeah. Yeah. Give me 2. I'm gonna get a couple for friends. My god, they have Monkey Kid keychains.
Those are the metal ones. Those are not in the US, right?
Do you want one?
Yeah.
How many?
1.
Okay. Monkey King or Monkey Kid?
King.
Monkey King it is. King. One of each light. Legoland Shanghai metal keychains. I'm just gonna get one of each for myself. These all the same. That's unique. Lego Friends keychain. That's unique. Do you want one of the Legoland Shanghai?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I'll take one, whatever you get.
Okay. Okay. We should get a bag as well because we're going to be running out of space. Ooh, what is this? Dude, a Lego Boost water bottle?
Whoa.
What? Wait, these are actually really cool. Yo, I might have to come back because I don't know which one I'm going to pick. I don't think I've seen these. Yeah, I've definitely not seen these in the US because this is China. Dude, I got to get one. I don't know which one to get.
Man, we're gonna come back. I'm gonna think about that in my mind for a second. Bro, we're cooked. I can't get one of every exclusive. This is too much. That's cool though. Oh. Copping this for sure. You want one? That's exclusive, but I think we need to save space on the plushies. Because I want one of every Monkey Kid plushie they have. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Bro, the Monkey Kid hat.
Let him cook.
Let me cook. Oh my god. Are these in adult sizes? I highly doubt it. XL. Oh, actually, these might be adult size.
That is an adult size.
Bro. Okay, I'm gonna get a large, easy cop Monkey Kid shirt. You want one?
No, I'm all right.
All right. That's an easy cop for me. Dude, I wish they had the Monkey Kid outfits in adult sizes because I would rock the Sun Wukong fit. Oh, they have Lion Knights and Black Falcons outfits? What? That's crazy. I, again, wish they came in adult sizes. Ninjago bags. Ninjago bags. Ninjago bags. And this will help carry stuff.
Yep, let's grab some just to carry.
Yeah. Yeah, we might as well get multiple Ninjago bags just to carry stuff.
Those are exclusives too, right?
Yep. We have like maybe 2 hours here tops before we have to leave for our flight due to a, let's just say mishap in scheduling and certain activities we were out at last night. We have arrived at the park much later than expected. So now we are on rapid speed mode. We just have to pick and blast and go, go, go. So it's time to Ninjago, or maybe Monkey Kid go actually. And you know what? I'm gonna get a couple extras because I feel like we're gonna need the bags. Okay, dock in. Lanyard. Nothing crazy, Danny. Why not? Oh, this is Monkey Kid. Yeah, there's a Monkey Kid lanyard. I need that. Okay. I got those. Oh, those are cute. I've never seen these before, other than like, it's kind of like a gift we got earlier. So I'm gonna kind of get one of each there. So you just chime in if you want to get something.
Yep.
Oh man. Yeah. Dude, I'm getting Monkey Kid merch in right now. What else we need? We got all the Monkey Kid ones. Okay, that's good. Dude, have to. Exclusive Ninjago books with Samurai X? What? That is so cool. Oh my god, look at
I'll take one of those.
You'll take one? Dude, what is that? What is this? That is so cool. I've never seen that before. That's on the Hunted season too. I'm gonna get 2 of those.
We'll grab 2 also.
Yep. Dude, what are these Ninjago books? Are these like book version? Dude, The Island. Is this the novel version of The Island? Yeah, dude, they have books of what happened in all the episodes. Dude, what? Dude, I have to. Dude, this is gonna kill my weight on my suitcase. But I literally, oh my god, I cannot say no. I'm cooked. This is gonna cook me. Oh my god. What is this? Oh, I have this in German. Do I want it in Chinese? No, it's okay. It's okay. I need it in Chinese. We have to be strategic here with our purchases. I got these magazines already. Not that one though. Skybound J. Dude, Nauticon is in this one. Keep them away from me. All right, what else do we have? The Monkey Kid book. This is every episode, but as a book. I wonder if it's a comic. It looks like it's a comic. That is so cool. Okay, gotta get this. Oh my God, I'm so cooked. That's like 50 pounds right there. It is Ninjago. Oh man, oh, yeah, wait, hold on. I have to get this. This is almost overwhelming. So we got this last time. What is that? What is this? Oh no, that's just saying that's what's in it. Okay. Are there any other ones here that I'm missing? 61, that's the islands. Okay. I think it's good. What? That's just cool. Yeah, I'm gonna grab one. I'm filling up with all this stationery. What is that? We're gonna need to get the Ninjago luggage out of here.
I think we'll need a bigger one than that.
I know. Boy backpack, that's cool. Don't need it right now though. Okay. Monkey Kid. Oh, dude, I've never seen these before. Yeah, I'm getting two of each of these. It's time to go ninja.
I'll take two of those too.
Yep. Each? Or
I'll just one of each.
Okay. Dude, train your motion. Train your motion, man.
Train your flow.
Okay. I don't think I got this. The black ones? Yeah, I don't think I got the black ones. Could be wrong, but whatever. It's always good to have doubles. These are all different Monkey Kid lanyards. Have to get one of every Monkey Kid thing. Have to. Okay. What else have we got here? Monkey Kid water bottle. That is baller. That's the water bottle I'm getting. Done. Okay, how are we doing on time? How many minutes has this been?
About 15?
15? Okay. We're ahead of schedule. We're ahead of schedule. Oh, dude, oh my, I have to. Ninjago water bottles? Dude, I have to get one of each. I'm cooked. This is the merge, man. This is the merge. I'm gonna need another suitcase. I think I'll need a third suitcase. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. I don't think I've bought a single like regular Lego set. I've just gotten like random stuff like this. I think I've seen that Ninjago blanket in the States. I'm not getting that. Dude, I would do anything if they had a Lord Ross plushie. Anything else? I don't see anything else. I think we actually might be covered. I could be wrong, but I think we got everything we need. So I'm just doing like a sweep around here. Hold up. I don't see anything crazy over there. Okay. I think we're good. Let's check out.
All right, and that was over pretty quickly. With a haul that only took me around 10 minutes, I was honestly feeling very, very happy about time. To be honest, I think I let my guard down a little bit, and based on how I was doing at the end of the day, I absolutely should have been totally booking it to the goat stall right now. But sadly, I didn't. It was my goal to capture every single piece of Lego Monkey Kid items in this park that I could possibly find, and so I started to wander around the park and try to capture footage of all the Monkey Kid areas because I don't really know when the next time I'm going to be in Shanghai will be, and I know a lot of people have been super curious about the Monkey Kid land, so I wanted to do my footage first, capture everything for YouTube, make sure that there was documentation of all the really cool Monkey Kid stuff they've got, and then later on, take my time and get the stuff I actually need for my hauls. I should have prioritized myself. I should have been more selfish. Duckbricks has learned his lesson. Next time, he will not be so generous in getting footage first. He will be taking care of number one. But I did not do that. So I went over to the live theater where there's actually a Monkey Kids stage show. I waited in there for about, I would say 10 minutes, and the stage show did not start. I guess they were still having people come in, and then I realized it was probably not a good use of the maybe 2 hours I had left in the park, arguably less, and so I walked out and decided to check out the rest of the park. Going alongside the center, it is really cool because there's basically a gigantic moat surrounding the main area with bridges connecting you into the center roller coaster. Around the moat is a water ride. It's somewhat similar to Jungle Cruise at Disneyland, where you get to sail through Legoland and see all sorts of different sights. And yes, there are Monkey Kid characters on all of these Chinese-themed boats, which I thought was absolutely awesome. There's also a roller coaster that is unique to Legoland. I think it was made specifically for Legoland itself that I really wanted to ride because I love roller coasters, but the wait was 2.5 hours long, and that was more time than I had left in the entire park. So there was absolutely no shot I was going to be spending my precious time in Legoland standing in a line. And yes, I did inquire about buying fast passes, but sadly all the fast passes were sold out for the day, so there was no shot I could ride anything. Going into the gift shop in the indoor Miniland, which was pretty interesting. I think I've only otherwise seen an indoor Miniland at Legoland. Dubai definitely had one, and maybe Korea did as well. I'd have to jog my memory, or it could have been Japan. One of the other ones had an indoor Miniland as well, because technically I've now been to every Legoland in the world with this one checked off. I walked into the gift shop and realized they actually had a few different items compared to what the main store had. First of all, they had a ton of magazines, all in Chinese, similar to the ones that you can get in Europe, but with completely different packaging for the polybags, so I had to stock up on Ninjago ones. Going on from there, I realized they had some GWPs with an exclusive tile saying Legoland Shanghai, which is super cool, and an exclusive brick saying Legoland Shanghai Resort packaged with a calendar in a large package here. They also had a full set of exclusive Ninjago calendars, binders. Honestly, I got a stack of them, and I did not open them up to see what is inside these, so you're gonna have to wait and see for maybe a future haul video, or at the end of this video, we'll see how I decide to do it to see what's exactly inside those. But I started to make my way through Miniland. Inside Miniland, there was actually a really cool Lego history section. They had all sorts of historical Lego sets like the original Yellow Castle, a Mindstorms EV3, and then of course Lego Monkey Kid being a major focus of the actual journey itself. When I got inside the Miniland area, it was actually so cool to see all these amazing Chinese landmarks replicated in Lego bricks, and I really wish I had more time to do this. Honestly, I wish I spent a full day here, and I don't even know if a full day would be enough to do this, which I'm shocked I'm saying that about a Legoland park, because usually Legolands you can walk in, especially in the US, like in Legoland New York, you can clear every ride in like half a day. Before noon, you are done with the park. That is not the case here. So going through Miniland, I just kept thinking, oh my goodness, I wish I allotted more time here, but with the ride being way longer than we thought and the huge risk of being stuck in China past our visa, it was just way too much to risk, and I was like, I'm not risking it, we're just leaving Legoland at this set time. As I walked out, I happened upon the hot food cart, which was closed, but it was really funny because this is actually an homage to Lego Bionicle. I don't know if whoever designed this cart knew that, but it is the Lego Scrunkly Tahu from the 90 Years of Play Lego set. You can see his flame sword there, Tahu is in the center. It was such a surprise to see a Bionicle representation in the big 2025, and obviously I had to take a picture next to Tahu at the hot food cart. But before I knew it, the promised land was upon me. Lego Monkey Kid Land, exclusive to Shanghai, and probably forever exclusive to Shanghai, loomed ahead. So let's get into my intro as we entered the gates right now. So I am here at Legoland Shanghai, about to enter Monkey Kid Land, which I'm pretty sure is safe to say is a themed land that will only exist here in Shanghai. They have some exclusive rides. Now, I literally only have like 30 minutes here in Legoland because of the way we booked this trip, so I don't know if I'm gonna have time to ride the ride. I'm really gonna try, but I do want to showcase everything Monkey Kid I can find, so let's go. As you entered Monkey Kid Land, the sights and sounds were absolutely overwhelming. There was so much to see and do, and unfortunately the major ride was shut down for repairs, which was really sad because a lot of what I wanted this video to be was going to be an on-ride POV of that ride, because there's just not a lot of documentation of the Monkey Kid Land or ride, but unfortunately it was shut down the day I was there, so I wouldn't have even been able to ride it if I wanted to, which I actually didn't because I would not have had time to ride it. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise because now at least I don't feel like I missed out. Of course, my first stop was the Monkey Kid gift store, and the gift store itself was stocked with even more exclusive Monkey Kid merchandise than I even anticipated seeing at the big shop. Inside there was a large buildable Demon Bull clone hanging over a green jade vase, which was so cool to see. There was kind of a light going in the vase as well, plus the Monkey King Sun Wukong in large statue form. The other thing I found really cool about the gift store was that they had a really nice artwork of the temple of, I think that's the Dragon of the East Palace, but it was clearly something made by the animation studio specifically for Legoland. Like, it was animated in the same style as the original show, which I just thought just was a level above and beyond what I was expecting for Legoland to be. They had kids' costumes for both MK and the Monkey King, and I really wish that jacket came in adult sizes because I would absolutely be rocking that in my videos if they had it in a size that remotely fit me. Thankfully, they did have Monkey Kid socks that I guess will fit me with a squeeze, so I did pick up the Monkey Kid socks because I had to pick it up. Going on from there, they had a couple of China exclusive books, which was super cool to see, and what's funny is because there's just not a lot of Monkey Kid media, they just had the product animations with the white background animated behind it, which was a little sad to see because obviously I was hoping for some other media, but it kind of makes sense that there's just not a lot of animations done for Monkey Kid outside of the show. It's a very niche theme and it maybe is on its way out, ? We don't really know, so there just wasn't really that much footage to use. But then I realized my first stop was actually Monkey Kid Land because of the goat. And there is the goat plushie in all its glory, and I was ready to win. So let's see how Duck Bricks did.
Okay, it's ready.
Okay,
let's
cool.
go.
I'm so cooked.
不一样，我们两个游戏啊，不普通的。你们要玩起来玩那个。玩六局对吧？好的，六局。好的。没有挑战成功的话，我们是没有奖品的。我们一局就4个球，不能记啊。确定好，确定好吗？牙齿给打掉了。是投进去是吗？打牙齿，打牙齿。过来。是4个球打还是5个牙齿打掉？对，4个球打5个牙齿哦。好。6局对吧？确定了我就扫图。
Okay. Oh, come on. I got one more. Hold on. I'll just do it again. I'm cooked.
Well, that was embarrassing. I should not have posted that footage. That was a very poor showing, and it's really sad because if you see on one of my last games, I got very, very close to knocking down all the Demon Bull clone's teeth, but one of them eluded me, and sadly, I didn't get the goat. Now, honestly, this was still at the time in the park where I was like, I feel like I have more time here. I think I can just come back and try it again, or maybe Zach can try it, and he'll be better than me at it, and I was texting him, and he was like, oh yeah, dude, I got it. That game looks easy. Just go focus on other stuff. I got the goat. So I'm like, okay, Ziddy's gonna cover it. You know, he's gonna win. He works out. You know, he's gonna be able to do it. So I was complacent in thinking that at least Ziddy would be able to get the goat. We will see where that ends up. Anyways, I decided to explore the rest of Monkey Kid Land, and there was a lot to see. From a flying themed ride themed around May, to the Monkey Kid ride, which was sadly closed, to the entire kids' playhouse themed around the rocket ship. This was so cool. But honestly, one of my favorite parts of Monkey Kid Land was this massive statue, showing heroes on one side and villains on the other. This is the kind of thing I really wish we got for Ninjago, and maybe LEGO could consider doing that for some of their other themes, because I think it is absolutely beautiful. You've got the Demon Bull King, the Macaque, as well as so many other characters on the back here, and then on the front, you can see all the main characters for Monkey Kid, and all of them are colored in this gold versus kind of a darker pink and purple magenta vibe for the bad guys, which I think is so cool, and it is one of the coolest brick-built statues I've ever seen at really any Legoland park. So that was absolutely awesome to see. But soon enough, it was time to head on over to the rest of the park. It was my goal to at least see and film almost all of the park that I could, where at this point I had maybe 45 minutes left or an hour tops in the park. Time was ticking down. Moving on from that, I went on over to Lego Friends Land, which honestly was one of the most complete and fleshed out lands I've ever seen at any Legoland. They had all sorts of rides themed around the actual Lego Friends sets, which is super rare to see. It really felt like a whole area, kind of like Main Street at Disneyland, and then that's where I found one of my favorite prizes of all time, and that was an upscaled version of the Lego Duck, which of course for duck bricks, I had to duck in. Let's see me ducking in right now.
I have been here for 30 minutes. I am literally farming ducks right now.
Yeah, so I may or may not have spent like 30 minutes at this game just stocking up on every prize I possibly could, which, to be fair, this was the easiest game because if you pay enough money, you are guaranteed to get whatever prize you want. If only the goats were here. So I was able to pick up the massive orca, the little duck. Actually, I think I got 3 ducks. I got 1 for Zach in exchange for him getting me the goat, which we'll see how that turned out, but one of them was for Zitty, you know. I had to get one for my bro, and I even got one of these small little Lego butterflies, which was a really cute collectible to bring home. From there, it was time to head into Lego Ninjago Land. And while the rides in Lego Ninjago Land were pretty much the same as what you would see in the US, the gift shop absolutely was not. In fact, they had outfits for different iterations of Kai. They had a Legacy Kai outfit as well as a Season 11 Kai outfit, which was really weird. They had Lloyd costumes, and then they had a whole section dedicated to Ninjago literature. I found Ninjago art books exclusive to Shanghai, magazines, books, entire series recapping the entire TV show in massive chapter book and comic book format, all exclusive to China. And honestly, I was buying so much, my hands were so full, I literally got no footage in this store, so stay tuned for the haul to take a closer look at that. From there, I sprinted to Lego Castle, and at this point, all the guys were telling me I had to leave. They were waiting for me at the front. They were like, we need to go, we're gonna miss our flight, we're gonna be stuck in China, you gotta get out of here. And so, I started to sprint my way through Castle Land, where I noticed there was one more game where I could try my hand at getting the goats. And so, after meeting up with Sean, aka Bricks by Mind, we decided to spend our last few minutes in the park just trying for the goats. And Duck Bricks was locked in. Let's see him play right now.
我们这边先跟您说游戏规则，我们这边是骑士竞赛，至少2名玩家比赛，1名获得我们的奖品，2名玩家的奖品是小红鸽，3到5名是鳄鱼，6名玩家是棕熊。好，选1位玩家，大家玩一下吗？这是非常好玩。那我们选。
Oh, thanks.
So as you can see, despite Duckbricks' focus, he was very ducked in. Alas, no goats were won. But I still had one shining hope. Zitty was on his way to the Goat Arcade game. He had promised to try his best effort to spend as much time as he could there to get a goat. And I knew that if there was any man up for the job, it was this guy. And so I was certain that no matter what I did, I would still walk home with a goat because obviously Zach was going to come through. Let's see how he did right now.
Okay, let's go.
Man. Okay, all right. I can't get one. Jesus. Come on. Jesus. I suck.
Yeah, it was Ninja Gopher. We were cooked. That was sad. The entire point of the trip was to get a goat in Shanghai. I say that somewhat facetiously. That was not the entire point of the trip, but to be honest, that is actually where the idea for the trip came from because I sent a photo of the goat plushie in our Lego gang group chat and I was like, guys, we have to go to Shanghai to get this. And they did. They went to Shanghai to get it. Duckbricks did not, but Duckbricks also got a lot of other things, so honestly, I can't really complain. And this is when the monstrous journey began. As I was running out of the park, I had to pick up my purchases at the big shop, which had taken Zach 2 hours to check out from because of all of his haggling over the exclusive GWPs. We spent so much money that he basically stood there and argued for them to load us up on GWPs, and 2 hours later, I don't know what he was able to get. Honestly, they're all in his suitcase, so we are going to find out what he actually negotiated and if spending those 2 hours was a good use of his time at Legoland Shanghai. But then, as I'm running, my bag broke. The guys are like, dude, we have to leave without you. Good luck, have fun. They blasted, and then Duckbricks was absolutely cooked. I started sprinting, carrying 4 massive bags of Lego out of the park, all the way through the outside area, trying to make my way to a car, and then I began to realize that this mission might be failed.
So, the day is finished. This is the haul. It's a lot heavier than it looks. Did not get the goat. That is quite unfortunate, but we got a lot of other cool stuff. So I'm kind of cooked here. The car picked up the other guys, but I was too slow carrying my bags, so it has left without me. I think Zach stayed behind though, so he's gonna help me carry some of this stuff. And then we are heading back to the hotel and then going to our flight to Hong Kong. So let's dock out.
Thankfully, Zitty hung back and saved me. When I was reached my lowest point, I thought there was no way I was going to be stuck in China forever. I'd have to live out of Legoland Shanghai, making my living out of selling goat plushies. Zitty came to save me, and I got basically no footage of this because I was so panicked and so stressed, and also having an asthma attack. Footage and the vlog was the last thing on my mind. But we finally were able to get out of Legoland, went back to the hotel, repacked our bags, went straight to the airport, somehow managed to make it through customs on time, and then I was like, look guys, I am starving. I've eaten nothing all day. I've been running around Legoland. I am going to get some delicious Chinese food for my last meal here in Shanghai. And so, while the rest of the boys had delicious American-style burgers, I said, you know what, I'm not eating burgers on my last day in Shanghai. I'm gonna go to an authentic Chinese restaurant and enjoy the food there. I ordered goose, I ordered chicken, I ordered... what else did I order? Something else. I ordered 3 different items. Great Chinese food, a delicious meal, and then I realized they were all cooked in peanut oil and had to be sent immediately to the hospital. Yeah, so that was pretty crazy. With mini superheroes today getting 2 mild allergic reactions, it was only fair that Duck Bricks would get a major one right on his way out of China. Now, I was faced with a pretty difficult choice. I was hit by the allergic reaction 40 minutes before our plane took off, but I really did not want to overstay our welcome in China. We were so close to leaving and going to Hong Kong, and so I decided to take some Benadryl and basically suck it up for our 3-hour flight, and then the moment we touched down in Hong Kong, I went immediately to the hospital, where thankfully I got the medication I needed and all was okay. It is very sad that I got absolutely cooked in Legoland Shanghai and I was not able to achieve the objectives we set out to do, but you know what? I'm alive and that's all that matters, and I will definitely be wanting to go back to Legoland Shanghai at some point in my life. But as we got into Hong Kong, the excitement began to grow. We were staying at the Ritz-Carlton in Hong Kong, which is the 3rd tallest hotel in the world, on floor 118, which was incredibly exciting. The hotel itself was over 1,588 feet tall, and we could not wait to explore the hotel for ourselves. But there was quite a monstrous journey to get in. You see, while Zach and I went to the hospital, the others apparently had a crazy adventure trying to take the train over to the hotel with all of our check bags. So shout out to all of the guys. I don't know how they pulled that off, but it sounds like it was quite a monstrous journey. As the day began, we enjoyed some breakfast and then headed out to the Hong Kong markets. The main point of the day was to explore the insane Hong Kong Lego markets. Initially, we had planned to hit our Lego shopping market adventure bright and early in the morning, leaving the hotel at 8:30 a.m. Obviously, with the whole fiasco the night before, that did not happen. So instead, we decided to go around some Hong Kong markets, take it easy for a chill morning, and enjoy some delicious dim sum for lunch at a place very close to the markets. But before we knew it, we could not resist any longer, and we headed over to what was known to us as the most infamous Lego market in the world, Inns Point. Inns Point is a place I have literally read about, heard about, seen videos of for years, and I honestly never knew if I would ever be able to make a journey there in my life, but, you know, the circumstances aligned for us to all be in Hong Kong, and we had to check it out. To lay some groundwork, I have been on a crazy multi-week adventure with some of my best bros in the Lego world. Jonathan, aka Mini Superheroes Today, Ethan the Artisan, Christo, aka Stud City, Sean, aka Bricks by Mind, and the head of engineering at my startup, Zach, aka Zitty. The 6 of us have been going all around Europe and China, and now we have made it to Hong Kong. And let's see our reaction as we were walking up to these legendary markets.
Alright, we are here in Hong Kong with the gang. The rest of the gang is going to be coming soon. Walking to some crazy Lego markets. Are you hyped?
Rare Lego incoming, all I'm gonna say.
Rare Lego incoming. We got Stud City, the Artisan, and Mini. The rest of the gang. It is Dock O'Clock. I cannot wait to see what we find. I've heard legends of this place.
And good prices.
Some would say legends of Chima.
Swipe the card.
It's hard to call Inns Point a single used Lego store because that's not really what it is. It is literally a Lego market, and in fact, there's barely any used items. Most of the items we saw available were either fully sealed, discontinued, or brand new sets at deep discount compared to what they are on Bricklink, or even standard retail, or individual minifigures, and this is because of the way the Hong Kong market works. Due to the population of the city and the size of most people's apartments, people don't really care about collecting sets here. Most people only really care about collecting minifigures and treat used sets as practically worthless. That's why that, say for instance, if you wanted to get one of the new $160 MTTs, you could just buy it used without the figures, even with the battle droids, for somewhere close to $30 US. And there is no other market in the world where you can find stuff like that. Sets just aren't really that valuable here. And it's really interesting seeing a completely different mindset when it comes to the purchasing and collecting sphere of Lego, and a market specifically tailored to that, where most of these sets were sealed because collectors want to offload their sealed items that they do not have space for, and on the other hand, most of the minifigures were priced individually, and while some of them were on the cheaper side, I would say I was mostly impressed by the bargains I was able to get on sets versus individual minifigures, where the collectors and sellers at the market seemed to to really understand the value of what they were selling for the most part. I would say it was still at least a few dollars cheaper than Bricklink when it comes to individual figures, but compared to the discounts you were getting on sets, where for instance, we found a sealed original Batmobile for only $100 some, the bargains were absolutely insane. Obviously, we were traveling with a group of 6 LEGO fans, and there was a lot of overlap between what we were looking for, so competition was very fierce. It was explained to me that on a normal day, most of these sellers at this market don't really expect product to move that fast, which is why sets are priced at a discount. Even brand new sets like the $1,000 Death Star could be found for $750 here, thanks to the way the market moves and works in Hong Kong. But with 6 avid LEGO fans descending on the market, it was utter chaos, and we were racing to beat each other to deals. Let's see a slice of the action right now.
So look at this arcade and there's a Batman action investment right there. That's to come up the steps.
Oh, holy.
Flea market. Oh my.
Dude, I'm dibs.
Oh my God.
Dibs on the sealed Ninjago. Yeah.
Whoa. Oh my gosh, old magnets.
Dude,
oh, dude, I don't have that.
Okay, you can have it.
Oh, whoa.
Lego movie.
Oh my God. Indiana Jones.
Bro, I'm getting this.
Star Wars magnets. Who's that?
It's the Ninjago Poly with the skeleton in it.
How much is it?
120.
Wow.
Vladik.
Oh, that's cool. Bro, where are we right now?
Once my size is
Bro thinks he's Dareth squeezing through there.
Ant-Man.
Yo.
Oh my God.
Dude, it just goes back here. What?
This is what pulled me back.
Is that sealed?
Easy. Sealed.
How much?
It's not sealed.
Oh, it's not sealed. Okay. Still. Oh my God, what Ninjago set is that?
Which one?
Down here, I'm looking at it.
This one?
Oh, that's a classic.
Cole ZX.
Cole ZX.
That's crazy.
I cannot believe where we're at. Dude, we are literally in the first store.
We also have to point out, we're only in the first store and all of our luggage is full right now.
Bro, look, it's the Star Wars, it's like the first ship they used in the Trade Federation, the Phantom Menace.
The Republic Cruiser?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Dude, this is insane. Oh my.
Bro, I can't even see, like, it's impossible to see all of what they have.
Miles Morales for 180.
That's like what, like $15?
You know what it is? It's coming home with me.
Stud City's eyes just won him this for $2.
Dude was wheeling out the case. My eyes were like here. Stud City's eyes were here. Bro beat me.
6 cents.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Dude, it's like $2.
$2 win. Look at this.
$2. City and I have worked out a deal. Bro is leading me to the Bionicle in exchange for me allowing him to buy the Samurai X sealed spinner. Trade deal. I think that's a good trade. It's a good trade deal. It's a good trade deal.
The Bionicle's double the money. Like,
bro, if the Bionicle is gone, you are not getting that spinner. You are not getting that spinner.
It's in an end cap.
If bro can't locate it, bro's not getting the spinner.
It's here.
The artisan, that's an artisan jump scare. City, man, that Samurai X spinner is looking a lot less likely, man.
It's the only Lego store here. If I passed it, it's...
This is a Lego store.
Oh, right here. It's right there.
Oh, thanks, King. City pulls through.
City pull. Dude, he was open when I was here.
Bro, you ain't getting that spinner. Bro, you're not getting that spinner.
Now you gotta wait.
Bro.
He's here. He was open just a little bit ago.
That's crazy.
So anyways, it's $1,000. So it's like $100.
Yeah, that's way better. That's a great price for that.
Sealed in bag.
Yeah,
crazy
so cool.
We're in the land of lost.
We are actually in the land of lost things right now.
The amount of product here is like...
Yeah.
This would fulfill an Amazon warehouse.
Yeah.
Where's mine? Hello.
The mine.
Not seeing mine scares me.
I know, dude. We're all gunning for the Ninjago. Whoa. Oh my god, I need the Exo Force. Hold up. Bro, I need that Exo Force poly bag.
Pretty neat. Knight's Kingdom? I'm actually gonna take these army men.
What are these?
Those are.
Is this guy here?
Whoa!
Dibs.
Whoa!
Dibs on one.
No, dibs on one. Dibs on one.
Excuse me.
Bro, why'd you dip? No, I'm stuck with the most expensive one.
Wait, can I get the cheapest one since I found it?
How much is it?
It's okay. I want
Speedor's there.
It's up to you.
I'll do the. How much is that?
Dude, they have the canceled Naughty List set.
Chrome C3.
Yeah, there's 10,000 of them, right?
Yeah, I have one.
I have one. So as you can see, Inns Point has gotta have been the most insane used Lego shopping experience I have had in my life. And you can tell by all of the vendors and the limited time we had there, it was literally impossible to see everything. Even if you visited every single vendor, they had sets and sets piled on top of each other. It took an immense amount of effort to excavate any sets we actually wanted. I honestly felt bad because I went up to one of the vendors, saw a really rare Hong Kong exclusive Cities of Wonders line of sets down at the bottom of their case and basically asked to buy it. And then I stood there for the next 10 minutes as he removed every single set that was in front of there, which was a literal mountain of Lego sets, just to get to the sets I wanted. And that's when I realized that there was just so much here that we were just never going to see. You see, especially in Hong Kong and in places like Inns Point, space is so limited, and there really aren't very many options for vendors like these to expand to any larger spots, because presumably it is expensive to even just have a smaller stall in a building like this, and that's why all of their inventory had to be crammed and stacked over and over on top of each other, making it nearly impossible to reach items that we wanted, or even know about items that were there. I remember going into one of the stores and literally having to wheel out a cart full of sets, squeezing through a small crack to be able to actually get inside one of these stores itself. It was also interesting how the bartering and haggling culture worked here in Hong Kong. At most of the other Lego markets I've been to, there has been a pretty good wiggle room for being able to make a deal or a bulk discount. But I would say for the vast majority of vendors that I went to, they were pretty firm on their prices. Now, to be honest, we were a massive posse of people who were clearly American, carrying around massive shopping bags, which showed that we were willing to make purchases. So I have to imagine that that was a major factor as to why most of the vendors didn't want to work with us and give us bulk discounts, or even discount things by just a few dollars. It's not to say I didn't get any deals. I definitely was able to strike a few crazy deals with specific vendors that just felt a bit more friendly, but by and large, most vendors stuck by the prices that the items were at. And to be honest, most of the prices were so good, it was hard to ask for a discount anyways because the prices were just that low. It was fascinating seeing all sorts of vendors stocking Hong Kong Lego build exclusives, such as glued models made by master model builders or exclusive Asia GWPs for a fraction of the price that they would be on Bricklink, because again, here, it's super common and nobody really cares about that stuff. The exciting thing to collectors here is minifigures, and sets kind of fall by the wayside, which is why the market was just completely different than anywhere else you would ever see in the world, and it's due to the nature of Hong Kong that that's the case. We spent literally hours at Inns Point, and I would say one of my favorite stores was honestly the first one we saw right when we entered, because you never knew what you were going to find. It was probably one of the most densely packed stores in the entire marketplace, and for a multi-level marketplace that was pretty much just all used Lego stores, that is a pretty impressive feat. Let's take a look inside that store right now. Okay, so I am inside one of the densest used Lego stores and vintage Lego stores that I've found in the entire Hong Kong market. I had to squeeze through that crack to get in here, and the boxes just go and go and go. I mean, there's gotta be some crazy stuff back here that you literally just cannot reach. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna get to any of the stuff. This is insane, and most of the stores are like this, where literally you point to something you want, and it takes them like 20 minutes to like excavate everything here, and then they finally are able to pull it out. This is nuts. I've never been to a used Lego store like this. I'm gonna have to use my flashlight, so let's see what we can find. All right, so I'm seeing some Ninjago spinners. That's Woo, lots of Woos. Oh, Garmadon and Whiplash. I think I got those already.
you never know what you're gonna find in here. Like, dimensions. I mean, this is model designed by Lego certified professionals. It's a Hilton set. 9,800. I don't even know what this is. And this is like the Paris Opera one. Luxury set. I mean, it is with official Lego pieces. That is insane. I've never seen that before. And the boxes just go and go and go. I can see the 2012 Sopwith Camel up there. There's the original Republic frigate, which we saw a little bit earlier. I mean, I just want to know what's back here. Like, there's crazy stuff back here. I don't even know how to reach that. And like, to get to there, you would have to take all of this down, which we've already asked them to do a few times. So let's just keep on looking here. This is absolutely bonkers. Again, you literally never know what you're going to find. And I just am absolutely overwhelmed. This is so much. Like, I think that's a full set of Mixels back there. And I mean, what is even down here? That's an old Technic set. Again, I have no idea, like, how do I even look back there? This is crazy. This has got to be the most insane Lego shopping experience I've had. And we're literally at like location number 1 out of 12. Oh my God. I'm like scared to pull all this stuff out. I'm looking up and there's crazy stuff like Ninjago movie sets. That's Garmadon's Fortress, I think. We got the original Batcave for the 1966. This is crazy. Dude, this is awesome. We are excavating right now. Let him cook. I'm literally using my camera to see what's back there.
But Inns Point was not the only destination we mapped out, and while my initial plan for the day was probably a little too optimistic for what it could have been, basically trying to hit literally every single Lego-related store I could possibly find, we still managed to hit up a few other stores in the area, and that was where we found one of the strangest ones, and embarked on a real monstrous journey of our own. You see, I was given a tip about some old Lego stores being opened in a massive office building complex, located pretty close to Inns Point. It was a completely random building, and wandering the halls, it really felt like we were not supposed to be there, but we were determined to see it all. And so, with our massive Lego bags in tow, we took to the stairs. Because the elevator was way too slow, we went up and down 21 floors of stairs trying to find as many different Lego shops as we could. And while we found a couple of shops here and there, and a few good finds, I honestly would say that this was not super fruitful for what it was. It was a crazy journey though, so let's take a closer look at that.
We received the tip that inside this random office building there are some used Lego stores. Now, we've been to a lot of the floors, we haven't been to all of them. This is floor 15, and some stores do have vintage Lego. It's kind of wild, it's so weird, but we haven't found like a store that just focuses on Lego yet. So we're gonna start from the top. We've split the group up into 2 groups. One is down there, working their way up, checking every floor, and we're going to the very top and checking every single floor, and then meeting them in the middle. Dude, we are in a stud city right now. We are in Lego City. Nah, bro, we're in like Lego Town, bro. All right, 2 more. Let's go. It cannot be. I mean, bro, why does it keep coming up? Okay. Okay, it is not there. Bro, we don't know. Let's check 20. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Hi. Hi. This is so cool. I mean, there's no Lego here, but this is awesome.
Lego, but what a store.
Dude, how did we just stumble?
Was this on just like floor 20 in a random?
What? Dude. Dude, where's Mini Superheroes today? 21. If that was on 20.
He said 51.
Hey, yo. Bro, where are we?
I'm in Ninjago City.
Was it? This is Ninjago City.
No way.
No way.
No.
Dude, where are we?
Help?
Dude, we're in the administration right now.
Are there any more steps?
Just down.
Just down.
Oh.
Wait, let's come over here.
I mean, it does go higher.
No.
I'm just saying, I don't think so.
The elevators only go down from here. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't, okay. Let's go down.
I don't need water bad.
Second conversation I had with him.
I was there for it, I remember.
Yeah, he said 9th floor, right?
It was only 9:05.
Mind your step, bro.
It's not on Nightlife Skyline though.
I'm going.
Okay, you still got to report back.
This is definitely more promising.
Okay. So I had the memory. I knew it was.
Yeah.
That's because you're the mind.
I am the mind.
Well, hey, we haven't found it yet, man.
He said at the end of the hall, so.
It could be in there, Ethan. Do you wanna go look?
What is that?
Guys, I think we found it.
The biggest Lego store of them all.
I think this is it, guys. I think we got it. Oh, hey. Kylo Ren's command shuttle.
Watch.
Wait, what? Oh, there actually is like.
There is some other minifigures.
Those watches aren't bad.
The Star Wars watches. If they were in the box, man, I think I would.
After wandering the back rooms for about an hour, we did actually find some stores that carried some interesting and rare Lego items, but honestly, it wasn't a crazy treasure trove like we were expecting.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Oh, 2013.
2014.
To be fair, after a day of massive wins and hunting through rare Lego shops all abound, more in quantity than I had ever seen before, it was pretty hard to complain when the other random office building we went to only had a few rare items for sale. But our journey was far from over, because after going from Inns Point to the second location, we decided to stop by the third location, which was Sweetie Magic. Now, I had actually talked to a couple of Lego designers who used to live in Hong Kong and now actually work for the Lego team, and they had told me the legends of Sweetie Magic, how they tried to go multiple times and could not find it until they randomly figured out what floor it was on, and after spending a few minutes hunting for it, they were able to find the store. This sounded to me a lot like the experience we just had of wandering through that office building and trying to find Lego shops. But you know, we are gluttons for punishment after all when there's even a hope for rare Lego, so onwards to Sweetie Magic did we go, and oh boy, was it worth it.
Alright boys, it's time to dock in.
Now this one also looks like a beat behind a hall.
I think this is the one Lychee Wing was saying. It's like in an office building and you have to like find it. I think it's this one.
Man started running.
What is that?
The red cube.
I've never seen. Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
I think he's mad now. 10 seconds.
This isn't even the main store, guys. This is just one of them. Okay, this is what okay. Oh my god. Bro.
Ultimate space battle. Oh my god. There's the Luke statue. Whoa.
Okay, I think we're in the right spot, guys.
Spider-Man.
Guys, this is crazy.
I think this is what Lee was telling us about.
I think we found the right place.
He was like,
This is the land of
the original airport. Oh my god.
There's that Garmadon Shark Walker. I need that one.
Do they have it?
Sealed.
Ta.
Black Lego logo.
Where? Oh wow.
Black Lego.
That's one of the older like vintage trains, I think. The Metroliner. Yeah, City was on it.
Sealed Star Wars.
Little plant things down here.
I'm not convinced those are official.
Yeah. Which one?
No, but a ton of other stores had those as well. Even in Inns Point, they had these little plants. Those might be
Legoland Dragon. Is that right?
Dragons are awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know. Those are definitely made with actual Lego.
What's that?
I have that, but it is rare. Oh, there's even more over here. Oh, it even there's even more over there. Look, Vikings. Can we?
There's a Millennium Falcon back there.
Can we go here? Oh. Okay.
What is that?
I don't know, but it looks Asia exclusive. I'll grab one of these. Why not for 40? Yeah, I know, it's 40. Why not? Bro, I'm going back there.
Do they have travel moments?
No way. Do they actually? Yo!
Check it out, it's 50% off.
Hey!
I wonder why.
What a bargain. For the best set ever.
It is the best setup. Flat Earth representation.
City's looking. Oh, yeah.
I bought that on this trip.
You got it on
this trip?
I bought it at Pink Shop.
Nice. Another great Lego Marvel set.
Bro, yeah, I'm going back here. Oh, what is that Lego system set? Oh my god. Oh my, guys. You guys gotta come. You gotta come see this. It soon became clear that Sweetie Magic was a literal gold mine of a Lego shop. While Inns Point was mostly a collection of multiple different small vendors selling different items, this was one store, and the selection was absolutely incredible. I have never seen some of the items that I found in Sweetie Magic in my life before, and that's saying a lot because I collect a lot of Lego. I collect as much as I can. It was a total madhouse. There were 6 of us running in and out of the store. Everybody was trying to nab what they could get their eyes on, and honestly, it was a total free-for-all. Dibs are being called left and right, and you can just see the amount of craziness going on here. And again, this really speaks to how unique the Hong Kong Lego market is, where you aren't seeing any sets fully built ready to be sold. Every single item being sold is sealed in the box. And I have to wonder what sort of online marketplace might exist in places like Hong Kong where people are selling the builds for sets used for dirt cheap. As Bruce was saying, people don't really value built sets. They only really value having the ability to get minifigures out of sets, and then the actual build for the sets they don't really care about. So there's gotta be some sort of an online market with sets even cheaper than this for you to be able to pick up fully used, and I am determined to find it. But going through this store was absolutely nuts. But the craziest discovery of all was when the Stud City found an absolutely insane box filled with some of the rarest items that you can't even find online.
Oh my goodness. All those comic concepts. It's like, how do they even end up here?
Oh, it's a full set.
Yeah?
It's all of them.
It's a full set. Oh my god.
Star Wars Comic-Con, full set.
Man, this is the magic box. That is crazy.
Hey, that is a price tag on it.
It does have a price tag on it. Dude, City, you found the box of magical items.
City, you're gonna make an offer on this entire box?
Yeah. You have to. You have to. Dude, this is it.
Wow. That's Final Duel.
This is an entire bag of Final Duel with Luke, the Stormtrooper, and the Imperial Guard. Every single individual bag you see in there is another copy of the set. I'm literally probably holding close to 100 Final Duels. That is unreal. The artisan, man. The artisan.
The artisan. So these were exclusive to Hong Kong. They were randomly included in some Lego sets that basically just had different minifigures that were in the wave, which is totally crazy. There are different ones, like obviously you can see these ones have different characters in them, but the thing is, they won't sell it to me. City's been trying to convince him to sell him like Comic-Con Star Wars stuff. They just won't sell it, and it maybe is a translation thing. I don't know what's going on, but like, we're in this crazy store and most of this stuff they just will not sell us, which is nuts because I would dump insane amounts of money to get these because these are so cool. And that was where we came to another very interesting peculiarity of the Hong Kong Lego market. You see, there were several items out on shelves or in boxes in stores that people just didn't want to sell. It was honestly a little confusing as to why they were even in the store in the first place, unless the owners were using it as a place to store Lego. It just didn't really make that much sense to us. There was a crazy discussion going on where multiple people had to be pulled in over call, on WhatsApp, and on text to see if the items in this box could be sold, and eventually the verdict was, no, I don't really feel like selling it today, but maybe you can come back in a month and I'll decide to sell it to you then. It was such a weird conversation, and I've never really come across that anywhere else in the world, other than maybe like one time in Germany where I went to a store, there were items that I was super interested in buying, and for whatever reason, they just were not for sale despite being in a store. It was super strange, and I have to imagine that the way that these space and these retail areas work is that some collectors maybe store their items here, or they store items that they plan to sell at some point in the future, but they aren't really decided on selling it right now. It's just a very strange setup because it is literally in a store that you can walk into, you can see the items, you can handle them, you can touch them and take a look, but if you ask anybody working at the store, they say first, well, they have to check with their boss if they're allowed to sell it, and then their boss will just get back and say no, or say come back next month, or just not respond at all. And this happened to us multiple times throughout this entire experience. It was super strange and definitely felt like something very unique to the Hong Kong Lego markets in a way that we just didn't fully understand as foreigners coming in and trying to understand the market just at face value. Even with that though, there was enough stuff that we were allowed to buy that we all walked away with absolutely insane hauls. And the hauls were about to get even crazier. On our way to dinner, I realized there was another Lego shop that was called Brick's House, located pretty close to where our dinner was. And as it turns out, Brick's House was just another branch of Sweetie Magic, or maybe it's the other way around. It was very unclear, but the price tags were the same, the bags given away were literally the same, so clearly there was some synergy between these two stores. Now, going into that other store in the mall, we realized they had a completely different selection of Lego, and it was absolutely wild. We had pretty limited time because we were all basically starving at this point, but we had to stop by before it closed, and the selection was very interesting. Despite spending basically all day buying Lego, this was where I bought one of the most expensive single items of the entire trip, and that was because even though it was very expensive, it was still a lot cheaper than it was on Bricklink. And we'll take a look at that later on in my haul. But as you can see here, it was really interesting going into this store, which kind of feels like a regular toy shop, but then seeing sets from all different eras on shelves, boxed inside cases, on the back shelves, all in all, just kind of scattered around together. You would go in and see sets that you could pick up at any Lego store today, and then randomly the Ninjago movie Destiny's Bounty just sitting at the top of the shelf right next to it. It was a wild selection of items, and I really appreciated just being able to see the different kinds of variety of sets available for sale, like those sealed Santa Fe train engines, which yes, I did have to pick one up, and I'll explain exactly why in my haul. But as soon as we wrapped up there, we realized that there was one quick stop we could make at a Toys R Us at the same exact mall, and honestly, it wasn't anything crazy. If you aren't aware, Toys R Us has still been in full operation pretty much everywhere outside the US, although it's made a bit of a comeback in the US now, and it was pretty cool just kind of going into this Toys R Us, which I personally haven't been to in quite a long time, but honestly, there wasn't really that much to see in there, so we were able to move on pretty quickly. Hey, you turned it on.
Yeah.
Building Lego, but I'm at Toys R Us.
Look how used these bricks are. Like
that. Oh, that's wild. That is crazy. Those bricks are like, whoa. How did that happen?
What we got going on over here? Disgusting bricks.
Duck Bricks store located. Yo, they got the Duck Bricks Lego. This is crazy. Oh my god. Bro, I might get something here. Oh my god. Bro, what? Bro, it's just the Duck Bricks. It's Huntrix. It's on the street. Yo, they got the outfits and everything. So it's been an awesome day at shopping here in the streets of Hong Kong. You can see the markets all around me. We have found some insane Lego finds. What an crazy and intense day we've had. Sean is hitting the mind behind me. Look at that. Everyone's minded in.
I hope you don't mind that I'm in your video.
Let's see the haul. So as you can see, I thought that was the end. I thought that would be the end of the video. I thought that would be the end of all of the Lego shopping we did, but I was wrong. Now, at the end of this day, we had gone to 3 different locations, although I would consider Inns Point to be like 100 different locations, and we had walked away with enough Lego to fill many, many suitcases beyond what we had already planned for. So we had pretty much thought our Lego shopping experience was over, to the point where we basically figured that the next day we were just going to go sightseeing and walk around, and then maybe decide to swing by one Lego store just if we happen to have time. And well, you're about to see how that resolution went. If I've learned anything from this trip, saying, you know, let's maybe swing by a Lego store if we have time, can quickly turn into a full day adventure, and you're about to see why. Well, to start off our morning, we got a chance to go to a local temple in Hong Kong, and this was really cool to experience. Unfortunately, it actually wasn't cool at all. It was nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit out, which means we were boiling in the sun. But it was worth it just to check it out because there was so much to see here. Dude, this is so cool. This was the Wong Tai Sin Buddhist temple, and it was really cool to be able to go a little bit north of the main Hong Kong area to check out this historical destination. Obviously, when going in, it was amazing just checking out the architecture, seeing the amount of detail that went into every single facet of every single building and temple was genuinely stunning, and we had a total blast roaming around. Unfortunately, since the heat was starting to seriously cook us, we decided to find the closest place to just kind of go inside a building and stay away from the sun. And luckily enough, I managed to find a Lego shop somewhat nearby, and we had basically zero expectations of what this Lego store could be. Honestly, we only went because it was a 12-minute walk from the temple, and we were looking to kill some time before meeting up with our buddy Bruce Swift, aka one of the biggest Lego Star Wars army builders in the world. So I figured it would be a quick in-and-out 30-minute adventure, and, well, it wasn't, I'll say that. Let's go and check it out right now. Let the artisan cook. Yo. Come on.
Oh, they're hot. Let him cook.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say he's going to burn his hands. Let the artisan cook.
Woo.
Bro is the monkey kid. He's the monkey kid.
No, I think we need to go from start at the top and work our way down.
Is that 9?
Wrong way.
Wrong way.
Maybe on this side.
I mean, it could be here.
16. It's right here.
26.
Alright.
Do we
Just go.
Are they open? It says they're open. Oh. So to backtrack a little bit, as you can see, we once again found ourselves wandering through the halls of some random office building in Hong Kong, of which there were no other toy stores other than a random store listing on Google Maps promising that there was a shop that had Lego available for sale. Now, this could have been an online store, this could have been a warehouse, it could have been a fake listing, we really had no idea. But, you know, it was a 20-minute walk in the blistering heat, so we figured, why not go check it out and see what we could find, and I am so glad we did.
The store was called Little Brick Expo, and it was one of the strangest experiences ever. Upon walking in the store, it became pretty clear that this was mostly just a warehouse for an online LEGO store. And as we were told as we walked in, 99% of the items were apparently not for sale, and the owner was just not in town. There was just somebody working at the store itself, and unfortunately it seemed like all hope was lost. But the more time we spent in there and the more time we spent chatting to the amazing store employee, and eventually the owner himself showed up, we knew all the deals could be on the table. Things that were not for sale before all of a sudden became for sale, and we realized we had hit the total jackpot. This is nuts. I'm like boxed in by Jango Fett Slave 1 right now. Never thought I would be saying that sentence, but oh my goodness, there's craziness back here, and I'm literally searching for one missing item out of a set of 4, and I believe it is somewhere back here, but I just have no idea where that would be at all. So these are Cities of Wonders, but it's a set of 4, and in theory all 4 are in this room, but the problem is they have all been scattered. Like, I found 2 down there, I found 1 over there, and they're saying that they don't think they can sell it unless I buy it as a set of 4, but they don't know where the 4th one is. So we're finding it. We've got the team like excavating this place right now, looking for the 4th, and I don't know if we're gonna find it, but we'll see if we're going to be able to work out a deal for just the 3, because just the 3 is still really cool. But this is nuts. The amount of stuff here is crazy. You literally don't know what you're going to find. And I'm digging through here, and I'm looking for it. I know, I'm looking. Where's number 4? Yeah, you and me both, man. I'm excavating this whole area. Oh my gosh, you never know what you're gonna find. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm literally excavating here, trying to find that last number 4 in this set. I'm like covered in Lego right now. And like, it just could be just sitting back here. Absolutely crazy. Now this store was so cool. It was tucked away in what basically could have been just a little office space, but basically every single item we saw was for sale. Pretty much no matter what it was. A store display, a giant minifigure, and a pretty fun surprise later on that you'll see in the video. No matter what it was, the owner was willing to make a deal, especially for YouTubers that he recognized. He knew they were going to LEGO collectors, they would end up in a collection, and that was really awesome of him to work with us and actually show up at the store to meet all of us and to kind of walk us through his whole inventory, which was, by the way, absolutely insane. Again, it was just another example of seeing all sorts of different sets from different eras of LEGO, from vintage sealed like the System X-Wing here, to brand new sets just coexisting together on shelves. It was a very unique and bizarre experience, and I'm personally very used to the used LEGO store system of the US or even Europe, where you would expect some sort of structure to how sets are laid out, or at least a way to see everything for sale easily in one place, but that was not the case here. Hey City, you need any more of these?
I spent $300 on 5 battle packs the other day.
I think one of the things that really drew us into the Hong Kong LEGO market in particular was how every single store felt like a bit of a treasure hunt. You literally didn't know what you were going to find, there was no easy way to see everything for sale, and there was a lot of excavating and digging, an experience unlike any other LEGO store.
Okay, that's just
that sounds a little high, Jonathan. Are you sure? If you're priced out, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
And with that, I hope that gives you a bit of a picture of the insanity of the LEGO market here in Hong Kong. How things just work totally differently compared to any other LEGO market in the world. We had an absolute blast exploring, and it became very clear that even 1 or 2 days, which we had given ourselves, was nowhere near enough time to see everything. I don't think it was humanly possible to see everything because sets were just buried underneath each other, and things had been sitting in places for literally literal years just buried behind other sets. It was certainly a very unique experience. But that was only the first half of the day. You see, we had planned to meet up with Bruce Swift to go to Hong Kong Disneyland, and so after dropping off our insane amounts of purchases at the hotel, we headed on over to Hong Kong Disney, which was a completely unique experience, really unlike any of the other Disneylands that we had even been to already on the trip. So let's journey over there right now. So as we got into Hong Kong Disneyland, we were all on a mission because we were starving from the events of the day. And Mini Superheroes Today had a very special mission of his own. So you're gonna order one of every Marvel item here. This is all the Marvel items.
We have dinner here.
Yes. Let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Stop. Okay. I'm gonna get one of everything that has something to do with Marvel.
Of course, yeah.
If it's just chicken nuggets, no. But if it
Well,
has
what if it's
a
like-
special Marvel bun or a cup or something.
What if it's called Tony Stark's Chicken Nuggets, but they have nothing to do with Marvel, visually? But on the menu it's called. We're about to find out. We'll find out. Tony Stark's Chicken Nuggets.
Tony Stark likes burgers. So
That's true,
It wouldn't
that's
make
true.
sense for chicken nuggets.
Bro is ordering one of every Marvel item. They are confused.
Champagne cup? Okay. Any Marvel ones though, or is it just the Iron Man?
No Marvel.
Okay, just the Iron Man. Okay, then I'll definitely do 2 of those. I bought every single piece of Marvel food at I was gonna say Legoland. I'm cooked. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm so excited. First up, we gotta start with the Iron Man burger. It's got a red bun and it's a single patty burger with all the fixins. Let's try it out. Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
Bro thinks it's a land review.
That is Wagyu beef. Absolutely amazing. Got everything stacked there. And the Iron Man bun, you can't beat it. Let's go big up next for the double-size Hulk burger on a green bun. Oh my gosh. I'm feeling anything but angry holding this one. Wow. Mozzarella sticks, French fries, and a Spider-Man bucket. That's definitely coming home with me. Now, of course, every meal needs to come with a toy when you're in Marvel Land, and this one does cost extra, but it's an actual light-up arc reactor. It doesn't really do anything, but it is a cool souvenir to take home. It's not too expensive here either.
Get me in there.
Now, you might notice there was one extra, and that is the Spider-Man prawn burger, but I'm allergic to fish, so I can't have this, so Duck Bricks, I think ducks like fish, right?
They do, and I'm very hungry.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, that's a burger.
Well, there you go. I think, honestly, for me, the Hulk burger takes the day. It is absolutely huge. The Iron Man one is really good, too. The mushroom, but let's be honest. We're all here for the Marvel theming. So let me know which one interests you the most, and Excelsior.
After having one of the burgers of all time with the prawn burger, I went back to my actual meal, which was the chicken bucket and the Iron Man burger, and those were actually really good. So I'm pretty happy with it. And after that, we got a chance to try out some of the exclusive Marvel rides. Now, the #1 Marvel ride to try here was Ant-Man and the Wasp Nano Battle. It's basically Buzz Lightyear, but with a Marvel skin, which is a really cool idea and concept, and it is currently exclusive to Disneyland Hong Kong. So it was a must-try on our stay. Of course, they actually got the original actors, so Paul Rudd and Evangeline Lilly were here as Ant-Man and the Wasp, which was pretty crazy to see them just randomly just in the middle of the queue and during the ride itself. And of course, the ride was a ton of fun. It was basically a slightly higher tech version of the Buzz Lightyear ride, which I really did enjoy, although I will say that honestly, I was hoping for a little bit more interactivity with the props on the ride. I definitely do feel like it was more focused on the score and less focused on actually trying to make it an interesting ride to look at, but I still did really enjoy getting a chance to try it, and of course, Duck Bricks took home the crown as usual.
Duck Bricks ducked in. The mind is cooked.
I'm cooked.
He's cooked. Let's go! W Duck Bricks, as usual. W Duck Bricks.
After that, we tried out the other exclusive Marvel ride to Disneyland Hong Kong, which was the Iron Man Experience, which was literally Star Tours, except we were flying through Hong Kong, and we were with Iron Man. It was a really fun time, and honestly, the motion of the ride felt a little bit more advanced and a bit more action-filled than your standard Star Tours experience, so it was really cool to witness that. As a kid, I used to go to Disneyland California here and there, but one of my favorite rides as a really young kid was It's a Small World, so it was super special getting a chance to see what it looked like here in Hong Kong. It felt a lot more akin to the California version of the ride, which has a much bigger facade and it's all lit up, versus the one in Florida, which you kind of just go into a side building, but I really did enjoy this, and it brought back a lot of childhood memories because I haven't really been back to Disneyland California in quite some time, and it was really cool seeing It's a Small World be built out as a large facade. But then we had to chart our course over to the Frozen world, and this was super cool, pun absolutely intended. This is the most built out version of the Frozen world, the Kingdom of Arendelle, that I've ever seen in any Disney park, and there was something truly magical about seeing the castle lit up at night. I really wish we got a chance to spend more time here. I totally would not have minded eating dinner around this area, or even just chilling in the entire land, because it was one of the most out of this world experiences at any Disney park. It really felt like you were there in the actual place, and the ride itself was way more technically competent and executed compared to the Epcot one, which was just a reskin of Maelstrom. Let's take a quick look at the ride right now.
Saved her sister with an unselfish act of true love that thawed a frozen heart.
Oh, and now they're best friends.
Indeed.
So this takes place after Frozen.
We're cooked. We're cooked.
We need to turn the hands of time.
We're cooked. We're cooked.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Nah.
Lock in.
Lock in.
This one's for Doc Wyatt.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Lock in eventually.
Lock in eventually. Yeah, eventually. Dude, we are frozen. What?
Ninja never quit.
Ninja never quit.
Ninja never
Ninja
quit.
never quit. Dude, we are Ninjago Seabound.
Summer and I'll be a happy snowman? Exactly! When life is rough, I like to.
And with Frozen checked off the list, there was only one other major ride that I really wanted to go on, and we saved the best for last. This was the one ride I really wanted to do at Disneyland Hong Kong, and I am so glad I got to experience it, and that is Mystic Manor. It's kind of like their version of Haunted House, except it's more focused on going around these different rooms themed around different cultures of the world, and of course, the entire thing is on the same ride system as something like Rise of the Resistance, a magnetic coaster. So you have all of this omnidirectional movement, and it was so much fun getting a chance to ride it. Let's see that right now.
Yo! Nice.
Oh, really?
Whoa.
Looking for... Oh, there's the music box I told you about. I'm spy, my little friend.
entrance room. Slavic chamber. Yo, I can still stay in here. It's okay. Whoa! Dude, this is crazy. Freaking up Brad. Hey, yo. Dude, that just dropped on me. The island. The island. The island. The island. The island. Dude, is that the Monkey King? Yo!
Albert, there you are. You didn't touch that music box, did you? You never know. The legend just might be true. Well, I do hope you've enjoyed your visit to Mystic Manor. Cheerio!
That was so cool. Yeah, that was good.
I like that.
We got dock it. We docked it. Yeah. Mystic Manor was definitely one of the best rides that we went on all trip, and I absolutely loved the entire vibe, seeing the different cultures represented throughout the ride. It kind of felt like a mashup between Haunted Mansion and It's a Small World, with all the different rooms being themed around different cultures, and it was super cool. We then sprinted over and did 2 more roller coasters, one of them that actually went backwards, which was super cool, and then of course we had to do their version of Space Mountain, which was still decked out in the Star Wars theme, and even caught the fireworks show on our way out. So overall, it was a very successful evening at Disney. That night, we got a chance to hang out with Bruce Swift. I actually interviewed him in a separate video on this channel where you can learn a lot more about how the Hong Kong Lego market even works. It's a fascinating conversation and really explains why a lot of the items we found were just so cheap compared to everywhere else in the world. So I definitely would recommend you check that out if you're curious about why Lego is so cheap in Hong Kong. But then I had quite a monstrous journey ahead of me. You see, I had acquired quite a lot of Lego over the course of this trip, and I only had 2 checked bags and an extra bag to check in if I needed to, plus Zach's checked bag to pack all my stuff in, minus the space that he needed for his own stuff. And so I stayed up for hours and finally managed to fit everything in my suitcases. I still don't really know how I did it. Yes, this orca did fit and close inside of that bag. I still don't know how I pulled that one off. But then it was time to go on off to Singapore. So after enjoying one last breakfast at the hotel, we decided to set off for our final Hong Kong destination, which was the Ninjago escape room.
Okay, so we are docking in for the exclusive Hong Kong Ninjago escape room. The boys are docked in.
Lord Ross.
Lord Ross. We might see Lord Ross in there.
See Lord Ross.
Are you ready to meet the Forbidden Five?
We are the Forbidden Five.
We are the Forbidden Five. The escape room is located in D2 Place 2 shopping mall. We are looking for one of the escape rooms here. Let's figure out where it is. When images of an exclusive Ninjago escape room to Hong Kong first appeared online, I remember sharing the images with my friends and going, wow, this is very interesting, and we are never going to be able to do this. Well, flash forward a couple months later, and we found ourselves in Hong Kong for a number of reasons, but one of those reasons was, yes, to be able to do the Ninjago escape room. Now, as we got there, we realized that this was actually one of 3 different locations, and each of the 3 locations followed a different story, but if you played them all, in theory, you'd be able to piece the entire story together. Loosely, it was based off of the quest to find the prismatic blades in Ninjago Dragon's Rising Season 3 Part 1, with all the escape rooms kind of having a couple members of the Forbidden Five in there to stop you, and a few ninja to help you along your quest. Honestly, when doing the escape room, it was way more complex than I thought it would be. And I really wish we had more time in Hong Kong to actually try out some of the other rooms. Now, completing all of the escape rooms would net you an exclusive Ninjago trading card, and there were quite a lot of different cards. Unfortunately, we only were able to get a couple for playing the game, but if you did the other rooms, you would have a higher chance at getting them all, although you would have to at least play the game multiple times to have a complete set, which is pretty crazy. Now, this was our last stop in Hong Kong, meaning we had mere minutes to complete the escape room before having to go to the airport. And so let's let the staff over at the Ninjago escape room Trials of the Volcano explain how this all works.
To our other branches.
Very cool. So there are 3 locations?
Yes, and then 3 of them is like a complete story.
Ah,
so you guys
okay.
may want to also try those.
Gotcha.
So we have stamp collection postcard.
Oh,
so
cool.
if you guys may want to go to other branches, you guys can bring this and then you can collect the whole image.
Nice. Look at Thunderfang in the background. That's so cool.
Ninjago collector card. So
Okay.
we have a total of 11 different designs.
Okay.
With different characters on it, and we also have one special, a special
A mystery one.
mystery one.
Wonder who it
yes.
is.
So each of you can have one card. So, but we also have other opportunities for you guys to collect all of the cards.
Gotcha.
So you guys may want to take a look at this.
Thank you.
I know you
Is there
guys
any
are-
way we can like buy the cards separately? Like if I just wanted to buy like all of these?
Oh no, sorry, because all of them are packed. We don't know the design, which one is which one. So.
Oh, I mean just like buy the packets. Yeah.
I don't think so. There's a way. I don't think there's a way to
Okay.
do that. But maybe you can try to, like, yeah.
Cool.
Try
Thank you.
other methods. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
So each of you can take one first.
Boys, we ripping here?
Do we?
I'm ripping.
All right. Could I just get a quick video of that? Do you open your box?
All right, let's see who I got. Whoa, these are cool. I got the best member of the Forbidden Five, Drix. These are transparent. This is actually my favorite member of the Forbidden Five. That's awesome.
What'd you get, Chris?
I got Drix.
Drix?
Look, these are transparent.
Yo.
Bro, who did you get?
Live reaction?
Yeah, yo.
Favorite ninja, let's go.
That's so cool. You got,
I knocked in.
you got knocked?
I knocked in.
You knocked in.
knocked in. If you get Zarked, I'll trade you.
Bro, anyone who gets Zarked, please.
What'd you get, Jonathan?
He got Aaron.
Aaron.
He's looking for his parents. You got Ryu?
Aaron.
Dude, I'm so happy I got
Okay,
Drix.
the Aaron one actually is the special one.
Oh, bro, Ethan keeps getting lucky. What?
The artisan.
The artisan.
Get the Aaron one.
That is so cool. These are awesome.
Not like maybe 1% chance.
Whoa.
Quite lucky.
Speaking of
Hey, Ethan, you selling?
we should get started.
Yep.
Okay, so before we
Thank
start
you.
the game, you guys.
And now for the game itself. The first room you entered was a water and ice themed room where you had to solve a couple of different puzzles related to the Thunderfang and Forbidden 5 symbol in order to progress to the next stage. This was actually a lot more challenging than we thought it would be. It basically involved a series of different tests, all involving elemental symbols, and no, Ninjago knowledge did not help with this at all. You see, they actually used the main elements but also added light and time, which was quite interesting to see them use there. They basically made up a symbol for light and then used the hands of time symbol for time, which we found very interesting. Moving to the next room, there were a series of arrows we had to align correctly in order to progress past the volcano. You see, the mountain itself was cold with ice, and then the volcano was shrouded in fire, so that was kind of how the storyline progressed, and it all revolved around finding a prismatic blade hidden inside a volcano, which obviously isn't very relevant to the TV show, but it was still very cool to actually go on a somewhat TV show-oriented quest to get the prismatic blade itself. We actually ended up barely finishing on time, which was pretty crazy, maybe a little embarrassing given that this was an escape room designed for children and there were 5 grown adults in there, but honestly, so much of the game was taking in everything that we could see inside the room itself that I think we definitely wasted a lot of time just enjoying the novelty of there being a Ninjago escape room in general and not actually trying to solve the puzzles themselves. It was really cool how they actually integrated physical Lego elements into the gameplay. There were literally elements brick built and glued onto certain things, or you had to mix and match different Lego pieces like you can see the gang doing here, and it was actually really cool how the Lego aspect of a Lego escape room was done. I could honestly see this doing really well in the US or even at a Legoland park or something like that. We had an absolute blast, and I love doing escape rooms everywhere we go, so this was a total treat to not just do a Lego themed one, which I mean we would have done it anyway even if it was like Lego City or Lego Friends themed, but the fact that it was Lego Ninjago themed was absolutely awesome, and it was really cool how it was very closely tied to the TV show story and plotline for Season 3 Part 1. Even though the events in the story didn't make 100% sense given the canon of Ninjago, it was still a total blast. Once we completed the game, we found the prismatic blade, which was a series of somewhat transparent Lego bricks stacked together, which was very funny, and they actually gave us these cardboard cutout props to pose with outside of the Lost Ninjago escape room sign. Unfortunately, we couldn't take any of those home, they were just props to take photos with, but it was really cool to see the elemental blades and even a large-scale version of the reveal blade from this summer being used in the advertisement for the game itself once you actually leave the escape game. Of course, I do want to cover what is probably the most interesting part of this to Ninjago fans and collectors, and those are the exclusives. As they mentioned, you get these stamps whenever you visit the escape rooms with some neat artwork of the Season 1 Dragon's Rising characters, but with Thunderfang in the background. And the Thunderfang actually looks like a still from the TV show that's kind of been colored over with a comic filter, which is super interesting. Never seen that art before. We also got a coupon for 50 Hong Kong dollars to be spent at pretty much any of the Lego certified stores around the Hong Kong area, which was really interesting to see because clearly this was developed in collaboration with the Lego Hong Kong certified stores, but it was an official Lego thing. So very, very interesting to see this being done specifically only in Hong Kong. Of course, I also got a pamphlet advertising the Lost Escape game, and yes, there was a Ninjago advertisement on there where you can see the brief outline of the story for the Forbidden 5 claiming the prismatic blades on this pamphlet itself, which was super cool. And once again, there are a couple of different ones, like this one was the Forbidden 5 entering the city of Ninjago, or I guess the Merged Lands or the Crossroads, which was a completely different escape room, and I'm really curious what that one would have been like. Again, I really wish we had more time in Hong Kong to actually go to all of these different escape rooms, but unfortunately, we really only had time to try out one of them before rushing to the airport. And then, of course, I have to showcase the best part, which were the cards. They ended up giving us an extra card at the end of the escape room because we asked very nicely, which was very kind of them. And luckily, or I guess unluckily enough, I got Zarked, the Elemental Master of Misfortune. And honestly, out of all of the cards to get, Zarked was the number one I really was wanting. Sean also obviously wanted one as well. So I'm very happy to have added Zarked to my collection. I think it's a very funny card to have given his reputation in the Ninjago community. And it is really cool just how these are done, because the entire goal is if you get all the Forbidden 5 cards, they are fully transparent and clear, and they're all outlined in different areas, so you would have an entire section here dedicated to all the Forbidden 5 being visible on one card, which I think is so cool, and something that I really wish they expanded to the US or even Europe or other places, because it's such a neat concept to have these collectible transparent Ninjago trading cards. Obviously, owning them all would be a total pipe dream. I cannot find these for sale online anywhere, and I don't think anyone who went in our group is selling, because we're all pretty diehard Lego fans and collectors, but I'm happy owning just 2 of them, and if I'm gonna own 2, Zarkt and Drix are probably the 2 I would have picked anyways, so I am very happy to have picked these up. Overall, this was a super cool random experience that we certainly did not expect. I'm really curious if LEGO will decide to move this concept to other parts of the world. Maybe this Hong Kong exclusive escape room was a test to see how well the concept would do, and I actually think it's a really cool concept. We had a ton of fun in the escape room. We barely escaped. Very embarrassingly, we had to ask for like 2 hints, which was quite sad for a group of 5 grown men in a children's escape room. I promise we're usually better than this at normal escape rooms. I don't know, this one was just another level of difficult for some reason. We also were running on like no hours of sleep, so that probably had a big factor into why we were kind of struggling during this game. But we had no time to waste, because our flight out of Hong Kong to Singapore was the same day, and it was mere hours away. And so we blasted back to the hotel, grabbed our bags, and headed over to the airport to get ready to fly to Singapore. Now, we did not waste any time the second we got in. We got a chance to meet up with the legend Minifig Bin, who Stud City introduced us to, who took us out to a great Singaporean restaurant, and also a place where we could drink some very interesting chocolate sludge milk. I don't really know what this was. I'm not a big sweets person, so I did not have any, but it was very funny because exactly half of the group was split on whether or not this was good. Zach and Sean tried some and nearly died. I think Zach had 1 sip and like sprinted to the restroom, and then Mini Superheroes Today, Ethan and Cristo chugged like 4 glasses. I refrained from having any. I think that was the smart move, but it was crazy just seeing them chug this. Duckbricks is usually down to try any food, but even that one, I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have any for me. Now that night, I was super excited because the last time I had gone to Singapore, I went to one of the coolest nightclubs I've ever been to. It was multiple stories with a slide connecting the top floor to the ground floor. There was a Ferris wheel inside of the club, live entertainment, and it was genuinely one of the coolest going out experiences of my life when I went with my buddy Sarisa 2 years ago. And so I was super hyped, I was rallying the entire group, and as it turned out, everybody was way too tired to go, and so the only person I actually was able to convince was Zach. Now, when Zach and I went, we were ready for an amazing night, you know? We were ready to go back and tell the group, you guys totally missed out, this was so cool, you guys should have come. And then we realized that we had arrived on F1 race weekend, which is not something we actually planned on doing. And so we went in and realized that the line to get in was so insane that unless you wanted to wait many hours in line, you could choose to pay around $180 cover just to enter the club. Like, not even to get a drink, no, literally to walk in. This was in steep juxtaposition to the last time I was there when it cost a sum total of $10 to get in. And this was pretty crazy because while we were lining up, I had a urgent work call that I had to address. So basically I was off to the side, I was on the phone. I sent in Zach to be my head scout, and somehow he was able to bypass the line. We all got in, and then they were like, hey, it's like 250 Singaporean dollars, around $180. So Zach was out. Honestly, Duckbricks would have been in, but Zitty was out and there were only 2 of us, so obviously I'm not going by myself. And then some guy comes up to us and he's like, hey, so I'm going here with a group, but 2 of my friends bailed. We have tickets. What is your best price for tickets? So I was like, oh, this is awesome. We can just go ahead and buy tickets off of this guy. So we stood there haggling with this guy for a while. We finally landed on a price, and this was like a good, like maybe 10 minutes of negotiating, and it was around 50 or 60 US dollars, which honestly, compared to the prices of clubs in New York and in the US, which aren't even a fraction as cool as this, I was more than happy paying to get in and just to have that experience again, because I really don't know when the next time I'll be in Singapore is. He then goes like, oh, I only take cash, didn't take anything else, no PayPal, no nothing, no Cash App. And so we had spent all that time negotiating for his tickets, only for him to say he doesn't take cash. And then I was like, oh, it's okay, I'll go find an ATM. The guy behind us in line was like, I've got cash and I'll do it for 60, and just immediately paid him and sniped us. So alas, it was a very sad end to the night. We wasted maybe like an hour there just trying to figure out if we could get in, and we did not. And so Ziddy and I just ended up roaming around Marina Bay Sands for a little bit and going home way earlier than we thought, which maybe was the better move given what we were doing the next day, but still very sad. And speaking of the next day was all about Lego shopping. Now, every good Lego shopping day has to start with the most important thing: fuel to last you the entire adventure. And so we kicked off the day at the Zion Riverside Food Center, one of my favorite places to eat in Singapore that's literally a food market filled with restaurants that are on the Michelin Guide, except they're all basically at food stalls. It is such a unique experience eating here, and of course, we had to dock into some delicious duck. Joining us on this adventure are the usual suspects: Ziddy, Jonathan, Mini Superheroes Today, Sean Bricks by Mind, Ethan the Artisan, Christo the Stud City, and Christo's friend, Minifig Bin, a local AFOL in Singapore who was also happy to show us around. And shout out to Minifig Bin for being so awesome, giving us the best tour of Singapore, and just joining us for all of our crazy adventures. Now, it was very easy to decide on the first stop to hit, and that was Toys Hunt, because it literally was right across the street from where we ate. Now, Toys Hunt is a store I've been to before, and it isn't really the largest one, but it was a good way to start our day with something a little bit more simple and not quite as crazy as things were about to get. Now, in Toys Hunt, we got to see all sorts of different rare sets on display, but obviously most of these were sealed, and I wasn't really needing to pick up any of these super rare items here because I already had them in my collection, so all I did was buy a couple of different keychains. Specifically, they had a Lloyd ZX keychain for around $7 US, and I'm trying to collect all the Ninjago keychains, so I had to pick that up. Still, it was cool seeing some of my all-time favorite vintage Lego sets on shelves here, from the original Medieval Market Village to the 2011 Millennium Falcon, which I remember having so much fun with as a kid. This was a total blast from the past, and one thing that was very striking about many of these stores in Singapore, and especially during our entire Asia trip, was the fact that so many items were sealed in their original packaging. In fact, despite the fact that I usually call these used Lego stores, there was barely any used Lego to be found, and 99% of the older items were still mint in sealed box, which is very cool from a collector standpoint, but for me, as somebody who loves opening up Lego, I will open up literally every Lego box just to play with the contents inside. I usually prefer buying used because I know I'm going to open it anyway. It was very, very cool though. I had a total blast going around here, and that wasn't all. Going on from there though, we decided to pay a visit to Toys R Us, which was just a few stores down, and we noticed something very interesting. There was a Singapore exclusive free Lego metal gold keychain with a 90 Singaporean dollar spend, so that's around $75 US, on any Lego sets between September 12th to October 31st. Now, specifically, you were only able to get one of these 3 keychains depending on what day you made your purchases. So, thankfully, the one that they actually had available was the one I was most interested in. The one labeled Dad. There's the mom, dad, and kid, but the dad keychain was literally just the regular minifigure with no hair, and I figured that was the most iconic of them all, so I was really happy to be able to pick that one up. I basically just purchased a set I already owned, the V-19 Torrent, because you can always have more starships in your Republic clone fleet, and was able to get the keychain to go alongside it, which was a really nice surprise. I also wanted to highlight that I thought it was really funny that Toys R Us had a top spender contest for Lego here in Singapore. They are lucky they do not have that in the US, because Duck Bricks would be just clearing the top prize every month. They would have to shut the contest down or just mail me the prizes direct. It is really funny. I've never seen like a top spender contest at any store before other than here at the Toys R Us in Singapore, and of course there were some very cool store displays like the Ninjago one right there as well. But from there, things started to get crazy because our next location was Secret Chamber. Now, Secret Chamber is an absolutely legendary store. The last time I was there, I spent a ton of money buying up sealed Bionicle sets, sealed Ninjago sets. They had pretty much everything you could possibly hope for, and well, they had basically the same stuff as they did 2 years ago, but even wilder. So let's take a look inside the Secret Chamber right now.
I am in Secret Chamber, Singapore, one of the craziest vintage Lego stores in the world, and yes, I am clearing all of this Bionicle is coming home with me. This is insane for my sealed Bionicle collection. I don't even collect anything sealed really, except for Bionicle, so it's time to dock in.
But if I get one set, I'm gonna have to ship a box home because I'm out of space. Even
In which case, you might as well just get a bunch of sets, right, mine?
Yeah, it needs to lock in.
Dock in.
Dock in, dude.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I think I'm clearing.
You're cooked.
Bro. No one will know what this means other than Bionicle fans, but sealed Toa Madanumi is coming home with me today.
That thing's cool.
They found even more sealed boxes. Oh my god. The duck is cooked.
Imagine it's more, and then it actually is more.
I think the duck is braised.
It was about halfway through filming the video clips you're seeing here that I realized I had to have a very serious sit-down conversation with my pal Jonathan, aka Mini Superheroes today. You see, both of us had arrived in Singapore after a crazy Lego shopping adventure in Hong Kong, Shanghai, Beijing, Denmark, and Germany, and our luggages were full. Not only did I have to check in 4 luggages, but I also was utilizing all of my buddy Zach's luggage and my entire hand carry bag as well. So if I bought just one item, just one single item, heck, even a poly bag from this store, it would mean I would have to ship a box home to Seattle. And at that point, why not buy everything? Let's see us deliberate right now.
Me and DB are having a little huddle here.
Yeah.
We're plotting. So the problem is, both of us are completely out of luggage space.
100%. My luggages have not been opened since I got here. I am out.
Yeah. Mine are open, but only to let air in. Nothing can come out. Aaron from Ninjago.
Aaron, where are his parents?
But then you find something like this that I've only ever seen on eBay. And when it is on eBay, it's from some far away place, like Singapore. And so I have to have this. It's a non-negotiable. But the point is...
So you are getting this no matter what?
Non-negotiable. Yeah, non-negotiable.
Oh, man.
And like, you could open it and take it out, but the packaging is mint condition. So here's the point that we are reaching.
Yeah.
If we buy anything here, it probably necessitates shipping home a giant box.
Yes.
But then if you're going to get the giant box, why not just get a ton of stuff because you've already passed the threshold?
Yeah.
This is a very difficult position to be in. A blessing to be in at all, to like be able to get stuff. But oh my god,
I've never seen this before. What? Yeah.
The plot thickens. So can you guys see what the problem is? And this is only the second store that we're planning to hit.
Yeah,
so.
we have one more crazy store after this. See, my problem is they have literally hundreds of Bionicle sets, and they're all priced better than Bricklink. But if I even get one, as he said, I'm gonna need to get a big box. So I don't know, like I'm on the fence.
2?
Yeah. I'm just on the fence of like, if I get one, I have to get them all. Whoa.
I had this growing up. I shouldn't say past tense. I know where it is at my mom and dad's house. But these are the problems, folks, and we're solving them together like always.
Wish us luck.
This was like 2007.
Duck Bricks is clearing.
I don't know about clearing. I don't know about clearing.
Duck Bricks.
So, Duck Bricks is in fact clearing out the Bionicle. And don't worry, they do have a lot more stock in the warehouse. I did confirm, so for those who do want to go to this store, it will be restocked very quickly because they apparently have like an unlimited supply of Bionicle sets in the warehouse. And all the boxes back there, at least many of them, still have Bionicle in them. So, Duck Bricks is clearing out what they have today, but more will be here. I got one of everything because I would like to complete a sealed Bionicle collection, and I feel like this is a pretty good place to, I mean, not start because I have a lot sealed already, but to continue my sealed journey. So this is pretty crazy, but there's so much more to see here.
Lego Hidden Side.
What an insane set of decisions made. You see, there was one set I really wanted, and that was Kongu Mari. I have never seen Toa Mari Kongu sealed from 2007, and when I checked Bricklink, it was not really available sealed at all, which meant that if I wanted a sealed copy, I had to pick it up here. And if I was buying one, well, that meant I had to ship it home, which meant I probably should just go ahead and buy more. You see, I have always dreamt of having a sealed Bionicle set collection. I have collected a lot of the earlier sets from 2001 to, I would say, 2002 and 2003, mostly in part due to Christian Faber's generosity, one of the co-creators of Bionicle, of gifting me many of his sealed Bionicle sets that were actually sent to him as test items, but mostly all of those items are from 01 to 03, maybe a couple of 2004. 2005 onwards, it is very spotty in terms of my sealed Bionicle collection, and I realized that, well, this was a pretty perfect opportunity. Almost all of 2009, 2008, and a whole lot of 2007 and 2006 were present at this store, meaning that if I bought every single item, one of every item at this store, I'd probably only need a couple of sets here and there to actually have a fully sealed Bionicle collection, and well, wouldn't that make for an insane video? And so I decided to go ahead and fully clear it, and I cannot wait for those to arrive back home.
Is the city gonna cop?
Oh, dude, this is cool.
You already got your allotted Bionicle for this trip.
I got my one Bionicle.
Correct.
Maybe at some point we'll have to add another one.
Yeah.
But the one you got sealed, I don't remember his name.
Maxilos and Spinax.
Yeah, pretty cool. So I still gotta build them. Maybe that'll start a deep path.
Yeah.
We'll see for now.
When the shop owners realized I was indeed serious about buying one of every single Bionicle item they had in the store, as well as a good amount of Ninjago too, they began to count everything up, and as things were being tallied, the buddies and I gathered to play a little game of Price is Right, and I invite the audience to guess as well. There was a price allotted to all of the items that I picked up at Secret Chamber, and I am very curious if anybody is able to guess the exact number. In fact, later on, as soon as these sets are delivered to my house all the way back in Washington, I'm living in New York right now, but I'm sending these back to my main Lego collection, I will do a follow-up video and reveal exactly how much money I spent. So get your guesses in now, and we'll see who's able to guess the correct number.
9.2 USD. 10K USD.
I'm gonna go 11. I know it's crazy.
Well, okay,
11K.
You were just at 9. All of a sudden I say 10. You go.
When I said 6,500, I was making an Ethan joke.
He's putting it.
Any other guesses?
8K for me.
8K.
6,500.
For context, Ethan the Artisan had been paid $6.5 thousand US by yours truly for a special Lego wooden train he had found earlier in the trip. He also may or may not have spent like a sixth of that money on it. Thanks, Ethan.
Dude, great find, DB. This is awesome. Whoa, look at this Chima cake.
Going around Secret Chamber was a total blast, and I actually will have a full store tour of Secret Chamber coming out around the same time I actually publish Bringing the Bionicle Haul Home. I'm gonna make that its own video, so stay tuned for that, and right now enjoy the vlog where we kind of just explore around the store and see what we can find, because the finds here were totally crazy.
Gosh, that'd be cool to get this weekend.
I had that as a kid, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I always wanted that one. That's so cool. Oh my god, that's one of my all-timers. We saw it in Hong Kong and it wasn't for sale, and now it is for sale, but I can't get it home.
One of my favorite things about Secret Chamber was just how organized it was. Every single Lego theme was sorted into its own category, and every single shelf was dedicated to one particular theme. It was really easy to be able to locate and find sets, and especially coming from the chaos of the Hong Kong markets, which admittedly were very fun in their own very chaotic way, it was very nice to go into a store as orderly as this one and be able to see every single set that they had currently available from one particular theme came just all on shelves, and also with every box in basically pristine condition, which is absolutely not something you see every day. They had sets from all different eras of Lego, mostly from the early 2000s, which I would say was the Lego I personally grew up with, so for me it was extra special being able to go around here and see all of these really special Lego items and super rare Lego items as well, just hanging out on store shelves, and for the rarest boxes, even seeing them protected by cardboard around all the boxes themselves. Secret Chamber had absolutely one of the craziest selections of Lego that I think all 6 of us had ever seen. But that was not it, because this was not our final destination, and there were so many other places to go. And so we decided to take a quick journey over to our next location, which I actually visited a previous version of it back in the last Lego Singapore trip I did. I got a chance to get a full-on tour of the old version of this place, but it is new and improved in a brand new location, and that is Brickverse Singapore. So let's check that out right now.
Crazy.
What is Mini Superheroes today digging through?
Green Space Army Builder.
It's actually what I did with that set when it came out. That was uncannily good.
Like Zoink Scoop.
we got the duo right here.
We got the duo. So much treasure.
We pull in every box.
I pulled those ones.
Anything cool in them?
Yeah. Shit. I think there's cool stuff in every box.
That's true. Ooh, which one is that? Is that the car?
This is the Venom car.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that one's a good one.
Wow.
I had that one too.
Oh, Toy Story.
What year is
this?
This
Oh,
one
there's
is
more.
2013. This is probably 2009.
I want to say
10.
Yeah.
That was a cool set.
There's different stuff underneath. They had the Ghostbusters car, the female Ghostbusters one.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Look how many.
Ooh, Joker Steamroller.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's a good one too.
It's like a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the flying car.
You never know what you're gonna pull out.
We're excavating.
Lego box.
He's gonna pull out a box
Level
of
3.
stacked of those like Star Wars Comic-Con movie. Yeah.
Not for sale.
Not for sale. Not for sale. Not for sale.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is the
My eye goes to that first.
Yeah.
The Ghost.
I'm surprised that's what your eye goes to and not the Brainiac ship or the Superman set.
Well, I think I've seen these a little bit more often.
That's
The
true.
Ghost. But yeah, this is cool. Technically the only retail set to come with Supergirl.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
My eye went to this one first.
Ultra
Agents.
First ever Superman
Oh,
set.
that's a good one.
Wow.
Man of Steel.
Oh.
Captain
First ever
America's
Captain America.
Avenging
Probably
Cycle.
One of my first Marvel. Like,
I might cop this. This is pretty cool. It's cool.
Oh, this GWP.
Yeah. I might grab. Was it? I don't think it. I think it was retail.
Retail promo.
I think it was a retail promo, or just like a retail set. I saw that. Yeah.
I think everyone in this room probably has one.
That is super cool.
We're gonna get a new one, right? Yeah.
He's coming up the Twilight Zone. The guy who designed this. Oh, okay. This one who designed it. A few of his sets got
Jeremy Samo, you makan all the
Ninja Turtles.
Ninjago.
Ninjago. Dude, I wish.
The mind.
The mind.
Level 4.
Level 4. Oh.
Wow, that is amazing.
Oh my god.
That's a good box.
Another V19.
Republic tank.
That is incredible.
Oh my goodness.
This box doesn't go quite as deep because these boxes are so tall.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That is cool.
Leonardo.
You can just spend the rest of your life digging through these boxes. Don't mind if I do.
There's so many to go.
We'll probably find the Ark of the Covenant.
I think so. Yeah, from this angle, it kind of looks like that warehouse. City swiping the card.
Man, I wish that you don't have the Star Wars ones. No.
Yes, bro.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Problem is I have black light.
Oh my God.
Duckman.
So do all
Whoa.
stuff in them too?
Do the Star Wars poly.
Oh my God. Gentlemen, a full shipper box of fell beasts.
So the first thing you see when entering Brickverse is this incredible Rivendell mock. I absolutely love the way they took the template of the Lego set with the roofing technique and the color scheme, but turned it into a massive and sprawling build, which really evokes the feeling of Rivendell from the Lord of the Rings movies. I honestly got so distracted just staring at all the little details here, it was almost more interesting to me than the sets they had available for purchase. And so, while the others began to raid the shelves and hunt for lost treasures, I spent quite a lot of time just staring at this insane Lord of the Rings and Marvel minifigure collection and literally marveling at this incredible mock. Shout out to the mock builders who put this together and had it on display at Brickverse. This was so cool to see in person. But before I knew it, it was time to actually start digging into the boxes, and you never knew what you were going to find. This was a lot more akin to some of the Lego shops that we had visited in Hong Kong, where there were just boxes and boxes full of items. And it was a total blast just going around the bags and being unexpectedly surprised by what we would find, such as those castle battle packs. They even had an entire room dedicated to sealed older Lego Star Wars sets across all different eras, including some ultra rare store displays too. And yes, they did have a crazy Hero Factory store display I totally wanted to pick up, but just had really no way to get home, which was very, very unfortunate. Of course, they had a great vintage collection as well. You can see some of the classics there, including the Yellow Castle and the Aqua Zone base, some of my favorite Lego sets ever, as well as all sorts of more modern favorites like Lloyd's Titan Mech from the 2019 Secrets of the Forbidden Spinjitzu wave, as well as the original UCS Slave 1, which is so cool to see. Overall, there were just rows and rows of different sets to find. The Vikings chess set was another crazy find to see here, and while admittedly I did own most of the items here, I did walk out making a pretty substantial purchase that I was able to just add to my collection, full of just older sets that I wanted to pick up that I didn't previously own, as well as just a ton of other random miscellaneous items. It was crazy seeing something like the Nesquik Bunny sealed in a poly bag that's a super rare Lego Studios one, and they just had bins and bins full of unexpected items. Sean, of course, honed in on the Fire Temple from 2011 in the box, which we both already owned, but it was still very cool to see it in the box itself, and there were rows and rows of different shelves we were all digging through. You never knew what you were going to find, including a Comic-Con exclusive Brickheads. This one in particular was given away during San Diego Comic-Con and is one of my favorite Brickheads of all time. They also had some Comic-Con exclusive minifigures like the Atom and Black Lightning from the CW superhero shows, as well as the Steve Rogers Captain America and Batman of Zur-En-Arrh, plus a ton of other Comic-Con exclusives like that Ant-Man and the Wasp one, which is super rare. This was our second sealed Indiana Jones Lost Temple set that we had seen on the trip itself, which was crazy because that is an ultra rare set, but that's kind of how it goes here at Brickverse. You never know what you're going to find. Huge shout out to the owner who was able to actually stock us up with some free gifts as well as some great boba tea as well. So really appreciate the hospitality here and just making sure that we were all treated to a great experience as we entered this store. And overall, it was so much fun just digging through. I had to pick up that Spider-Man 4+ car set sealed because I actually didn't own that one yet. I do now. And there were a couple of Star Wars sets I grabbed as well just because I just had a few missing gaps in my collection. I was checking on Brickset and I realized that I literally am only missing like 5 standard retail Star Wars items, and I actually was able to pick up one of them on this trip, so that was super awesome to see. But as we wrapped up at Brickverse, the images started coming in of all of the Bionicle sets I had purchased, and this was kinda insane. There were 15 boxes total that needed to be shipped home to the US, and so far I have officially paid for shipping. It cost me around $1,500 US, and so with that, I honestly don't even know how much money I saved, but it was very nice to get them all in bulk. Later that night, we got a chance to go to a local mall and enjoy some dinner, while the rest of the boys went to the airport mall. Zach and I had some startup work to do, so we stayed at home, did some work, and then went out and I went for an old classic, pepper lunch. I remember when I went to Singapore in 2014, I absolutely fell in love with pepper lunch. You can see baby Duckbricks was really eating it up, and so I had to try it again, and oh my goodness, it was just as good. We also got a chance to check out our 10th Toys R Us of the trip, and there wasn't anything super special here. It was cool to see some of the Lego City Arctic train sets out, which are really cool, but otherwise nothing crazy going on other than the same promos that we've been seeing at all the other Toys R Us's.
If Duckbricks lived in Singapore, bro would easy clear. Easy clear.
The next day, we got up bright and early and got a chance to actually go to the top of Marina Bay Sands. This is one of my favorite things to do while in Singapore. You can see a really amazing view of the entire city and the beautiful gardens below. And of course, we had an absolute blast just checking it out and taking photos, even though it was insanely hot. Again, close to 100 degrees out, so super hot outside, but it was absolutely worth it to go around. After roaming around Marina Bay Sands for a little bit, we decided to have lunch, and while most of the boys opted for American food, I did not understand why they opted for that while in Singapore, and so I decided to go for an Asian food feast, having some xiaolong bao, of course another round of pepper steak, some dumplings, some eel, just everything absolutely delicious, and oh my goodness, I am dreaming of this meal just looking at the photos. It was seriously so good. But our major activity of this day was getting a chance to go to the Singapore Skyline Luge over on Sentosa Island. This was something we were super excited for because it was similar to what we did earlier on the trip, which was sliding down the Great Wall, but we actually got a chance to go on multiple lanes and literally race each other, and so we were very excited to go on a mad race. This was maybe one of the most fun things we got to do on the entire trip, and I will admit, the Stud City managed to beat me every single time. I don't know why. Duckbricks was a very consistent second placer, but for whatever reason, the Stud City managed to claim the first prize spot every time. I gotta admit it when I take an L, you know? Duckbricks will admit when he loses.
No! 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 Dude, jungle! Jungle! No! Oh! Not again. That course was fire.
That was fire, dude. That was more fun.
That was more, dude. We gotta go left.
As you can see, this was a ton of fun. I definitely would recommend trying it out if you're ever in Singapore, or even if you're somewhere else in the world that offers this kind of experience. We had a total blast. But that wasn't the only thing to do on Sentosa Island. Normally in the past, whenever I'm on Sentosa Island, I usually check out Universal Studios Singapore, but honestly, I was a little theme parked out by this point of the trip, so we decided to do something a little bit different. But the other thing to do on Sentosa Island is, of course, go check out the Lego store. And the Lego store here is pretty much considered to be the flagship Lego store in Singapore. And they had a pretty interesting promo we were able to pick up. You see, the store was celebrating 10 years in Sentosa, so they had a special minifigure giveaway, a boy and a girl with identical torsos, to be given away if you spent a certain amount of money on Lego. And so, of course, I decided to go ahead and buy sets that I already owned because there was nothing for me to buy that I didn't already own to achieve the threshold to actually be able to get these minifigures. And I'll just have a couple of duplicates, or maybe I'll just give away the duplicate sets, but it was very, very exciting to be able to get a store-specific GWP, which is pretty rare. You don't really see that in the US very often, to have a custom printed minifigure.
It wasn't from the minifigure factory, it actually was an exclusive made for that store with its own element ID, which is super interesting, and I'm very curious as to the production process to actually make something like that happen, because it seems like so many stores in Asia have stuff like that, but in the US we don't really get exclusives in that vein. The Sentosa store itself was also really cool. We got a chance to see an entire build of Sentosa Island in the store itself. They, for whatever reason, were still themed up around Jurassic World, even though that movie had come out years ago, and the last time I was there in Singapore, like 2 years ago, that theming was still there, but it was actually somewhat relevant around that time, so I do find it funny how they just haven't removed that. We of course had to get our passports stamped with the exclusive stamps, one of them saying 10 years in Sentosa, which is super exciting. We happened to arrive at the 10-year anniversary of the store, and this was packed full of everything you would want to see in a Lego store that is a flagship in its region, like the Mosaic Maker, they had the minifigure factory, everything you would want, and we had a total blast. And as the day came to a close, we regrouped back at the hotel to review the amazing GWPs we were able to pick up. A big reason as to why we went to the Lego store in Singapore was to get this exclusive Lego F1 display case GWP, a place for you to display all of your Speed Champions cars. It's an official acrylic display case from Lego, all branded to Lego itself, and I just thought that was so interesting. It was definitely one of the heaviest items I had to carry home, but totally worth it because I've never really seen Lego do official acrylic display cases before, and this was a super cool item to be able to add to my collection. Of course, I was able to pick up a couple copies of the minifigures as well. You can see the part ID on the Ziploc there, and here's what those two minifigures look like with their torsos reading 10 years in Sentosa, Singapore. Again, these were not printed by the minifigure factory, but instead, they were produced just in the standard way Lego makes minifigures, which I found to be absolutely fascinating the way they were done. Of course, I took the chance to reveal my haul so far, specifically what I had picked up from Brickverse, including these sets of Bricktober exclusive Toys R Us Asia packs, a ton of sealed Ninjago polybags, which I wanted to pick up to add to my Ninjago polybag collection, a couple of vintage sets here and there, such as the Ninja set, as well as a sealed Chima Speedors, the Junior's Spider-Man car that I had mentioned, as well as a ton of sealed Bionicle Zamasphere add-on packs, which were very cool to grab. Of course, I had to purchase that extra V19 torrent in order to get the metal dad keychain from Toys R Us, which I mentioned earlier in the video, and I also was given an I Love SG minifigure as a gift, which was super nice. I also picked up a couple of other vintage sets like the Adventure set there, here's another look at that Ninja set, and of course they all did come with figures, plus I got a couple of keychains like the Anachondrite Cultist Kapow, as well as that Green Ninja Lloyd keychain I had mentioned earlier. It's so cool to see the packaging of the Bricktober sets in Asia. They just look so cool compared to what we get in the US, and I even got a Singapore exclusive set of 4 Bricktober packs, the bumper cars, the summer arcade, the ice hockey, as well as the largest of the set of 4, which is buried underneath that bag right there, but this is a very interesting build. It's the idea generator, and it's kind of like a gigantic Lego brick, but each of them have exclusive stickers saying Lego Singapore on them, so these were super cool to be able to add to my collection. But that night, we had a really special meal planned. I got a chance to reconnect with one of my uncles in Singapore who took us to the Singapore Island Country Club. This was one of the favorite places I went to eat at the last time I was in Singapore, and the food did not disappoint. It genuinely might have been one of the best meals on the entire trip, so shout out to my Uncle Douglas for treating us to some amazing food. We had a great time, and it was the perfect way to end such a fun day. Although for Duck Bricks, it wasn't really the end. You see, to save time, I had left the Secret Chamber store without tallying up all my items and paying, and the store owner said basically she was going to tally it up and then send me the final total and I could pay later on. And so, after everything was tallied, it was ready for me to show up and pay. So, going from dinner, I went back to Secret Chamber, got a chance to pay for all the stuff I had gotten, help them package it up, and, even better, I got to film a full store tour of the store. This was after hours, it was already closed, so I got the entire store to myself, and it was such a cool experience getting a chance to go through the store and call out everything I found super interesting there. So let's take a quick look at that right now. I am here right now in Singapore at Secret Chamber. This is one of the most legendary discontinued Lego stores in the entire world. In 2023, I came here and cleaned up a ton of Bionicle sets, but as the owner has told me, they have an entire warehouse full of discontinued sealed Lego in pristine condition. So now it's 2025 and I came back to continue to clear out the Bionicle. And yes, all 15 of those boxes are coming home with me filled with Bionicle sets. But in the meantime, let's take a look all around the store and see what we can find. So here we are at Secret Chamber, and the first thing you see are the displays on the outside of the windows. This is absolutely nuts. And you can see the wide selection of sets already on shelves. For instance, just looking in here, you've got some battle packs from Star Wars. Actually, this is a really good and interesting selection of different battle packs. They're almost flexing with all different ones that they have available for sale. Obviously, you have lots and lots of different accessories here as well, both custom and official Lego. And then down here, even more accessories, showcasing that this store has a lot to offer. Going over to this side of the window, you can see some of the older Lego pirate ships, such as the Pirates of the Caribbean ships over here. That's from the original Lego themes. And then, of course, a whole selection of the Lunar New Year free gift with purchase sets, which are of course given out throughout the many different years, and it is very cool to see almost the full collection just laid out right here. You've got some vintage Lego watches, all sorts of different Lego builds. Look at that old city set right there. There's some really interesting items here, and as we move our way down, you can continue to see just a crazy amount of different stuff. It is really funny to me how the Bionicle that they have out here is Velika, a very important character in Bionicle lore, but very specific and obscure Bionicle lore, and there's 5 of him, which means we are totally screwed. Going on down here, you've got a ton of minifigures available for sale across lots of different themes. I love this vintage Lego Harry Potter display, and they even are labeled with some of the different character names, which I think is super cool. But the real craziness happens when we actually enter the store itself. They've got a gigantic statue of Woody from Toy Story here. I have no idea where that even came from, but it is totally insane. Of course, there's a Lego dog statue as well, and the craziness just keeps on going as you look around the shelves. Now, from the outset, this might seem like a normal Lego shop. You've got some newer sets on shelves, so on and so forth, but as you look closely at the shelves, you will notice just how insane this store is. Even just looking at the city section here, right? Maybe arguably some of the least interesting items, but I know a lot of people do like city, but you're gonna notice, wait a second, all of these are discontinued sets from years and years ago. I remember building these 2 sets when I was a kid in like 2007, 2008, and the craziness is just overwhelming. This is one of the most interesting discontinued Lego stores because there are barely any built sets available for sale. Instead, they have a lot of vintage sealed offerings. We've got sealed Ninjago spinners up on the wall here. Going over here, we have older Lego magnet collections here. I got the classic Lego Batman one. Absolutely had to pick this up, and remember, all the prices are in Singaporean dollars, so if you do the conversion back to the US dollars, it is a little bit better. I also picked up this castle one, which was absolutely awesome. Had to add it to my collection. Really cool to see that. And then of course, you have all these older magnet collections, including one that was, I believe, exclusive to most Asian regions, which was this Lego DC Superheroes 2012 one, which, yeah, had to add that to my collection too. Going down here, there are all sorts of random Lego books, even an Exoforce one, which is really cool to see. Pretty rare to see something like that nowadays, and as we continue through the store, you will just notice discontinued sets abound. You have the original Rivendell set, the Council of Elrond right here from Lego Lord of the Rings. This is absolutely in pristine condition, and you have all these Hobbit sets, and the one that really drew my eye here as well is this older Racer set. Look how wacky that thing is. Going over here, you have some Lego Elves, Lego board games. These are the original Lego board games. Very cool to see these. I actually don't own Lego Champion yet, and if I had any more room in my luggage, that would be coming home with me. Moving on over here, you've got some hidden side. It's a good mix of old and new. And then you have some Hero Factory sets here as well. Some of the box sets like the Queen Beast. This was such an iconic one from the final wave of Hero Factory. And speaking of iconic, I mean, look at this. This is the battle at the Black Gate. It is one of the most iconic Lego Lord of the Rings sets ever. And it is here, fully sealed, available right now in perfect condition, which is absolutely nuts. You've got so many great sets here. Just look at all these Hobbit sets, and the craziness keeps going. One of my favorite Lego Monster Fighter sets here, and this set was very simply titled The Zombies. That was the official name of this set, and it is a zombie graveyard. Just looks so cool. You've got the giant kind of zombie killing machine with the scoops on the front, the zombie bride and groom, which are pretty creepy minifigures. I'm surprised Lego got away with it then. And of course, you have the classic Unexpected Gathering set, aka the Hobbit hole in the Shire. This is really nice, and the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit sets just keep on going. There is so much stuff to see here. Of course, speaking of monster fighters, you got the Haunted House. This is an iconic Lego set, truly one of the greats, and it's so cool to see that fully sealed. Now, over on this side, there is a lot of Hero Factory, and honestly, there was a lot of Bionicle too, and don't worry, I was told that the Bionicle sets are near infinite, so these shelves will be restocked with new Bionicle sets very soon, but all of the Bionicle sets are now sitting in here. And yes, every single Bionicle set, I bought one of everything they had available, and that is sitting in 15 boxes. I now have to figure out how to ship home tomorrow, because I leave tomorrow, so I am totally cooked if I cannot figure out a way to ship these 15 boxes home easily. Easily is a stretch. I don't think there's going to be anything easy about shipping these boxes home, but at least a way to figure out how to ship it. I'm sure I can show up to DHL with these and see what I can do. Moving on from that, we have the Lego Architecture collection, and yes, these stretch all the way back to the older Lego Architecture sets. Whoa! Oh man. I need this one. That is tempting. And it has the printed tile there. Ooh, gotta think about that one. But if you look at that, these are some of the very first Lego Architecture sets ever, and it is so cool to see them in the boxes. This is one of the very first ones. Really interesting stuff here, and it is so much fun. Just digging around the store, you never know what you're gonna find. Remember when Lego made Discovery Channel sets? Well, take a look at this. This one is the Lunar Lander, branded for the Discovery Channel, and then you have the alternate version of the box branded for Discovery Kids in the US. So you literally have both versions of the set next to each other, which is absolutely insane. Going over here, you've got some Lego Pirates goodness, of course. Very cool to see that. Pirates of the Caribbean as well. Wow, the original Black Pearl. Oh, I mean Captain Jack Sparrow's pirate ship, as Lego would like you to call it nowadays. Very cool to see that. And then we have a total classic, the remake of the Town Plan, celebrating 50 years of the Lego brick in, I think this was 2008. This was one that I had as a kid, and I absolutely loved it. What a classic set. Of course, you have every Lego theme represented here. So there's Lego Friends, you have Lego, even Disney over here, DC Superhero Girls just kind of casually peeking there, and there's even more just down here that my boxes are currently covering because it has been an insane day of shopping. This is literally one of the statues you would see on the Dragon roller coaster at Legoland, so how it ended up in this shop is beyond me. Oh my goodness, I feel like now I need to make them an offer for this statue because that would be so hard in my apartment. Tell me I'm wrong, that would be so cool to have just kind of chilling in our apartment. Moving on from here, we have a giant Lego Yoda statue, and yes, it is official as well. It's kind of freaky looking. The mask, like, it doesn't really, yeah, cover up that face, man. Man, those eyes are just looking into my soul here. Wow. Ugh, look at that. Crazy though. That is very cool. That's an official Lego Star Wars Yoda statue. And then we have all sorts of polybags here as well. Collectible minifigures from pretty much every single series that you could possibly hope for. And they've got sealed boxes of a lot of collectible minifigs as well, which is nuts. The Feng Shui alarm clock from Ninjago, which is cool. In fact, all these older alarm clocks like Savage Opress, you've got some Chima ones, super interesting to see here. And of course, it is very cool to see some classic Hero Factory sets. I remember XT4 was one of my favorite ones growing up as a kid. This was so cool, as well as Furno XL. I saw him earlier. Yeah, there he is. Furno with his giant cape and knight aesthetic. That was so cool. And of course, the Bionicle sets they did have in duplicate, they are actually displayed here. So they had a few duplicates, which are now on shelves, but you know, the rest of the individual ones are in here. Hey, they also threw in a free roll of packing tape. Nice GWP. Moving on from that, let's see what else we can find. I'm going to go over to this section because on this turntable, you've got some classic Lego magnets, including some superheroes ones, some from Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, which is very cool. And then you have all sorts of keychains from different eras of Lego. Most of these, I would say, are from like the 2012 to modern era-ish, you know, give or take a few exceptions here and there. But my eyes, of course, are drawn to Lizaroo here from Ninjago. That's a really good one. Had to pick that up. As well as Lady Iron Dragon, Ninjago, and a Conjoy Kapow, although I guess it's more like cultist Kapow in his form. And some other good ones too, like a Lord of the Rings Orc keychain. You have Krager from Legends of Shima. Ice Bite from Shima as well. That was from the final wave, so that's super cool to see. And just all sorts of great highlights over here. Moving on to this section, we have, of course, one of my favorite themes ever, Ninjago. Now, they mentioned to me they have a copy of literally every single Ninjago set available for sale, but somebody just came in and bought up a ton of the discontinued ones, so they need to restock them from their warehouse. As of right now, only the Ninja DBX is left when it comes to some of the older Ninjago sets, but do keep on coming back to the store because I was told and shown a picture of every Ninjago set ever made, fully sealed, that they are going to restock the shelves with, which is absolutely bonkers, and I cannot believe they're just sitting on that. Even going over to City, you've got a lot of really interesting sets here. Like this one is a construction set. That's kind of weird to see. That's an interesting one. You have a classic fire truck, and this was one of my first ever Lego sets. I literally remember where I was when I got it. I got this at the Redmond Target. That was my local Target right when it came out. I built it in the store. I absolutely loved this set, and this just brings back so many childhood memories looking at the box, because it's just something that is a very core childhood memory for me, which is so cool to see, and something this store really unlocks, because all these boxes bring back so many amazing memories of my favorite sets as a kid. Of course, going on to here, you've got some classic sealed Indiana Jones sets and the holy grail of any Indiana Jones collector's collection, and this is the original Temple Escape. I'm sure Mini Superheroes Today is going to love seeing this one in pristine condition, fully sealed. That is unbelievable. Moving on from that, we've got some great Speed Racer sets. This one is a classic as well. I think I saw some of the other ones over there, so we'll have to take a look. You've got some other great sets here. This was another one of the sets I got as a kid. So cool to see this. I actually got this at Legoland Germany because it was discontinued, and they were selling it at a steep discount, and that's where I got mine. A lot of good memories from that one, so I can't believe I remember where I got like most Lego sets. I don't know if I could say that about every single set, but for the ones that made a big impact on me as a kid, like this one, I definitely have a lot of fond memories. Moving on from that, we have some classic Winter Village sets. Like, look at this one. Oh my goodness, the post office. That's a classic. Santa's Workshop over here with the sleigh. That's such a good build. And then, of course, I think this was like the Winter Cottage or the family home, which had very thick snow falling upon it, which is super cool to see. Even for Lego Minecraft, there are some older offerings here. We have the Farm Cottage. That's a classic one right there. All sorts of good stuff. Oh, the Jungle Temple. What a good set as well, off of an actual build from Minecraft. So super cool to see that. Some Ninja Turtle sets down there. You've got a ton of Marvel stuff here as well. Not a lot of discontinued Marvel right now, but again, they keep on refreshing the store, so you never know what you're going to find. And Mini Superheroes Today did just clear through here, so maybe he might be responsible for not a lot of discontinued Marvel being on shelves. Moving over here, look at what we have. This is a true classic. Yes, indeed. This is The original medieval market village. Oh my goodness, crazy seeing that in the box. And as you can see, these actually have protective cardboard around the boxes that are literally just sealed there to make sure the boxes don't get damaged. The boxes are in pristine condition. So many classics here. I mean, the Kingdom's Joust is here as well. Jabba's Palace, the original 2012 one, not the first one they made, but one of the classic ones. The OG Tantive 4. Whoa, look at that box. This is unbelievable. It is almost overwhelming, the amount of crazy items they have here that just stretches onto the back. Speaking of Lego Star Wars, of course, we've got some classics over here. Look at that. The 2005 OG ARC 170 Starfighter. That is sealed in the box. Oh, that is so cool. The Coruscant police gunship. That's really cool to see. Ooh, Ahsoka Starfighter. Wow. Oh my goodness. This is just rows and rows of classic Lego Star Wars sets right here. And even the Phantom. That's what my eye immediately goes to. That is so cool to see in the box. I'm freaking out by the amount of amazing sets in here. And there's even another level to get down to, so you can kind of go down the stairs here, and as we make our way down, you can see all sorts of classic Lego sets. Sealed Green Grocer, a lot of the modulars are up here. The original Batcave for the 1966 TV series. Here are those other Speed Racer sets sealed in the box, looking absolutely pristine. You've got a classic Lego Octan gas station back there for Lego City, some World Racer sets, the original Tower of Orthanc from Lord of the Rings as well. So cool. And you have just a few little built sets here in the windows, and I do love this Ninjago display with the Temple of Urjitsu. You've got the Maro Dragon, Jay and Nia's Water and Lightning Fusion Dragon, so all sorts of great stuff in there, and even a little Lego Elves display as well, which is very sweet. They don't even have just Lego sets. I mean, this is a crazy selection already. Ninjago City Docks, what a classic. But they also have Lego backpacks. Check out this Chima backpack, and I know if they had a Ninjago or Bionicle one, I would be walking out with it. Over here, you have the classic Maersk Line ship over here. Just all sorts of great sets that just keep on going and going. This has been one of the coolest Lego shopping experiences of all time. And if you look over here, this is just Brick Journal magazines organized by issue that you can just go ahead and purchase. I remember being a kid in the Lego store when they had those at Lego stores and buying them for myself and reading them, which was so cool. And they even have Blocks magazine issues as well. This is unbelievable. Absolutely one of my favorite stores of all time. And honestly, their selection keeps on changing. As I mentioned, there is a massive warehouse full of Lego sets they keep on restocking too. So if you don't see something here, they probably have it in the back. Secret Chamber is a true institution. It is really a Singaporean staple. They actually have a really sweet story here where it showcases how Secret Chamber came to be, where a husband and wife basically decided to create this store. He was sharing his passion for Lego. She was helping him bring in the business aspect and sell everything, and they make an absolutely power team to run this store. I was actually getting a chance to talk to one of the owners of Secret Chamber, and it was really cool because not only do they sell Lego, but they also have been involved in teaching kids robotics and programming. So, for instance, the shop has been open since 2006. This was the original location right here. You can see some of those older sets there, and this giant working crane was actually built by kids who came into the shop and got really into Mindstorms and Technic because of the shop. And because of that, Secret Chamber itself decided to sponsor its own robotics team competing in Lego Mindstorms competitions, which I think is so amazing how a store like this literally is not just a store, but it's a way to get local kids involved in programming. She was telling me how here you can see she was teaching kids how to code in C++ when they were 6 or 7 years old, which is nuts to me because I learned that at like 12 or 13 and I thought I was ahead of the curve, but clearly they were literally half my age learning it out of a Lego store, which honestly brings a lot of joy to me. I'm an engineer by heart, and right now I run my own startup in New York. It is a tech and data AI focused startup, but my roots are in engineering and in programming. So to actually go into a store like this and hear the story of the store, which was all about them bringing kids up in terms of teaching them programming, getting them to compete in championships. You can literally see the trophies the kids have all won from the store's team back here. I think that is just such a cool story, because when you hear stuff like that, most of the time people and kids would compete from their local high schools and middle schools and even colleges in these competitions, but I've never heard of a Lego store sending in its own robotics team and then literally sweeping the national competitions. Like, that is such a flex to have that in the store, that row of trophies there. And it's really cool because, again, it's more than a store. It is a way to actually get local kids involved in programming and engineering and use their passion for Lego to build, which is what I'm personally all about. I feel like Lego was the gateway for me to get into entrepreneurship and into programming and get to where I'm at today. That's a big reason as to why I run this channel. So that's why I love supporting stores like this. And that's why I had to clear out those Bionicle sets, because Secret Chamber is absolutely amazing. I love what they do. I just find it so interesting how they have this crazy selection too. So I just have to support it. Just wanted to kind of end the video this way by saying there's a lot more cool stuff in the world than just Lego. And I think that mission and bringing kids kind of into this world of programming, giving them the skills they need to be very equipped for the world that we're living in right now, is a very, very important one, and one that I definitely want to support. So hope you enjoyed this tour of Secret Chamber. I am now off to figure out how to get these shipped. It is currently like 11 p.m. at night. The shop owners have been very kind to open the store up for me to just kind of sit here and film, and while they get a van around and figure out how to transport these boxes to my hotel. I have no idea how we're gonna do that, but it's totally crazy. This has been a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed watching. It's time to get shipping. Secret Chamber is shutting down for the night, and I'm gonna wheel this cart out and figure out how on earth I am going to ship these home to Washington. Thankfully, these are not going to New York with me. My New York apartment does not have enough space for these, so I'm gonna be making sure these get saved to my main collection in Seattle. All 15 boxes are filled with sealed Bionicle, as well as a couple of other rare items I was able to pick up, and we're gonna take these home right now. So at this time of recording, the mall is closed. I have no idea how I'm gonna get these home, but in the next 24 hours, I'm gonna have to, because I'm leaving Singapore in 24 hours. That was such a cool experience, and thankfully I did not, in fact, have to figure out how to ship all my boxes home, because Christina, the awesome store owner, was able to help arrange shipping for me and even drop me off back in my hotel. So huge shout out to you. Thank you for being so awesome and accommodating, and I cannot wait to go back. Of course, as I was going through my haul at the hotel, I realized I also got this amazing gift of an I Love Singapore minifigure when we visited Brickverse earlier in the day, which was so cool and very special to pick up. But the next day, we had something even crazier planned, because we got an invite to visit the LEGO Singapore office, aka the SG Hub. I am in the LEGO Hub in Singapore. This is the Singaporean LEGO office, and we are about to go on a full tour, seeing everything there is to see. There are so many amazing things to see here. I'm already seeing some great builds from the LEGO Builds Instagram. If you recognize some of these, like the upscale chicken, this is absolutely awesome. And yes, there is storage for eggs in the back as well. On the back here, you also have a giant brick separator. So many cool things. LEGO employee exclusive gifts here, like the Ninjago Christmas gift. Very cool to see, and so much more. So join me as we take a tour of the LEGO Singapore offices. You're greeted with all sorts of LEGO builds, and of course, a full cafeteria. So the LEGO office is absolutely covered in LEGO. Literally everywhere you look, there's LEGO just somewhere, and it is so cool just seeing the variety of different things they have here, like an original store display for the Adidas Superstar. You've got LEGO Hearts, of course, for F1 being in town. You have an F1 car, and yes, you could have watched the race from that window over there, which is absolutely awesome. Of course, there are so many great builds at the Lego Builds office. Look at this. Oh my goodness. That is so cute. I know how I'm going to propose. Hopefully I won't have to use it more than once. And over here we have the Lego duck. This is so cool because I just picked up one of these in Germany, and it was actually a little bit different because it had a heart instead of this snowflake sign here, but otherwise the duck looks pretty identical. Must be a new build they're rolling out, and now I gotta ask if I can take this one out. There you have a giant Playday mosaic. This is to commemorate the regular Playday that Lego hosts for all their employees around the world. Usually they have a couple of exclusive gifts like minifigures or builds during those events as well, and I think I've seen a few of those scattered around the office. Of course, you have the Lego Dreams representation where you can get some Bunshu coffee over here. Very cool to see that. And it's really cool seeing all these posters around the office as well. Looks like there was some sort of a Singapore Hub 10th birthday event exclusive set. Duckbricks has got to get his hands on that, I know. I mean, I'm really curious what that set looks like. But over here you have some F1 Singapore Grand Prix merchandise here as well. Lots and lots of cool stuff here in the office, and it just keeps on going. You can see there is Lego literally everywhere. Oh, do I spy a 2005 Star Corps Trooper? Wow, look at that. Just all sorts of craziness going on. Oh my goodness, Ethan the Artisan, the Stud City, mini superheroes today, Ethan the Artisan, Bricks by Mind, City. And it's a life-size chicken. That is so cool.
Chicken jockey.
Wow, and it's laying an egg. Looks like Ethan the Artisan is turning into a monstrosity himself. Here we have so many different employee gifts from around the years, like the Nutcracker here from 2017, one of my personal favorites, as well as 50 years on track. Wow, this chicken really is not leaving me alone here. Wow, this very energetic chicken we've got here. But moving on to the rest of the office, we have an actual copy of the Marina Bay Sands fully brick built. Oh, the chicken, he's not done. And as well as a ton of Singaporean landmarks, like some of these buildings here. You have the Ninjago employee Christmas gift, which is super cool to see. Some of the giant life-size Lego builds, the Christmas X-Wing, and oh my goodness, is that a giant brick separator? Well, I'm gonna have to take a closer look at that. Of course, one of the coolest builds here at the Singapore Lego Hub is this gigantic upscaled Lego brick separator. Now, if you're following the Lego Builds Instagram account, you probably would have seen this alongside a ton of other upscaled Lego builds, but it is something completely different to have this in my hands. You know, I have needed a brick separator quite a lot, but honestly, after seeing this one, I definitely think that I need to be building a lot bigger because this is nuts. And you can even see it's really interesting. They have it built up with some metal elements down at the bottom there to really make sure it is structurally sound. You have some great construction, studs in the side techniques for the studs there on the separator too. It's just such a cool tool to wield. So let's get building and then let's get breaking. It's really cool to see a giant printout in cardboard of the 3D printed Lego wooden duck, which was actually given away at a few Lego house events. Very cool to see this. A green one also came in one of the inside tour sets, and I know at least one gold one exists, although I don't really know how that's being given out, but very cool to see a cardboard cutout of it here in the office. And there are ducks everywhere, including right here.
Duck bricks.
Duck bricks. Duck bricks. It's the year of the snake, so they have something really special here where you can see little Lego snake builds that employees actually got to customize and take home. There's a lot of different versions of the snakes here, and of course, one absolutely gigantic one. That is the Great Devourer.
This kind of reminds me of the Lost City of Ouroboros.
Whoa! I wonder what's buried underneath there. Wrong Place, Wrong Time also took place there. I think I'm ready to discover the dream world with these Lego Dreams cutouts. It actually is really cool to see like the show models like Cooper's T-Rex here just being rendered in cardboard. You also have the Z-Blob mech. I mean, I'm blobbing out right now just looking at this. And of course, you have a brick-built husky as well.
It's really cool to see this in person for the first time because I've never watched the show, so I've never seen what this looks like.
There's literally Lego everywhere in the office. Let's see what treasures we can find in here. Whoa, look at that. Some vintage Lego Star Wars minifigures. Very cool to see that. Older Lego pieces. I spy some Exoforce in there as well. Let's see, some of the old Lego soccer set pieces are in here. I wonder if I can find any Ninjago. Oh, that's from Lego Racers. That's cool. And hey, look, part of the employee exclusive Ninjago Christmas gift. That is awesome to see. What other treasures can we find? Looks like this clone trooper has undergone a bit of a makeover here. Oh, what minifig is that? Oh, wow, classic 2002 Geonosian torso. Very cool to see that. You never know what you're going to find in the Lego Singapore office. And look at that, the old Lego Media logo. This was from the 2002 Lego Soccer Stadium, as well as some pieces of the Republic gunship, also from 2002. In fact, most of this bin looks like it is made up of pieces from 2002 and 2005, like the very first Clone Trooper battle pack is just sitting in there.
You never know what you're going to find in the Lego Singapore hub. This is a fully chromed custom Lego Oscar statuette. Looks like it was a trophy given away to particular employee groups here at the campus. And wow, this is so cool. I wonder what method they used to chrome all of these Lego bricks. That is absolutely phenomenal to see, and just such a cool thing to see lying around the office. Guess I better get into acting.
Of course, F1 is a big part of the Lego brand this year, so you have the Formula One collection right there, as well as some other highlights from the year, like some of these Creator 3-in-1 sets, some Lego merchandise on the walls, even some Lego plushies, and oh my goodness, what is Aaron from Nexo Knights doing over here? That is so cool.
Seriously, it was such an honor to be able to visit the Singapore Lego Hub, and a massive shout out to the team for letting us visit and check it out. This was a total blast, and I loved seeing all the different unique elements of the Singapore Hub, such as this minifigure wall here highlighting every single employee who makes a minifigure every time they join the company, which I thought was super sweet. And of course, a gigantic brick-built text saying Sing Hub to go along with it, with even some special Lego torsos saying Lego Hubster, which was really cool. I also loved seeing every single aspect of the walls and decor of the building surrounded by different Lego sculptures. They had a huge Lego world map made out of Lego pieces, which is super similar to the much larger version of this, which you can find at the actual Lego campus in Billund, Denmark. But I had an absolute blast just going around here trying to spot little Easter eggs like Energy J heads being used and Space Wild style torsos from the Lego movie in 2014. All sorts of crazy pieces just integrated into that gigantic map. Of course, there were so many Singapore specific sculptures and Asia specific sculptures as well, which I thought was really sweet. And there were just areas where employees could play with different sets, like some of the employee exclusive sets just out and about for people to play with, including the Christmas X-Wing, the Ninjago employee exclusive set, and so on and so forth. Of course, this was the main hub for the LEGO Builds Instagram account, so a lot of the builds featured on that account were actually present here, which was really cool to see and actually interact with, like that giant chicken and brick separator. There was a place to play LEGO video games, which had pretty much every single video game made by LEGO, which was very cool, and even an advertisement for some of the Asia exclusive mobile games like this one that you can see right here. Going all around, there were just random bits and pieces of LEGO sets, a LEGO Foundation set, which was pretty interesting to see, which obviously just had random pieces scattered throughout it, and even some private call rooms, which we had a lot of fun just going in and out of. Brick-built trophies were adorning every single shelf, which was super cool, seeing that this office had obviously done really good in what they were trying to accomplish for their business objectives. We had a whole machine made for the LEGO Playday, which featured Unikitty switching from regular Unikitty to the angry version of Unikitty, which I thought was super funny, and it was all fully motorized and built out of LEGO as well, which was absolutely insane. Always good to see a little nod to Pharaoh's Quest there with the Scarab as well. We had employees holding suitcases for little briefcases, which is similar to what I saw at the Lego factory over in Denmark, where there was a little note written to themselves in the suitcases, and even some older Lego sets were on the shelves to play with, like the Chima crocodile helicopter there from the final wave. Of course, it was really interesting seeing all sorts of different cardboard cutouts, like a cardboard cutout of Robin from the Lego Batman movie, and again, a huge shout out to the entire team for being so awesome and welcoming as we toured toured the entire office. We had a total blast getting a chance to meet the team, talk about ideas for the LEGO Builds Instagram, and just learn a little bit more about what they do over at these Singapore offices, and of course check out all of the amazing LEGO Singapore decor. Now, one of my favorite things to do around the office was just go around and see all sorts of different LEGO items and just see where I could spot unique things like the LEGO F1 collection. There were some LEGO clothing, apparel items around there as well, which they were advertising within the office itself, and they even had some drawings made by kids of the employees adorning the walls of the office to really just make it feel more alive. Out of all the LEGO offices I've been to, this felt the most like a celebration of creativity, where you can see all sorts of amazing drawings on the walls, LEGO sculptures everywhere, literally LEGO everywhere you look. And honestly, this makes me want to work for LEGO, because if you worked in an office like this, I mean, I don't know how I would get any work done surrounded by LEGO day in and day out. It was actually really cool to see all sorts of really nice cards to basically help employees kind of understand pitfalls for how they should be working, and just making sure that there was the right employee culture going on within the office, which I thought was really, really good, that obviously LEGO is promoting all of these things to explore their biases and try to have a commitment to having an inclusive environment, which was super sweet. But of course, we had to end our day at the LEGO office with one very important thing, and that was trying the food. We have tried food at all sorts of different LEGO places. We had actually just come from the LEGO campus in Denmark, so we were very curious to see how the food would stack up here.
Of course, we have to eat at the LEGO campus too, so I'm gonna get an American beef pie. Feels a bit more British to me, but you know, I'm excited to have that. That looks pretty good. They have a lot of different items here, and of course, burgers as well. Zitty, what are you getting?
I'm gonna have the weekly special chicken burger.
Ooh, that looks good. And look, it's LEGO branded too. I wonder if it'll taste like a LEGO brick.
I wonder if they'll do the BurgerFi thing where they put the LEGO stamp on the bun.
That would be really cool. I don't think so, but it would be cool. Of course, being at the LEGO Hub in Singapore means we have to eat a LEGO meal in Singapore as well. So I got this meat pie. This was the most interesting thing on the menu to me. And as you can see, we are in the LEGO booth right here. Oh my goodness, I see Unagami over there. We'll take a closer look at a cutaway to that. But let's go ahead and take some bites of the meat pie from the LEGO Singapore office. So, ooh, that looks actually really good. Hey, it almost kind of looks like a LEGO stud. I don't think that was intentional, but honestly, let's just dig in
Chicken
right
burger.
here.
We got a chicken burger. Anybody waiting?
It's actually pretty good. Let's dig in.
I'm so blobbed up right now.
Another thing you can see inside the LEGO Singapore office is Ethan the Artisan locked inside a cage of his own design. We should leave him here. Come on, guys, let's go. Let's head out. Are we forgetting anything?
He fell into his own creation.
Yeah, I guess if we're forgetting anything, it doesn't really matter. All right, let's go.
And then I get distracted and get put on timeout.
That was so much fun, and again, big shout out to the amazing team at the LEGO Singapore Hub for having us over. We had a total blast exploring the office and being able to share it with all of you, and of course, enjoying a meal there, which was totally awesome and the best way to end our visit. The Singapore Hub was bursting with creativity, and I can absolutely tell how they're able to come up with so many cool ideas and fun pieces of content for the LEGO Builds Instagram working in an office like this. But of course, our day was only getting started. After visiting the LEGO Employee Hub in Singapore, we walked across the street to the local mall. We swung by the local Toys R Us, there was a mall attached, just in case there was anything interesting to see at the Toys R Us location, because at this point, we did not know what GWPs to expect, so we were checking everywhere.
Yo, Jay!
Spend and win.
Jay jogging.
Jay jogging.
Guys, we have to train.
We have to train.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Unfortunately, this Toys R Us didn't really have anything super special to offer other than the standard ones, but it was still cool going around and seeing what sorts of GWPs they did have available. Most of them were just polybags that are available for purchase, but I did find it interesting how this specific one had very specific theme GWPs, like a Minecraft polybag if you buy Minecraft sets, a Technic polybag if you buy Technic, so on and so forth. So there were just interesting promos going on at the same time. This did, of course, also have the metal keychains being given away as a free gift, so if we did want to stock up on more, we could have, but honestly, I was happy with just one, and because it wasn't in the date range to get the second one yet, there was really no need to purchase anything else at this specific Toys R Us. But elsewhere in the mall, we also were able to swing by a local Lego store. Now, we had seen images of an elusive GWP, a very strange one, simply titled Red Car, and this was exclusive to Singapore, and we were very curious as to how we would be able to pick it up. Well, we swung by this Lego store, and unfortunately, they had no idea what we were talking about when we brought up the Red Car GWP. However, the previous day, another Lego store that also didn't have it had told us that Red Car was available at only the pop-up stores, and we didn't really know what they meant by that, but we randomly ran into the legendary Lego builder, Ransom Fern, who is best known for basically redesigning the Black Panther and Hulkbuster sets, among many others, and making them 1,000 times better. We ran into him at this Toy Outpost store, which is kind of like a secondhand store selling used minifigures and older sets. I didn't pick up anything there, but it was still cool to look around and see what they had. But walking out of the store, I just bumped into him, and it was totally crazy because we had met 2 years prior in Singapore, and it was a total coincidence to run into him again. But he knew exactly what they meant by Lego pop-up store, and so he was able to navigate us out of this mall, and we headed over to another mall to check out a special Lego F1 pop-up that they had going on as a special promo for the Singaporean region. And so, as we entered the mall, we went to the standard Lego store there, got a chance to look around for a little bit, but then they told us that the Red Car GWP was actually not available at the regular Lego store, but if we went downstairs and outside, we might be able to find the Red Car GWP in the special Lego F1 pop-up booth, and that's exactly where we found it. This was an entirely separate building and experience to interact with that Lego had set up outside this mall, which was super interesting, specifically because F1 was in town that weekend.
Red car.
Did they have Red Car?
Red car.
Oh, they have Red Car.
Red car. Red car. Red car. Red car.
Red Car was indeed found. This was very funny to many of us because if you look at the build, let's just say the build is not really that up to par with modern design standards, but it is an exclusive GWP, so we absolutely had to pick it up. And the thing is, you had to spend a certain amount of money in the store to be able to get it, and most of that was basically just Speed Champions and Technic sets, so let's see what we ended up getting.
Dude, your favorite Lego theme?
Thanks so much.
Speed Champions F1? I love... They're none of those are.
There it is.
I love Speed Champions F1 sets. They're my favorite. I love Speed Champions F1 sets. They're my favorite type of Lego set. I love when the cars go fast, and they're different builds every single time. There's 10 of them, and they're all so different. At least I can experience the thrill.
Experience the thrill.
Of course, there was more to do in the store than just shop. Since GWPs sadly did not stack, I decided to go ahead and purchase a single Optimus Prime set so I could do the Ransom Fern rebuild. Obviously, I was very influenced by him being with us in the store, and that only netted me a single Red Car. Alas. They also, however, had a really cool make and take where you could actually build a miniature version of the F1 cars, but sadly, no matter how many times we asked, they refused to give it to us because we were not children. And sadly, they did not take kindly to my argument that we were kids at heart and were very much not amused by our attempts to try to get the free make and take. Alas. However, getting turned down at the children's make and take area was not the only thing that we were able to do in the Lego F1 booth. Specifically, they had a competitive game for you to be able to rebuild a Speed Champions car in record time. And of course, I had to race Jonathan Mini Superheroes today to see who would be the best pit crew member. And I'll let you decide who won.
So the time to beat is 14 seconds by Mini Superheroes today. Let's see if Duck Bricks can do better.
After watching how it all goes.
I know how it all goes. Mini Superheroes was at like 14 seconds. Bro's in the slow lane, you know? But the time to beat is 4 seconds.
Okay, so these go here, right? I don't believe somebody got this.
Fail, already fail. Yep, you lost.
Ah!
Fail, dude, just a fail.
I'm close. Fail.
Fail.
Done. I beat Minnie. I beat Minnie. Yo, tie. No, run it again.
Tied by the Lego Master.
Run it again. What are you gonna do? We're running it again. What are your thoughts on it? Thank you. And then try it one more time. I'll tell you what.
Are we gonna tie break?
And you lost. You're out.
Done.
Oh!
Hey, it's okay.
Doesn't count. Piece fell off. Doesn't count.
Doesn't meet the leaderboard either way.
Put you in the top 10.
Hey. 7 seconds. No, I gotta run it again.
I can't believe this is how I'm spending my last day in Singapore.
Piece fell off.
Oh, obviously still counts because it's stuck bricks.
I just say, yeah. Ready, 3, 2, 1, okay.
So these go to the sides like that.
It's over.
Okay, we're doing
I'm cooked. I'm washed.
With the LEGO F1 pop-up booth fully completed, minus the make and take, which we were not allowed to make and take, we decided to swing by one last old LEGO store, and oh my goodness, am I glad I did this. However, this is also the store that pushed me over the edge. I was totally fine not having to buy another luggage until this next store.
This store was absolutely crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about my haul. I'll show it to you guys a little bit later, but Chris, man, all those sealed sets.
I don't think I can film a haul because I don't think it's all fitting in one room.
I
would love to see your haul though. The Mini Superheroes Today haul is going to go crazy because there are times on this trip where we split up and I literally have no idea what he bought. So I will be tuning in to the very video you're watching to see his haul right now.
I actually would have to reciprocate the same. We've split up enough, and by the time we meet up, it's just like, oh, here's my bag.
Yeah,
like
here's
we
my
actually
bag
don't.
of 100
and
things.
we haven't been staying in the same room for the last several weeks. Well, I shouldn't say weeks, but the last several cities.
Like 9 days at least, right?
Yeah, so it's been a minute since either of us have seen each other's haul. So there you go.
Can't wait to see it. Now, the store in question was Toy Station. 2 years ago, I had visited this store and it looked very, very different than the way it looked now. And the reason for that is because we caught them 2 days after they started to pack everything up and move it to a warehouse to be able to let them sit and accrue value a little bit more. We got very lucky in the sense that not everything was fully packed up, but also very unlucky in the sense that we came 2 days after they started packing, so there were a ton of rare items and older sets that they had available that we just weren't able to pick up because they had already been packed away into boxes. Still, that did not stop us from being able to grab a ton of extremely rare LEGO items. It was super cool being able to go around the store and just see what they had available because the selection of sets was super interesting. They had some sealed Bionicle sets, of course, like every store in Singapore apparently has, as well as a ton of sets from my childhood. LEGO Pirates, the older LEGO Star Wars sets. I saw a copy of the motorized walking AT-AT, which was one of my favorite sets growing up as a kid. Some old advent calendars like the 2011 Star Wars advent calendar, a sealed Exo-Force set, one of the sealed Bionicle system sets, and even a copy of the Castle Tic-Tac-Toe set, which nowadays would have just made for an insane army builder. I mean, look at the amount of knights that you get in this set alone. Some of my favorite items to see here were just some of the older items that you could spot on shelves. Going to the superhero section, and yes, this is my footage and not Mini Superheroes Today, which is pretty funny because usually he's very focused on the superhero stuff, but it was very interesting to me as a general LEGO fan to see some of these older LEGO items on shelves, like the old Ideas Exosuit, the Women in STEM set, as well as the LEGO Adventure Time set, but then going over, as I mentioned, to superheroes and seeing a copy of the Javelin often on store shelves, which is one of my favorite DC superhero sets, and yes, this was sealed and at an insane price as well. They also had the Man of Steel set from 2013 fully sealed. That was crazy to see that there. One of the Black Manta sets, I think that was 2014 or 15, so a lot of older LEGO superhero stuff to see, which was very, very cool. One of my favorite things to see was the Bionicle System set, the Battle for Metru Nui, and if you don't know, this set might have a chance of including a super rare Pearl Gold Visorak Carapace in it if it was produced after 2005 in one of the late production runs for 2006. But you don't really know what you're going to get until you open the box, and this was fully sealed, so there was no way to check. Now, taking a look at all of the items in my haul, there were a ton of super special and rare stuff like these gigantic Ninjago minifigures that I totally wanted to add to my collection, as well as just all sorts of different items that were actually priced below retail. They had mentioned that all of their new sets were priced like 15 to 20% below retail, which was super cool because a lot of them were actually cheaper than the US prices, which was totally crazy to see. And it was so cool just being able to bring home all sorts of crazy items from this store in particular. We had a total blast exploring, seeing what we could find, just trying to find all sorts of vintage items, and some of the rarest items we found were just tucked away in back corners, like vintage discontinued LEGO watches. I was able to grab a sealed copy of a Baraki Kalma watch and a Borak 2002 watch, which was so cool, and even on the outside of the store, we were able to see all sorts of rare sets just on display, waiting to be bought. This was a totally amazing way to end our Singapore adventure, and I was so happy after walking out of here, but also so concerned about being able to take everything home. And as it turns out, I was worried for good reason. Upon returning back to the hotel, I realized that there was quite literally no way I was fitting everything in my pre-existing suitcases, even with Secret Chamber helping me out and shipping home literally everything I bought at Secret Chamber, not just the Bionicle, but everything else. And so, I had to go on a mission. I went to the local mall, bought a suitcase, and then repackaged all my items, and somehow, I made everything fit, and even snuck in one last pepper lunch meal with the gang at the mall to boot. And so, with everything packed away and ready to go, we decided to go out for our final activity on our last night for the trip. I'd been wanting to see the beautiful Gardens by the Bay night show for a while, and finally this was the night to do it. And so, we headed on over back to the area around Marina Bay Sands and got seated for a beautiful night show. Let's see some clips right now. Honestly, this was a super magical way to end the night and really to end our entire adventure throughout the world, but there was still one last stop, and that was Lord Raz's hometown of the wildness. You see, I had been wanting to go to the Singapore Zoo night safari for years. I actually went back in 2014, but that was back when I was a kid, and honestly, I didn't remember much. 2 years ago, when I came with Sarisa, I also really wanted to do it, but honestly we ran out of time and got super tired at night, so we missed out on it. But finally, this was our chance. And so for the last night on the trip, the whole gang, minus Zach, who had some startup work to do, went on over to the Singapore Zoo and got a chance to experience the incredible night safari. First starting off on the bus tour, but then getting a chance to roam around the zoo ourselves. And this was one of the #1 zoos in the world. We got to see so many different animals, and it felt super open air, as if the animals could walk right up to the bus. They were literally just on the paths around us. It truly felt like a legit safari. And as someone who has been to Africa and Kenya and done a ton of safaris there, this was probably the closest thing you could get to that in an actual zoo, where everything was open air, the animals could walk right up to you, and it was genuinely such a cool experience to roam around and just see all the different animals. Of course, as we were going alongside the paths, we had an absolute blast just kind of taking photos of our minifigures and showing Lord Raz around his hometown, especially with the tigers.
Lord Raz has returned to the wildness. He must reverse the merge.
What a great way to end the night and to end the trip in Singapore by going on something that we really hadn't done throughout the entire trip. I'm always for those unique experiences, and this was a total blast. And so, as we got back to the hotel, we began to prepare for the long journey home, because we were about to embark on the world's longest flight, at least at the time that we were flying. 2 days later, the record got broken by another flight that just opened up, but when we flew it, it was the world's longest flight, a direct shot from Singapore to New York, and I had to travel in style. And so, after doing some last-minute packing and sadly saying goodbye to these brand new sets, I dumped all the parts in my suitcase and had to toss all the boxes. The boxes weren't anything super special anyway, but it was really cool to open them up from being brand new and sealed, so I could have that experience of building these fresh out of the box. I fit everything into a few suitcases. I had 4 checked bags, a carry-on, and a laptop bag, and everything managed to fit.
Final day, we are flying out, and yes, I fit pretty much everything, more or less, in those bags, plus most of Zach's bag. And I did have to buy another bag, which I never do on vacation, but we're gonna make it.
Alright, well, all good things must come to an end, and the best way to end the trip is enjoying a beautiful lounge meal inside a private room, getting some work done so I can do some editing and other work on my flight. This is the life. And now, let's fly back on the world's longest flight from Singapore to New York. Yes, I had to go all out on this massive leg because I knew it was going to be an 18-hour flight, and I really wanted to make sure I could travel in comfort. And so, after enjoying a delicious lunch at the lounge to prepare for my flight, I got some work done and got ready for the plane.
My flight boards in 10 minutes, I'm docked in. I literally just recorded like as much recording footage as I could so I can edit videos on my flight. I'm docked in. Now I have to sprint over and get boarded to get back to New York on the longest flight ever. Wish me luck. I need to go. Why am I still filming?
I will note that 1.5 days after I filmed this video, the record for the world's longest flight was actually usurped by Xiamen Air's 19-hour and 20-minute flight from JFK to Fuzhou Changgil International Airport in southern China. So technically this was not the world's longest flight anymore, but by the time I filmed this, it was still the world's longest flight. So I am still claiming that in this video. Of course, I was treated to a full-on menu as soon as I boarded the plane, and I was really excited to get eating. But I was even more excited to get building. And so, as our flight began to take off from Singapore and we embarked on the 18-hour journey to my home in New York, I began to take stock of all the Lego I had brought with me. Basically, I had packed 4 to 5 different sets that I figured I probably could finish throughout the 18-hour duration of the flight. I also was planning to go to bed throughout a lot of the flight, and briefly I considered transforming my seat into a bed and being able to just build all the Lego on my seat, kind of like I was building on the floor. But then I started to realize that there were so many cracks in the seat that I didn't want to risk losing any pieces, so after seeing the video on how to turn my seat into the bed, I decided against that. Quickly, I checked out some entertainment options in case I wanted to keep myself entertained while building, and yes, they did have the Lego Batman movie, which I have maybe seen like 8 times now, so I did not see the Lego Batman movie, but I was ready to watch a few other things, and soon it was ready to play.
Let's play here.
I got my suitcase out, and you can see just how stuffed full to the brim it was. The second I opened the lock, it started to burst open because I had literally packed as many Lego items as I physically could inside my hand carry. And so, opening it up, let's see what Lego I can find inside. I had mostly packed medium to small range sets that I knew I would be able to accomplish on the trip, and all of these were from Singapore. In fact, to buy some GWPs, I had to purchase some currently available sets on store shelves that I actually already owned but hadn't built, like the Game Boy, the large-scale minifig Santa, the Holiday AT-AT, the V19 Torrent, which actually was my second copy of that set, but it's always good for army building, as well as a couple of other smaller items here and there, including one of the older Lego Star Wars sets. This was the original V-Wing Starfighter, which I really wanted to start off with. I actually found that sealed at a vintage discontinued Lego store, and I was super excited to get building. And so I tucked away the bags in the side compartment of my seat and got ready to build. It was genuinely a really interesting and cool experience building on the plane, and honestly, it was way smoother than I thought it would be. Despite the fact that I've been a lifelong LEGO fan for basically all 25 years of my life, I don't actually remember if I've ever built LEGO on a plane before, and certainly not to this scale. I really only decided to do it because I was trying to figure out what I would do in the 18-hour duration of the flight, and despite the fact that yes, as you saw while I was in the lounge, I did try to prepare audio to edit some videos, including the one you're watching right now, I figured that wouldn't be enough to last me all 18 hours, and so I had to pack some LEGO sets to keep me entertained. After I finished the V19 Torrent, I was able to swoosh it around literally in midair, and honestly it was actually a really solid build for a set that came out in 2005. It was meant to coincide with the launch of the official Revenge of the Sith movie, which launched back then, and I thought it was really cool to be able to put it together on the plane. Genuinely it was a pretty fun building experience, but soon enough it was time for Level 2. After enjoying a quick in-flight meal, I started to get building while eating, and my next set was the Game Boy. This was a remarkably complex build despite the relatively smaller size of the finished product, and this is honestly one of those builds that really impressed me after the build was done. This was right before the new Tron movie came out, so I decided to watch the original Tron as well as Tron Legacy while building, and I felt like that was a very thematically appropriate movie to watch, especially while putting together a set that obviously is based around playing video games, so everything kind of started to work out. I wanted to call out some really impressive building techniques that I was able to see throughout this set, and honestly there were things that really surprised me, like the way the Game Boy pad was built with a rubberized piece in the center. There were rubber bands allowing you to press the buttons in and out, which was just such a smart and clever technique, and there were things done in this set, like wedging in tires into the buttons, that I've never seen any other LEGO set do. And I feel like it really pushes the boundaries of what you would expect a LEGO building experience to be. This was a ton of fun to enjoy while on the plane, and of course I do love my cheese, so I got a cheese splatter to enjoy while building it too. And soon enough, the build was complete. This set is actually super cool. I could probably do a very quick mini review of it right now. You have your different cartridges, which you can stick into the back of the game to allow you to simulate playing different games, from Mario to Zelda, and they even have different screens that you can swap out, so instead of just having the Nintendo logo appearing on screen for your kind of default look here, you can choose to swap those out for different game screens itself. Everything is fully interactive. You can press all the buttons, scroll the wheels for select and start. The gamepad feels absolutely perfect when it's put together, and you can even move the volume up and down by twisting a gear on the side. It really feels like this is something that actually could work or turn on in your hands, and it especially is completed by the fact that you start by building the circuitry inside the game, which you never actually see obviously when the finished model is done, but it was just another level of an extra experience that really made you feel like you were building something fully premium. I had a total blast putting this together while on the plane. It was certainly the right thing to build because the final product is super compact. It's also very stable, so when I was putting it in my bag, which I was just going to carry right out of the plane, I really didn't need to worry about it breaking or anything like that. But before I knew it, it was time to move on to the next build. And so I decided to turn my attention to the Christmas AT-AT, and unfortunately, this one did not really survive the trip. While I was able to build it just okay while actually on the plane, after my bag was getting thrown around and I actually deplaned, I found this set in absolute pieces, which was very unfortunate, but honestly, most of it was able to be salvaged as soon as I got home and was able to put it back together. You can see I was totally absorbed in watching the movie as well at the same time, so I was building this a lot slower than normal, but I managed to get it done and even finish the V19 Torrent Starfighter to boot, which was a really fun build with some of the best LEGO Star Wars minifigures that came out this year, featuring Obi-Wan Kenobi in ARM printing, as well as a new version of the Clone Pilot with a new helmet, and a new version of Asajj Ventress from the Clone Wars TV show, which is a show that I watched when I was growing up and have a lot of fond memories of. Before I knew it though, it was time to go to bed, and so with only one more set left to build, I figured, you know what, I still have 10 hours left, I'm probably gonna sleep for a few hours, and then get to building and editing. Well, that was certainly not the case. As soon as I closed my eyes, I guess I was so tired from the entire shenanigans of the trip that I literally got 10 hours of sleep on the plane, and I only woke up when they served us the final meal as we were beginning our descent into New York. Honestly, I was really hoping to be way more productive during this 18-hour span, but 8 of the hours I spent awake and somewhat building, but also just kind of eating and enjoying my movies, and then, before I knew it, we landed. I had to open up my side compartment, grab all the spare parts I put in the headphone bag because I really didn't have another place to put them, and then deplane and go on home. This was a crazy experience, and honestly, building Lego while on a flight, especially in the seat I was in with the amount of space I had, is actually something I would recommend. If you ever get the chance to fly on a flight as long as this, or even a shorter flight, because I really only was building for like 4 or 5 hours, I would definitely recommend it. There was something just so much fun and soothing about being able to build Lego on a plane, and this was easily one of my favorite things I did to round off the end of this insane trip. But as I got back to my hotel, I realized I had a crazy, monstrous journey ahead of me, and that was unpacking all of my bags. And so, let's end this insane vlog at the 5-hour mark we are at right now, with the best way to end any Lego travel video: the haul.
I literally just got back from my trip, and there are 5 suitcases to unpack, so we gotta start working. This is actually my friend Ziddy's suitcase. He's been carrying a lot of stuff in it for me, and in his words, about 60% of this bag is Lego that belongs to me. So we're actually gonna start with this one, and so that way I can just put all his stuff off to the side and then focus on the stuff that's mine. So going into here, we have a really nice, like, China exclusive, I think employee exclusive, little Lego red envelope. This is a Lego set. I don't know which one this is, but it is a Lego set. I think this is actually Zach's, so we are going to put that out on the chair here. We have one of the Asia exclusive GWPs. Let's get the bags of this Lego set out, and as you can see, this has been pretty tightly packed. Everything is just absolutely crammed in here. Just Duck Brick's specialty to just cram everything in and hope for the best, and you know, we'll see how things survive. This is a Chinese exclusive cover of the Lego Ninjago Book of Spinjitzu with Master Wu on the cover, where you can see it actually has a really nice leather design. It looks really, really cool the way they got this done, so big fan of that book right there. Here's a sealed copy of the Tusken Raider Encounter. Very cool to have found that one sealed, so that one is going in Zach's pile, I believe. We also have a Psyduck Pokemon card given to me. There is a copy of the LEGO Ideas Back to the Future set, which is pretty cool because we are rumored to be getting another one for Speed Champions next year, so that's going to be a cool comparison to do. This one is also Zach's right there. And speaking of, we also have an exclusive LEGO architecture set. This is the Shanghai architecture set that you can only get in China. It is actually a re-release of the original LEGO architecture Shanghai Skyline, but with different packaging, and they've kind of kept it around for the Chinese region, which is pretty cool. Oh, and right in front of me here are all the sets I built on the plane. We're starting to get into some magazine gifts here, so we have the Legacy Kai versus Whiplash magazine there. Some of my polybags are in here as well, like the Shell exclusive polybag. There's going to be a lot of polybags we take out. Here's another one of those red envelope things, which I'm going to place right here. And this is an exclusive LEGO Star Wars watch for Boba Fett, which was a really cool collectible for me to pick up. And I'll put that right here. Moving on from that, we have another copy of the Architecture Shanghai set. We have some of the Toys R Us exclusive LEGO... Oh no, these are actually Brickhead's display stands. Yeah, these are Brickhead's display stands. When Brickhead's first came out, I believe they had those. We have a couple of different items here. This looks to be like Zach's copy of the Hong Kong exclusive LEGO builds, so I'm going to put that down there. We have some more parts for Zach's sets, and these are all for him, so we are going to put those all in a pile right now. Thankfully, that's how we organized it. Some more of the Ninjago magazine exclusives in here, and then we have even more items. There's a LEGO pencil case right there, and that's pretty cool. It comes with LEGO branded pencils. We have a ton of LEGO Star Wars watches. I actually got the full set. I believe this is the full set. So the Falcon, the Y-Wing, the Land Speeder, Anakin's Jedi Interceptor, the TIE Advanced right here. let's see, were there any other ones? There might have been one more like in here, so we'll see that. A Bionicle watch and a Ninjago watch, which is pretty cool to see. Very happy to have picked those up, so let's just get those on display right up front. And then we have something very cool. This is a Speed Champions display case. It is an acrylic display case that says Lego that is exclusive to the Singapore F1 race. So we had to pick that up as a GWP. I believe that is Zach's copy right there. And he kept the boxes for his sets as well. So I will make sure those get to him. Moving on from that, let's see what else we have in here. An extra Bionicle watch. I got a Lego Kingdoms watch as well, just because I thought it was pretty cool to be able to pick those up. And then we have a official display case here. This is for the Lego Hong Kong Happy Energy Hub, which is exclusive, but obviously I've packed it absolutely full of Lego sets to keep them protected. I think this is maybe one of the most space optimized boxes in the entire suitcase. So we are going to open this up. Inside are some Legoland Shanghai exclusives like the Monkey Kid keychains, as well as a Monkey Kid lanyard right here. As you can see, very cool to get that. What else do we have? We have some instructions for some Mixels, which are in one of the bags. Some exclusive Legoland Japan bricks, which I picked up at one of the stores. This is a cool keychain. It is the 50 Years of Lego Bricks keychain. It is a chrome gold keychain, and I spent around $3 for it, so I'm very happy to add that to my collection from the Hong Kong markets. We also have some exclusive Legoland Shanghai items, like these metal Ninjago keychains, which I think are very, very cool. Super interesting to see those. Some Ninjago trading cards. There's a lot more of these somewhere. I think I just threw that in as padding in there. We have a Lego Friends keychain. I don't remember getting that, but there it is. It's exclusive. Did I get that? I guess I did. Cool, okay. Awesome. Getting stuff I didn't even remember. A metal Lloyd keychain from Legoland Shanghai. What else do we have in here? Just some random knickknacks. There's a sealed Lego Pirate set from 2009, which is super cool. Some sealed Lego Studios poly bags, which are pretty neat. Got those in a store in Hong Kong. Some other free gifts in here. I think these are the bags for the Mixels, so these are mine. We have a 2002 Bionicle watch, which is so cool to see in the packaging. One of my favorite items I picked up. And then we have a couple of Zach's items here. We have a Shen Shei Wu lookalike pulling a rickshaw along with a Chinese-inspired gate, as well as the Wang Fujing grand opening Lego store set. Both of these are Zitties, so they are going to go on the floor, as is this case. Although I also got copies of pretty much everything you see here that is his for myself as well. So that is pretty cool. But as we move into the sides here, there's even more items. There are some sealed Bionicle items there. Very cool to see that. And then wrapped very carefully in my socks are some very interesting vintage wooden items. Now, if you've been following along with our vlogs,
subscribe to Ethan the Artist.
Subscribe to Ethan the Artist. Mini Superheroes Today has just entered the party. And he's entered the party here. And what you can tell the story about this wooden train probably better than me, because this is a vintage wooden train. This is one of 4 pieces that I will unbox. As our friend here explains, the very perilous and monstrous journey I took to get that.
Yeah, it's super crazy. So Ethan the Artisan actually found this train in Billund at one of the flea markets, and it was very expensive. Don't get me wrong, it was very expensive, but Ethan bought it, and you know, Duck Bricks, he's a bit of a completist. He definitely wanted to get this train for himself. I can understand why. It's in beautiful condition. I mean, just seriously in a league of its own. It's incredible. And Ethan paid a certain price for it.
He paid a certain price, I'll say that. It was one of the prices of all time.
And then Duck Bricks...
That I was not privy to. That I did not know.
He did not know. And so Chris made an offer for...
No, I didn't make an offer. I asked Ethan, I said, Ethan, what number are you looking for this train? You know, we're all friends here, all in good spirits. And he's like, well, I want to at least double my money. And I'm like, okay, you want to double your money? That's fair. I get it. I understand that. I could totally be fine with that. So I said, okay, well, what are you looking for? And Ethan gave me a number, which was high, to say the least, very high. And I said, well, Ethan, that's ridiculous. But if that's really doubling your number, I can't do that. So let me at least make sure that you make some $1,000. And he did. He did.
This sure sounds like an offer to me, folks. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so, you know, it's a tough situation, right? Because, like, Duck Bricks clearly wants the train. I certainly can't blame him. I mean, it's an all-timer piece. But then at the same time, like, Ethan got it, he wanted to make some money. Like, the numbers that were
he made a lot of money.
The numbers that were thrown around were pretty wild. But yeah, I think everybody but Duck Bricks is completely happy in the end. But I mean, I think once this is sitting on the shelf for a week or two,
the joy will overcome the annoyance that I will not mention the price or how much. Actually, that's probably part of the vlog.
Besides, Ninja never quit.
Ninja never quit. What I will say is I'm pretty sure Ethan more than 5x'd his money. Maybe 4x. I don't remember exactly how much he paid.
I think it's 5.
I think it's 5. Anyway, he made a lot of money. He made multiples of the money that he spent on the train by selling it to me. And innocent Duck Bricks was all just like, oh, well, Ethan, as your friend, I want to make sure that you get paid at least like double of what I can.
Even if it took 2 weeks for Ethan to get paid.
And then Duck Bricks took his time to get him paid. You know, I had to make him sweat a little bit. And he was sweating. By the end of the trip, he was sweating. So that was that.
Another layer under here?
Yes.
Oh my god.
There are some more exclusive keychains from one of the Lego stores. They're 1x4 brick keychains. I think they just made these, but kind of cool random gifts to see here.
I would consider those official Lego.
Because we got them at an official Lego store.
Through an official Lego outlet, I think they count as
I agree. I do think they also just made them at the store.
Yes.
But I do consider those official.
Oh my god.
And there's another layer right here. So what else do we have? We have Experience a Thrill, which we did at the Singapore F1 pop-up. What else do we have here? Mini Superheroes today might be able to describe some of these because he beat me to buying a lot of them.
I did. These were like, I believe, Chinese New Year like activity books for kids. And they came with some bricks. So you have like the rabbit one here. There we go. You got the lanterns.
I didn't get all of them. I only got 3 out of the 4.
I think these are the only 2 I got.
Fair enough.
All right.
They also had Ninjago exclusive Chinese books, which are pretty cool. These were only at the Ninjago gift shop at Legoland Shanghai. So that was cool. And I loaded up on Bionicle Jaller and Nika flame swords. Aaron, we have to reverse the merge.
We have to find my parents.
Oh, wait, wrong theme. Wrong action theme. But we got a lot of these.
Good job.
They were almost, it was so dirt cheap. Like, at least, I don't know if they were dirt cheap. They were relatively inexpensive, and I just could not help myself but get a lot. Because Jaller and Nika was one of my favorite toys as a Bionicle fan growing up. So I don't know what I'm going to do with 4 swords, but at that price, I could not say no. And for a little bit more money, we also got Vladek's sword, which is actually a sound effect sword. The batteries are obviously long dead, so it is just kind of an item to look at, but it is a recreation of Vladek's sword from
It's
1902.
really cool with the paper packaging on it too. That's amazing.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna let you handle things from here. I got some videos to edit.
Oh, yeah.
But be good to each other, everybody.
Mini Superheroes Today has just exited the party. All right, moving on, we have a Bluey polybag here. That was actually a gift. Somebody gave that to me for a gift with purchase, so couldn't say no to that. Some Chima cards, because I did pick up some sealed Chima Speedors, which actually, as I'm unpacking here, most of the parts are in here that I literally just threw in. This was one of the Eagle ones. So I'm honestly surprised that all the wings here and the pieces survived intact. That's crazy. Chima Speedors. There you go. So we have that. We have some Zammer Spheres in there as well. And then we have some Lego Ferrari polybags. So these ones were exclusive as well. So we've got one here with the minifigure. Very cool to see that. We have one of the cars. These were only given away if you filled up your gas at the Shell gas stations in 2014 in Asia. So some of the rarest polybags I picked up. Sealed Pharaoh's Quest polybag. Very cool to see that. What else is here? A lantern build. I think that was an official build from 2020, I want to say, maybe 2019. We have the 4-in-1 opera singer. This must have been a Asia exclusive set as well. That's a weird one to get. Another copy of the Book of Spinjitzu there in Chinese. We have the instructions for Zach's sets right here. So let me just make sure that he gets those. And there's even more to see. I believe these shirts are Zach's, so those are going to go with him, but almost everything else here is probably mine. So thank you to Zach for letting me co-opt
He said 60% of his luggage space, but looking at it, I think it was closer to 80 or 90%, because all of this stuff is mine. This was a Toys R Us Singapore exclusive, a metal keychain of a minifigure. There were actually 3 different kinds here. There was a dad, a mom, and a kid, but we were in the week where they were only giving away the dad, so had to pick that one up. I realize now I should have just set all of this back so I could have filled out the table going forward so you could see the haul. Maybe we'll do some reorganizing when we open up the next suitcase, but we have the Ferrari truck, another shell giveaway right there. We have the 10 years in Singapore minifigure, which this one is Zach's, so I know that one is his. And we also got a chance to visit the Lego Employee Hub in Singapore, which was super cool. And they gave us some of these exclusive Lego Friends character cards. I'm stocking up on Nova cards because she's a Bionicle fan. Moving on from that, we have the Lego Formula One item right here. This was exclusive to the Lego F1 pop-up, which is super cool to see. Just an interesting pamphlet, always cool to see that. And then we just absolutely stocked up. Oh my goodness, Zach got so many of these. So what happened is, there's a long story. We were in Legoland Shanghai, and I think I spent close to maybe $2,000 or $3,000 US at the store there, because I bought one of everything exclusive. And they would only give us one GWP, and I was like, guys, I spent like so, I could come back and like break up my purchases, and you have all these exclusive GWPs, would you consider giving us more? And they weren't really budging, and so Zach was like, dude, I got this, just go experience the park, let me maximize our GWPs. So Zitty spends 2 hours at the checkout counter arguing with the Legoland Shanghai employees to give us GWPs. And he succeeded, because these were Lego Ninjago wall calendars. I think they're calendars. I don't really know what these are, actually. They're kind of weird items. Again, they are exclusive to Legoland Shanghai. I will have to open them up and figure out what is actually inside these, but somehow Zach negotiated them giving us many of these. So several of them did come home. There are 4 different kinds. There's Crystallized, there's Lloyd, there's Kai, and I think there is Jay as well. And they are all themed around the island as well, which is kind of weird, except for the Crystallized one. So very strange to see that, but very cool in my opinion. We have some exclusive Legoland buttons as well, so that was like a heart bucket for China. We have some Lego playing cards here as well. I think these are actually Zach's, because I put mine in my own bag. And we also have a bag full of pieces, all of which say Zach's name on it from the minifig factory, so I'm guessing that those are his. We've got some Ninjago keychains right here as well. Some exclusive 90 years of play keychains in this bag. Another exclusive Monkey Kid lanyard. We have, what even is Shake Shack bottle opener? That's definitely Zach's. I did not get that. That's crazy. Another metal Lego Friends keychain of the cat sitting on top of a cake. That is pretty funny to see. A sealed Lego Sakura Tree GWP, which when I bought this, I did not know what it was, but all of you helpful folks in the comments said that this was a GWP in Japan. If you bought Himeji Castle, you would get this, which is pretty cool. So now I know the origin of that set. We have the Lego truck set as well. I think this is Zach's, because I definitely opened mine because I just wanted that to build. So that is mine. We have a 90 years of play keychain again. I'm pretty sure that one was his. We have a Lego game GWP, which was pretty cool, exclusive to China. One of the other cards here. A My Lego memory set, which is a very weird item. It's so strange, I might do a separate video on it. So stay tuned. It's got like a retro recreation of an old Lego box packaging in there. Super weird, exclusive to China. As well as the Hong Kong Lego coins, which are very cool, given away in 2020. And those are Zach's. He picked those up before I did. I think most of these other cards are mine. I could be wrong, but I think those are my cards. We have a mini keychain here for a Lego backpack, and I thought that was pretty cool. It was a cool GWP, something kind of random. You don't really see that every day, so had to pick that up for my own personal collection just because it is something random, unique. A Monkey Kid May lanyard, so exclusive item there. A lot more of the keychains here, which are exclusive to Legoland Shanghai. You'll have these like felt Ninjago keychains, which are very, very cool. And then a Target gift card with an exclusive Lego set in it. Super weird, don't know how that made its way to Hong Kong, had to get it. Another Pharaoh's Quest poly bag right there, that's actually a different one.
Another 90 Years of Play keychain. Let's see what we have here. Some more little mini Lego backpack keychains. Thought these were super cute. Don't know what I'll do with them, but just had to get them for my collection. Another sealed Lego Studios poly bag. Very cool to see that. And this is poly bag heaven here. So we have the Windsor Chima poly bag. Aaron, we need to reverse the merge and bring back Chima. We have one of the other shell giveaway poly bags here. One more of those as well. We were given, or at least Zach was given, a Space Science Mech poly bag. I think that one's his, so putting that in his pile there. Don't know what these are. This must be Zach's. Okay, I will put that in with his. And we also picked up a sealed copy of this really, really cool vintage Lego Santa Fe train car. Very cool to see that sealed. I got one for myself. I opened it up and I think I threw out the box, so that box is gone. Maybe I might have flattened the box. Anyway, I opened mine. Zach did not open his, so that one is staying sealed for him. We have several exclusive Legoland Shanghai tiles. Very cool to see that. That is super exciting because you don't see those every day. Lots more exclusive keychains from Legoland Shanghai. Ooh, a Monkey Kid bag tag, or Monkey King bag tag right there. Very cool to see that. Many more keychains, some more of the Mixels bags in here. A Ninjago Dragons Rising poly bag, which I definitely didn't get, so I'm gonna guess that is Zach's. Some more items here. This is a yo-yo? Like there's a yo-yo package in here, which is super weird. Like that's another Asia exclusive Sealed Studios poly bag. Another Sealed Studios poly bag. One of these Nexo Knights magazine gifts, which I thought was neat. And a Lego Marvel umbrella, which I picked up because of desperation while we were at Disneyland Shanghai. And I think that covers all of my stuff, and like some Chinese Duplo cards because I thought they were funny. And that covers this bag. So we are now done with bag 1 out of 5. So let's bring over the next bag and take a look. All right, this is bag number 2. Now this bag was so full that in transit, the lock broke in half. And this is a Rimowa luggage. These are made to last, so I was shocked to see that broken. Singapore Airlines business class as well, which is pretty rare. And I will be speaking to them about it, but there's so much stuff in here that it literally made the lock crack. So let's figure out what is inside this one. Oh my goodness, I heard like a not so friendly noise as I opened this. So let us see. So first of all, we have the boxes for the exclusive Cities of Wonder sets. I got like 6 of those, and there's 8 in total. There's like, it's really annoying actually because I got 3 out of 4 for 2 sets because they did a Taiwan one and a Hong Kong one, and I got 3 out of 4 Taiwan and 3 out of 4 Hong Kong. So I actually ended up with like nothing. But let's see, what do we have in here? Ooh, this is cool. It is a metal Bionicle keychain. This was actually a gift to me by a friend who lives in Denmark, so that was really cool to see that. We have some Ninjago crystallized trading cards. I don't remember why I have so many of those in here, and they're all the same one too. Must have been from some magazines which are currently being shipped to me, because again, this isn't my entire haul. I still have 15 boxes being shipped to me from Singapore, plus a pallet of stuff from Germany. So this is like a fraction of my haul. Moving on from that though, yeah, here we are. This is a German exclusive magazine with Oni Garmadon in it. That is super cool. So we are in like the Germany bag, or at least there's some stuff from Germany in here. Because these are a lot of the gifts from Germany as well, the magazine gifts. Lots and lots of random ones here. You've got a lot of Vangeluses. Actually, that's a stupid high amount of Vangelis. I don't know why I got so many. Oh, they were in mystery packs. That's why I didn't know which ones I was gonna get, and then I got like a million Vangelises. Samurai X magazine from China, which is cool. Oh, and I think in here are most of the pieces to build a gigantic Lego duck, which I purchased on one of our crazy misadventures. So we're gonna have to like, they literally like piece together like this, which is super cool. So most of the pieces to make a duck are in here. Let's see, what else do we have? Some exclusive Harry Potter stickers in there, Monkey Kid May keychain, some manuals for sets that I bought because I was trying to get some of the car sets I didn't own. So got some of those. Here are the parts for those sets here. Oh, that's convenient. Okay. And here's the parts for the rickshaw build as well, which has the instructions right here. So I should actually keep all these together. If you look at these, yeah, these are all the parts and manuals for all of these China exclusive items. So I definitely want to keep all of these together in the same general vicinity. Another dad keychain.
must be Zach's, actually. I think he got one as well, so I'll put that in his pile there. Sealed Exo-Force set. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I just thought it was very cool to find sealed, so I had to pick it up. Spiny shell instructions, so all of those are for parts of stuff that I purchased, which I think are all sitting in here. All of these are Lego purchase items, so those go right there. Here's another giant brick for the duck. I am duck bricked up right now. Moving on from that, we have some official Chinese Lego magazines, which is very, very cool. Lots and lots of different ones. We have Kevin Burke's favorite character on the back there as well. One of his favorites, some would say this one right here rocks. I hear he really likes fan art of that character, so it's really cool to see that as a giant poster. And then moving on from that, we have, what else do we have in here? Let's see. So more Chinese exclusive Ninjago magazines. Very cool to see that. These are Chinese exclusive. Oh my, were these? I don't think these are supposed to be this flat. These were other Chinese exclusive like items from Legoland Shanghai. I don't know what's in these actually. Mini Superheroes Today, do you know what's inside of these? Do you recognize these GWPs?
Although I'm pretty sure I got one.
Okay. Because I don't remember what's inside them, but they're like very beat up.
Yeah, I think it's like a portfolio photo or something. It says Lego minifigure on it.
Oh.
Since it's already damaged, you should just open it.
Yeah, well,
this one's. I think this one's probably worse.
Okay, we're gonna open it right now on camera and find out what is inside of this. Welcome to Legoland Shanghai Resort. I don't know what this is.
Did we get cooked?
What is this?
It's nothing.
It's nothing, right?
What does that thing on the right come out? Is that like a postcard?
I think so.
Oh my god.
It's literally a postcard. What GWP was this? How much money did we spend to get this?
I don't even want to know. That's depressing.
That is so funny. Yeah, it's literally a postcard that got like beat up. Anyway, you know, it is exclusive, so that does have something going for it. I guess it is something Duck Bricks did not have in his collection, which he does now, so we'll take it, folks, because we have to. It's already here, it's already home. Lots more German exclusive Ninjago poly bags in here as well. This is cool. It is a Ninjago wallet. It says get ready for school. Duck Bricks is always ready for school. We have Ninjago minifigures from Metal Tins in here. This is the base to one of the Hong Kong exclusive builds I got. It is for the Lego Lucky Tree, and all the parts were in one of those bags over there. So we'll set that down here. Some more Chinese exclusive Ninjago items. This is a German magazine, and wow, this is crushed. This is cooked. These were exclusive bricks, and this one opened up in transit. See, this one is not as crushed, but it opened in transit. So I think I have to open up the one that opened in transit, which is kind of funny. This one's sealed, but inside of here, this is an exclusive Lego Shanghai Resort brick, which is actually very, very cool. So that is super interesting to see. I think there's also a calendar in there, so nice item to pick up. Some more of these German exclusive Lego comics and magazines. We have some Ninjago exclusive ones as well, so always good to pick those up. And this is a China exclusive Lego Ninjago movie book, which I just thought was very interesting that I needed to add to my collection. And the magazines just keep on going. Also here, some more packets and trading cards for Lego Ninjago. These ones are for Seabound. You've got some more German exclusive minifigures in there. I think I put most of my German exclusives in here. Lots of keychains from Legoland Shanghai, so that is nice. Even more trading cards. A May bag tag from Monkey Kid. I think I got one of every exclusive Monkey Kid merch item. Ninja wallet. You gotta carry your money in a Ninja wallet. You have to, you have to. And then of course, a metal Monkey King Sun Wukong keychain. Moving on from that, we have an exclusive Ninjago Prime Empire water bottle, which is super weird. Look at the flame sword Kai has. It's just such a weird little creation there. We've got
Ninjago Dragon's Rising.
Ninjago Dragon's Rising. A I Love Singapore exclusive minifigure. Very cool to see that, and I'm very glad the box actually survived pretty much intact. That brings much joy to my heart. There's a Monkey Kid exclusive water bottle. That's very cool to see. as well as, I think, even more Monkey Kid exclusive water bottles. I don't know why I got 2. I must have forgotten I bought one, but you know, now we have 2 for some reason. A Cole water bottle from Ninjago, and a Kai one as well. These are all Legoland Shanghai exclusives, so I am very happy to add those to my collection. They also threw this in for free too, so thanks, I guess. Moving on from that, what else do we have in here? This is a bag full of stuff that I got from Legoland Shanghai. Oh, they're little keychains. So they're metal pins, enamel buttons. So metal Monkey Kid buttons. I had a stack of those in there. And then we have some very, very tightly packed acrylic cases full of Lego items in boxes I did not want to get damaged. So in here we have, this is so cool. It is a Happy Holidays from Pepsi vintage Lego box. Super interesting item there. We have, let's see what this is, the Kellogg's cereal exclusive Lego box. Very cool. We have a Japanese Coca-Cola exclusive set, which I've never seen before, so that is awesome. Chinese exclusive little ducky carousel there, so that is very cute. We have the Spirit of St. Louis vintage plane set, also sealed, very cool to see that. A Studios polybag with the exclusive red baby T-Rex. And I also had to pick up, because the price was so good, one of my very first battle packs, the Rebel Scout Speeder battle pack, which honestly is one of my favorites to this day. We have another copy of the Sakura Tree set here. I think one of these was Zach's, so I'm guessing the one in his bag is his, and the one in my bag is mine. Funny how that works out. We have another copy of the Lego Truck box set, which you can only get at Lego store openings. I got another copy of the Wang Fujing grand opening store, but I think the parts for that is somewhere in here as well as the Monkey Kid exclusive Lego China set. Plus, this is one of the rarest sets I got. 4778 was only given away on airplanes, and it does have stickers outside the box, and that is the way the set was originally packaged, which is very, very weird and funky. And this is the case that goes around this here. So I'm gonna put that where it's not going to break over here. Okay, what else do we have? Some more parts for some of the sets that I picked up. So let's just put those there. And then this is actually the Destiny's Bounty. This is a non-Lego item, but it might as well be Lego. This was something we picked up at a souvenir jade store and probably spent way too much money on, but you know, it's a good memory of the trip. And it was a statue of a boat that really, really resembled the Ninjago movie Destiny's Bounty. It resembled it so much that I actually had to pick it up because I thought it was funny how closely they resembled each other. And it's entirely made out of jade, which is very, very cool because it is all green. So if I can manage to get this box open here, I'm a little concerned because the box is rather crushed, but it looks like it survived. Yes, very nice, very nice. I'm just gonna carefully open up everything here, unwrap it from the bubble wrap. Oh yeah, look at that. So the Destiny's Bounty, it's got 2 dragon heads on the front, and I think the sails are in here as well. So I'm gonna open these up. Yep, the sails, everything looks like it survived, so that's quite nice actually. I was honestly very worried about that, and I did not think that it was going to survive the trip, or at least I was very concerned, but it actually has made it, and it's got these really cool chain link elements that go around the entire boat as well. So this is such a cool souvenir. I'm very happy to pick this up. Did we overpay? Absolutely, but you know, that is part of the fun when you are traveling. You never know what you're going to find. So had to pick this up. This is so cool. There's a lot of little pieces that dangle off of it as well. So I'm going to put those on here. And for the final reveal, ta-da, here it is. The Ninjago movie Destiny's Bounty. And yes, you can see it really does resemble it with the shape of the sail, the 2 dragon heads at the front, the back of the boat and everything. So that's going to make a very cool souvenir. And that is going to sit right here for now because I am terrified about breaking that. So very cool to see that. The other box here is also filled with some other items I did not want to get damaged. So let's take a look at that. Sliding the glass open, we have an exclusive Toys R Us Ninjago minifigure pack there. We have lots of Ninjago cards, which I think I used for padding inside that box. Really tried to optimize my space there. We have, let's see here. Oh, this is cool. A vintage Lego nurse set. with an ambulance. This was one of the Bricktober sets for winter. Very cool to see that in the box. 90 Years of Play keychain again. Wow, I got a lot of those. This was an exclusive pack of 5 years in Wang Fujing minifigures. Exclusive figures for China. Super cool to see that in a box there. Let's go ahead and take out all of these little exclusive China certified store card packs too. Super cool to see that. We have a sealed and glued Lego Rose. I mean, honestly, looks like Duckbricks might have to pick up quite a few of these, given its proclivities. And then we have a Hangzhou exclusive Lego minifigure with a bag there as well. So that is super cool, and it is printed. This was for the opening in 2021, so a nice little exclusive. We've got the case here as well for one of the Lego Hub, the Hong Kong exclusive Hub sets. So that is a nice one to pick up, and that sums up that entire box. So we now have 3 luggages to go, and it will be easier from here because the next luggage will be a lot, but the 2 luggages after that are a little bit smaller, and one of them is filled almost entirely with plushies from Legoland. So we'll save that fun one for last. And so let's go on to the next bag. Okay, so we have our next box here. I'm gonna try to clear some of this stuff out of the way so we can get maybe a bit of a better view of what I'm pulling down. But again, we are very space limited with the haul here. This is going to make for an insane photo at the end when I actually arrange everything. But let's move some of this stuff down and take a look at what we have next. So this next luggage is also pretty chock full of Lego items. Thankfully, it does look like the locks did survive transit on this one, but not on the other one, which is very sad. Okay, ooh, this one also clearly was packed very tightly. Oh man, okay, lots of items in here. Okay, let's see what we can find. First of all, in the zippers here are tons and tons of minifigure factory pieces. This one says dock in, this one says welcome to Ninjago City, and I can't read what this one says on camera. Moving on from that, let's see what else do we have in here. So let's just open up, move past the minifigure factory bricks. You can hear them all moving around in there. Oh yeah, let's see what we've got. We have another exclusive Lego Chinese magazine. Yes, it is a Chinese pyro whipper right there. You can tell because of the Chinese text surrounding him. I did keep my Santa Fe box, which is pretty cool. Nice to see I did keep that. I don't keep most boxes, but I think that one was very special to me, so I wanted to keep it. Another one of the exclusive Chinese Ninjago magazines with Wu and an Ice Samurai, which is very cool. Bag for Kai, exclusive to Legoland, Shanghai. Here's one of the other pieces for the duck. I think that's the duck bill, so that's gonna go with them. And these were some Hong Kong exclusive Lego Ninjago artwork elements on cardboard. They're really, really cool. Had to pick them up. As well as a certificate that is numbered saying that you own one of the wooden minifigures, which we certainly did not get in the US. Moving on from that, we have some poly bags. I was given this as a free gift in Hong Kong, and this is a vintage Ninjago poly bag, well older, from 2015, Ninjago Possession, the cowboy dragon there. We also have an original Ninjago poly bag seal. This is the skeleton helicopter from 2011, super cool to see that. What else do we have here? I got a couple copies of the Ninjago Legacy Samurai poly bag. I think it'd be cool to eventually own all the Ninjago poly bags. I mean, I do own them, but own them sealed, which I'm actually pretty close to getting, so I figured might as well just start collecting. Here are the pieces for a Lego Friends tent, and the pieces for the Santa Fe train. That's not all of them, but some of them. I got a sealed copy of one of the original Lego Ninjago sets. This one was the Cole's training area, very cool to see that. As well as a Mars Mission sealed robot set, which I remember loading up on as a kid. This was one of my favorite robot sets as a kid growing up, so it was really cool to add a sealed copy to my collection and just brought back a lot of childhood memories. Going over here, this is a medal trophy that you receive for being a VIP member in Asia. It is full metal, it's fully gold, like it's not made out of gold metal, but it is metal and shiny, which is very, very cool for your Lego store membership in Asia. We don't get anything cool like that in the US, which is very sad. I would be swimming in it if we were. Here's the strap that goes alongside the Lego Monkey Kid bottle. It's super weird because it has Monkey Kid branding, but no Lego logo and no Monkey Kid logo. But this was made for the bottle, so very strange item there. We have the instructions for the Wang Fujing store and the instructions for the Santa Fe car and the instructions for this car here. So clearly the parts are in there somewhere. We have next my copy of the F1 acrylic display case that we saw that was exclusive to Singapore earlier in this video. Sealed Bionicle set, which is very nice. Some Chinese Duplo cards. Again, this is 1 out of 4 Singapore exclusive Lego bumper car sets with I Love Singapore stickers inside for the parts, which is super cool. Another sealed Ninjago poly bag. It is the Zane with hidden weapon in there. Vulture Droid poly bag from 2011. That's a neat one to get fully sealed. And then lots and lots of Bricktober sets. These are in the original packaging for the Toys R Us exclusive Asia Bricktober items, which I think are so cool. How they come in such beautiful packaging, which sadly we cannot avail of in the US of A. But in Asia, they do get very nice things like these. So I'm gonna go ahead and unbox all of those. Also a sealed Lego Friend set and a sealed Bionicle little ammo pack as well. We actually have some clothes here, which I haven't been seeing a lot of, which is kind of weird. I think I have one bag that's just all laundry, and then this is just clothes I didn't use or clothes I bought there. So that's nice. You have some clothes here that acted as padding, but everything else is just Lego. Here's another piece for that gigantic duck that I picked up, and a copy of one of the original Lego Ninjago poly bags, simply titled Car. That is the official name of the set. It is Cole's Car from 2012, and it's literally called Car. Like, that is the set name, just Car. Moving on from this, we have some more Hong Kong 2020 coins. This was remarkably cheap, but then I paid a lot more for another set, so you never really know what you're gonna find. You had the exclusive Singapore items is the Summer Arcade. This is the Idea Generator, also exclusive to Singapore. And then you've got another copy of Cole's Car, another copy of one of the Ferrari sets for Shell, another mini backpack keychain, because that is super neat, and then lots and lots of Lego Ninjago exclusive China magazines, which I just thought were so cool because I've never seen those before and did not know they existed. Here's Ice Hockey, the 4th Singapore exclusive item. We have Jay's Jumping Snake poly bag. Remember getting that as a kid. Another one of those Shell poly bags. A Monkey Kid exclusive book. Cool to see that because we don't get those in the US. Even more Ninjago exclusive magazines. There is Rock's Master of Fear, one of Kevin Burke's favorite characters. He's really burked in on that one. Moving on from that, we have got a lot of these other Chinese exclusive magazines. This one is for Skybound, so that is really cool to see that exclusive for China. Making a pile here and hoping they don't slide down. This was a Legoland Japan exclusive mini popcorn holder keychain, which is super weird. I have the big one at home, so I had to get the little one. Here's another one of those Shanghai exclusive bricks. Did not realize we got 3 of those. That's pretty cool. And another one of those My Lego memory sets, which is very interesting, that I wanted to showcase in a separate video because I think it is one of the coolest China exclusive items we picked up. Here are the parts to some of the other exclusives here, like the Lego truck. You can see the Lego logo printed on the side. And a Monkey Kid plushie, which is super cool. And probably one of the only plushies in this bag, because there's another bag that is just all plushies. These are for something. I don't know what set those are for. Probably, oh, this is probably for the Sonic the Hedgehog game here, which I got for free, which you can get in the US, but I got it as a GWP, so I couldn't say no. Sealed Fang Sui, which is super cool to get. A sealed Ninjago spinner. I think it'd be cool to one day collect every single Ninjago spinner sealed. I think that'd be very interesting, so had to pick that up. Another copy of the China exclusive Lego Game Gear, which is pretty neat. You have one of those other China books. This one is for the lion, so that's very cool to see as a build. What else do we have in here? These are also Chinese exclusive items. I remember these were cool, but I don't remember what they were. Oh, they're photo books. Yeah, China exclusive photo albums. Very interesting stuff to see here. Yeah, so those are from the Lego stores. That is very neat to see. I'm gonna close this back up here. What else? We are reaching the end here. Here's the rest of the parts for that Lego set that I picked up, the train. We have 2 copies of the Lego Squirrel plushie. These are actual plushies from Legoland Shanghai, and I happened to win too, which is awesome because these are super, super cute. If I had 10 more minutes, I would have gotten the goat, but yeah, separate story, you know, we'll handle that in the vlog, we'll see about that. But moving on from that, we have some more exclusive Lego items here in their bags. This is the chassis for the train, something just fell. A Lego store passport, which they just gave me as one of these. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. More magazines, which are causing things to slide down and fall here. We are running out of table space. Even more of the exclusive Shanghai sets from Lego Architecture. And a small little duck poly bag with a giant Chinese sticker on it because I thought that was funny. And with that, we can move on from most of this bag. There's a lot of like Lego minifigure factory pieces in there, which I'll address at some point. And then move on to the final 2 bags. All right, we are on bag 4 out of 5, and this is my personal hand carry, so I put a lot of heavy items in here because I did not want to have to pay for the weight. So this is a lot of books and literature items, as well as some exclusive items here and there. So unzipping, we have the Duckbricks channel mascot Duckity in there, who of course has to travel wherever I go. Duckity. But Duckity. Even more interesting, there is a LEGO Masters exclusive black and white torso minifigure, which we got as part of a LEGO Masters experience at the LEGO house. There is, oh, good thing I took this out. I completely forgot we got this. Doc Wyatt. Doc Wyatt. Doc Wyatt. Doc Wyatt. Doc Wyatt. A little gift for our friend Doc Wyatt, the writer of LEGO Ninjago. What else do we have in here? We've got some Build Like a Master postcards. So these are from the LEGO house, the LEGO Masters experience. We have 2 copies of the 10 Years in Sentosa, Singapore minifigure. We have 3 copies of the 10 Years in Sentosa, Singapore minifigure. Forgot I got 3 of those. Oh my goodness, what did I buy? This is really interesting. It's like showcasing these steps towards printing a minifigure mold. I picked this up from a collector in Billund, but you can see that these are actually different stages of printing a minifigure's like side arm printing, which is so interesting. I think it's for Aloy from Horizon Forbidden West, and there you can see all the different stages there. So that's just such a cool collectible to pick up. We also have a make and take here that was exclusive to LEGO stores, but we got this one at the Billund airport, so that was pretty cool to see. It's got all the pieces but one, so I'm sure that all the pieces are in here somewhere, but we'll find that at some point. Moving on from that, what other interesting items do we have here? Ooh, finally I got the Seymour Papert Lego minifigure, which was an exclusive figure made for a talk, I think that was done. Very interesting, it has an exclusive face print and torso, so that is super rare to add to my collection. We have some Legoland Shanghai Ninjago stickers, very cool to see that. As well as some Lego test bricks, which were actually picked up at the Lego market in Denmark. So these are test bricks made in a different color. Super weird, super cool. As well as some older test bricks as well. I think I got one of every single different weird color I could find. So I'm gonna slowly pick these out of my bag here because I think these are super special and super rare. And I wanted to showcase them all in some sort of video, or maybe they're just gonna go on my wall, but yeah, these are all weird like test colors. Like we have a 2x2 in metallic copper, that's super weird. I don't recognize this shade of green. Yeah, all these bricks are like tests from the factory, and they were all at an antique store in Denmark, so that is very cool to pick up. Moving on from that though, let's see, what else do we have in here? So, this is so weird. It is a series of Ninjago comics exclusive to China that recap the entire TV series, and all of them just use like stills from the show. Like this is just using screenshots from the TV show, and they've put it into comic format, which is so weird. These took up so much weight, but for my own collection, had to pick them up. Ninjago. Ninjago. We have the books about the island of the keepers of the amulet right here as well, and Seabound on the back, which is super cool. And they even did a whole series for Monkey Kid as well, which is very strange. So really cool to see those as actual packaged books, and I had to pick those up because I have not seen those anywhere else. One of the other really cool items I got that
survived most of the trip, I would say, is this Lego duck from the Lego Singapore hub, which is so cool. It's got a little bit of a crease on it, but for the most part, it did survive, which is very cool to see. That is absolutely going up on my wall. And then on this side, we have a bag full of random Lego builds that I just happened to pick up along my journeys, like these exclusive Lego ice cream stall builds. Oh my goodness, the packaging is cooked. Oh, that is sad. So the packaging is destroyed, but the set itself has survived. So what can you do? And with that is pretty much everything in my hand carry, I believe. We got a little arc reactor from Shanghai Disneyland 2 or Hong Kong Disneyland. And now it's time to open up the final bag. Oh, and before I forget, I spy another very interesting item in here. And that is a miscolor piece for a Lego Friends or Lego Disney animal in sparkle transparent pink, which is super cool to see with the print on it. So that is very neat. Let's move on. And we are on the final bag. Now, call me Newt Scamander, the way I'm about to pull out like a million animals from this bag, because I do not know how we close this. I have not opened this for like a week, but as I open it up, something is gonna pop out, and yes, how did I even do this? That is the Lego Orca, which has been kind of beat up, but he survived. This is the Lego Orca plushie. Wow, he's been really squished in there, but he's so soft and cuddly, and this is from Legoland Shanghai. Very large, very big. Catch of the day. This was the catch of the month, honestly. Very cool to see this. Very yummy.
I wanted that.
Hey, there's a goat I really wanted as well, my friend.
I don't want that bad.
Moving on from that, we have a few Duck Bricks Duckities. These are the exclusive Lego Shanghai duck piece, which is probably my favorite plushie that I got on the entire trip because it's awesome, because it is, of course, a duck for Duck Bricks. This one's head is a little squished, but you know, he's gonna make it. He'll be okay. Mo the Cat plushie from Legoland Shanghai. Couple of plushies from, this was from like Universal, so I think the one with the tag is Zach's. And this one is mine. We have a Pigsy plushie for Monkey Kid. We have a third duck, but I did promise Zach he could have one of my ducks. So this one is going to go to him. Moving on from that, we have a Monkey Kid hat, which is so unbelievably beat up in my luggage, but it is a Monkey Kid hat, so you can kind of, you know, put that on. Let's see what else do we have in here. Chima Speedor's parts in there. Anacondri Kapow keychain, brand new. We have a little monkey that we picked up in Disneyland Hong Kong. He kind of popped up and said hello to everyone, and I liked him so much I had to take him home. Moving on from that, we have the Lloyd ZX minifigure as a keychain, another Monkey Kid plushie, which is very cool to see. Some more Speedor's pieces. This is a part towards a build in there as well, so these are two of the sealed Speedor's parts. Oh, and look at that, we have another Monkey Kid hat, and this one's even more on brand for Duck Bricks because it's yellow. I also think this is a kid size and that was an adult size because this is a lot tighter. Monkey Kid socks, definitely kid size. I also definitely will be trying to wear these. A Baby Mo the Cat plushie keychain, which is super cool. Had to get another one of those for my collection. Let's see, what else do we have in here that's interesting? We have a Lego Ninja hood. This is like a ninja beanie. Wow, that is really cool. You can really channel your inner Kate Dunlap from The Boys and just kind of wear that beanie around, and it is reversible. So this one says Ninja, but you can reverse it, and I think I like this side even better because this side just has ninja eyes, so you can just put like the ninja eyes over your face. But they're upside down, so I don't really know what the point of having them upside down was. But they are very cool. I think it is very interesting to get this as a beanie. I am doing that right. Like the eyes are upside down. I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of it. Huh. Still cool though. I do like it. What else do we have? Another ninja beanie. Oh, I guess you're supposed to tuck it like this. So you tuck it like that, and then you fold it down. Okay, that makes more sense. That's why the eyes are upside down. You don't invert it. Over here is a Monkey Kid pencil case, because I wanted to get one of everything Monkey Kid. We have a little Legoland Shanghai Dragon plushie keychain as well. A little butterfly that you can only win from the prize games at Legoland Shanghai.
another Mo the Cat keychain. I got another Monkey Kid hat because I forgot which one that I got, so I just got another one. Another Monkey Kid Shanghai keychain. Ooh, this is really cool. 2 copies of the Lego Crab plushie, which you can only get at Legoland Shanghai. I'm gonna absolutely treasure this because this is awesome to get. It's such the right size too. All right, what else do we have? Ooh, Monkey Kid t-shirt. This is gonna make for good pajamas for me. You know, rep your Monkey Kid branding. What else do we have in here? Lots and lots of Monkey Kid pencil cases for May, for the gang, for MK himself, so that is super cool. Another butterfly, I guess, was in there. I forgot I got 2 of those, and I think that covers most of this bag, and the rest of it should just be my laundry. So there you have it. That has been our haul for the China Trip Spectacular. So it is now the next morning. I've been sitting here kind of sorting through all my sets, unpacking, and I realized that I absolutely lied. There is one more suitcase I completely forgot about because I bought this suitcase in Singapore because I was completely overstuffed with Lego items. So let's open up this one and see what's inside. I am maybe the most terrified to open this one up because I put some posters in here that we got at the Lego Singapore office, and I don't think they survived the journey, but we will see. Boom. Okay, I mean, they're a little squished. Absolutely a little squished. Some would say very. The ends of them, not very well maintained, but they did make it to New York. These are original Lego Ninjago movie posters. Okay, they're a lot more cooked than I thought. We'll have to, it's basically a square at this point. I don't know if it really comes across on camera, but you know, we made it. And then I also transported some Mini Superheroes Today sets for him very last minute. So these belong to my good buddy Jonathan, and they will be delivered over to him. I'm just gonna put them over there for now. And somehow his sticker sheet survived completely intact, which is astounding. Over here we have some of the exclusive Lego Ninjago escape room cards, which is very cool to see. An exclusive Asia Lego Ferrari sticker pack, and Sean the Mind got me these A Full Day exclusive minifigures because he was in Denmark a day later than me. So thank you to Sean, Bricks by Mind, for getting me these. Very cool to do that. Okay, let's open up both sides of this luggage and see what we can find. First off, there's a lot of literature in here. There's some Monkey Kid books, even more Ninjago Chinese magazines. So the reason why I just have a stupid amount of these is because they had some exclusive GWPs that you could only get at the Lego Ninjago shop at Legoland Shanghai, and I had like nothing else to buy that wouldn't take up stupid amounts of space in my luggage. And I knew since I was flying business, I wouldn't have a big problem on weight, so I stocked up on just ridiculous amounts of these magazines, and hopefully I'll be able to do like a giveaway at some point, probably on Whatnot or eBay or something like that. But I got a lot of books, a lot of literature, a lot of magazines, and that is the reason why. So opening this up here, we've got another Mo the Cat keychain. We have some built Lego system sets, which I picked up at one of the U stores in Singapore. A Pharaoh's Quest minifig pack, which is very cool to see sealed. We have some older racers sets. Now these, I unfortunately had to dump the boxes for. They were sealed. They are not sealed anymore. They're just for my personal collection, so that's all right. We've got a Chinese Lego book exclusive right there, and all of the parts to the racer sets have been kind of squished in here. So let's just go ahead and get these out. And I also have my Singapore Energy Hub pieces as well. These ones were exclusives, or sorry, the Hong Kong Energy Hub. So we have the builds right there. Now the craziest item in this suitcase is yet to be unveiled from it, but let's just keep taking some of these bags out. This was an exclusive, this is official, it's a Lego Brickheads display stand. Very, very weird item, but yes, it is an official Lego item. We have even more pieces for my Lego racer sets. Some of the wheels over here, some of the other pieces can be found just kind of scattered around here. There is an official Monkey Kid baseball cap, which is a little beat up, but you know, it got home okay-ish. And you see, I did the best I could with limited space. We also have these exclusive Lego Asia Toys R Us items right here for the different food stands. Very cool to see those.
some more parts for my Technic sets, and then the coup de grace right here is gigantic minifigure statues of the original 4 Ninja from the Ninjago 2011 wave. So we have Jay, Master of Lightning, Cole, Master of Earth, and you bet what is in the other side of the suitcase right now. I'll give you 2 guesses. Moving on from that, let's see what else do we have in here. Opening up this side, which is decidedly kind of bulging out a bit more, we have even more Ninjago magazines because, yes, again, I had nothing to buy and I needed to spend like $300 on magazines to get these exclusive Ninjago GWPs, which was nuts. And yes, I did try to haggle. I was like, I'll literally buy, I'll pay for it, or I'll spend a lot of money to get them. They're like, no, they're GWPs. So I had to just buy stupid amounts of magazines to get those, but at least they're exclusive and they didn't take up that much space. So, you know, it's all okay. Moving on from that, there is a Transformers Optimus Prime set in here. I had to get that one for a Singapore GWP, which I picked up. Also in here is a rare Lego Singapore. Oh, I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. So this was a rare Lego Singapore red car GWP. It's looking a lot worse for wear, I'll say that. I kind of wanted to keep this one in the box because it was only given away at one Lego Ferrari pop-up store, so that's a little unfortunate, but you know, we live and learn. Some more Lego Racer sets here, items from the Lego Campus Singapore Hub as well. We have the rest of that Lego Chima set for the Speedors that I was opening up earlier. Some more packs for my Lego Racers sets, and then we have something very interesting. Now you can't tell from here, because I've stuffed a ton of stuff in it, but after I carefully remove all of these little components from this display, you might begin to notice that this is an original store display item from 1999, or is it 2000, around that time period, when Lego was doing Technic Star Wars sets, which is very, very cool. Most of the bags for Optimus Prime are wedged in here, and I want to be very careful as to not damage the store display, but again, I was so desperate on space, I had to make do, and it looks like it did indeed survive. That is a Battle Droid store display, Lego Technic, which is so, so cool to see. Definitely one of the coolest items I picked up on the trip, just to see it in such pristine condition. Moving on from that, we have Zane, Master of Ice, aka my favorite ninja, or at least my favorite ninja when I was growing up. He doesn't really do much these days, but you know, he was cool. We have some exclusive Legoland Shanghai bags. We have Kai, Master of Fire, who is still very relevant and very important in Dragons Rising today. Super cool to have a giant statue of him. And then we got the parts to Optimus Prime, and that is it. So finally, I think we can officially say that with that, we are now fully unpacked. Until I discover I packed some other bag that I completely forgot about.
And with that, we have summed up one of the most insane trips I have ever taken in my life. I am so happy I've been able to share this journey with all of you, fans of Duck Bricks and Lego fans watching online. This has been maybe one of my longest videos ever posted on this channel. But genuinely, there was so much to talk about, and I'm just very grateful I got a chance to experience this incredible journey with some of my best friends in the Lego space and in the world. And there were 6 of us, we all made it work, and we cannot wait to see what the adventure will be this time next year. So, I hope you enjoyed the vlog of the year. This has been the trip of a lifetime, and let me know in the comments, has this maybe inspired you to go check out any of these places yourselves? I certainly know I want to go back to Hong Kong for those crazy Lego markets soon. And with that, we have summed up this vlog. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for all of your support. Be sure to like and subscribe for even more Lego news, reviews, discussion, and analyses coming your way very soon. And bye for now.